They slammed a hand onto the colossal magic seal and ripped out a spell in a tongue no ear could follow. What was the magic itself doing? An explosion ripped through the chamber as the magician clamped his hands over his head. The place thrummed with immense magical power, and the summoning pulverized even the strongest wand. Yet the ritual succeeded. Smack in the heart of the house, a thunderous snore blasted out from a guy who'd crashed out right in the middle of the hallway. He jolted awake, heart hammering, and froze. The doors weren't locked. He looked out into the yard and froze. His familiar lawn had been swallowed by a towering, shadowed forest. Convinced he'd only just left, he walked on. Then he spun around and realization slammed into him. The house was his, and he had no idea how that could be. He snapped his gaze skyward and froze. Colossal, otherworldly dragons streaked through the clouds, and the boy's voice cracked. "Since when have dragons been flying over my house?" The hero snapped awake, realizing he'd landed in another world. But he scoffed, certain it was just some elaborate deception. Yesterday, when the workday ended, his colleagues pulled him into a post-work hangout, but the whole thing collapsed into crushing boredom. He staggered home and crashed into instant sleep. Clutching his skull as pain lanced through him, the hero decided he needed more rest. A voice rattled in his skull. A monstrous swell of energy flooded this place. Devilish, yet he couldn't place who it came from. Someone had warned him to never approach a massive gathering of magic, because that kind of power will shred the careless and demands absolute caution. He barreled to the doors, yelling that his head felt like it would split. A frantic voice screamed the magical energy here was far more than she'd imagined, and even touching the door would be dangerous. Outside the door, a ring of girls clustered. One shouted she knew about it as the artifact-finding wand on her wrist pulsed relentlessly, and the hero froze, unable to place them. Their outfits gave them away as cosplayers. She thundered, "I'll do it!" The other girls shot upright, lunging to stop the princess. He made getting to bed his mission for the day, and vowed he'd deal with them. He barked at them to shut up and yelled for them to look at the time. Then a sudden gust ripped in and hurled the girls backward. They fought with every ounce of strength as the skirt was yanked up, leaving their panties exposed. Every girl was hurled backward, crashing into the trees. Shock slammed into him. He couldn't fathom it. They'd been blasted backward, utterly impossible, and the girl's hand quivered. Tears streaking her face, the girl cried that the hero had flung them back with only his scream and spat monster. The man standing before them loomed like a nightmare. The hero lunged toward the girls. One of them urged the princess to retreat. The princess, barely able to rise from her knees, declared that would be disastrous as her legs trembled from the impact. She scrambled to her feet, every muscle trembling as she yanked the short skirt that had been pulled up back into place. Terror tore through her. She lost control and soaked her feet, gasping raggedly as her face flamed crimson. Shame scorched the princess as she blurted, "We didn't mean to disturb you." And the hero's stomach dropped when realization hit. His eyes locked on the puddle beneath her. He scratched his head and blurted, he only meant to scare them away, not even realizing what he'd done. They gave him a pitiful, half-hearted nod. He yanked a girl's hat and demanded where they were, and the trembling, flushed girl stammered that his house stood at the very center of the world's most magical point. He couldn't understand a single word. This was the whole point. The reason everything had to happen. That's why he'd unleashed those unthinkable acts earlier. The girl snapped, "Did you even see what you did?" The hero couldn't fathom the nonsense they were spouting. A girl called to the princess beside the guy, grabbed the hem of her short skirt and tugged it down, declaring she couldn't go on like this any longer. It was time to get out of here. The princess thrust her wand overhead and slammed the emergency teleport. The 5 terrified girls standing before him vanished in an instant. He gaped, dumbfounded they'd just disappeared, and even more shocked that his single screen had flung them back. Staring into the distance, he decided this was truly another world. He flashed a grin and blurted, "Unbelievable!" when a girl suddenly stepped into the hallway behind him and called him Master. The hero had no idea who she was. The petite girl popped her head around the hallway corner and tilted her face up at her host as the boy, breathless with excitement at finding himself in another world, whooped, "Awesome!" He had to adapt fast to this place. His mind raced over how alien it was compared to home and which cold, hard survival skills would keep him alive. A jolt of caution lanced through him and he spun back around. He barreled into the house, she dove around the corner to hide, and he sprinted to the food shelves to make sure she was exactly in place. He slammed cam mode on and ran a rapid outfit check, tugging collars and straightening seams until every piece sat perfectly in place. His bed lay empty, exactly as it had for 10 years. Undressing, he felt no surprise at the unchanged scene, then yawned so hard tears sprang from his eyes. Bone-deep exhaustion sent him crashing onto the bed. A heavy sigh tore from him as the 60-year-old family house breathed out the lingering scent of grandfathers. When the hero slipped inside it, a shield of safety wrapped him tight. Closing his eyes, he dared to believe sleep would finally take him. A scream yanked him from his seat again. The frightened girls were shrieking, begging the others to run, and he felt time collapse as he asked himself, "Is this really happening again?" Their sudden cries ripped a shiver through him. Disbelief slammed into them. These girls had been teleported straight into the dragon's nest. The dragon growled at the girls, so they unleashed the last of their magic to hurl the beast away from the town. And with voices breaking and tears streaming, they cried out to the princess. They swore the princess must escape and sprang into action to distract the dragon. One girl hurled herself forward and jeered, yelling that the beast was nothing but an overgrown lizard. The girls quaked as its full power slammed into them, and the princess seized her friend, shouting, "Where did you say we should run?" The straggler's house loomed ahead, and the dragon cut off their escape behind. Royal blood anchored her. She couldn't abandon her people. She had to lead them into battle, not run. She clutched the dragon egg as a girl frantically signaled the princess to fall back, and the dragon hunched, condensing crackling magic in its maw to strike. It blasted a wall of flames straight at the girls, who yanked their wands up to meet it, and a deafening explosion rocked right outside the hero's house. He clamped his hands over his ears and blurted his thoughts aloud, while the girls scrambled to defend themselves and caught sight of the barrier beginning to buckle. He shoved his face into the pillow, desperate to vanish as pain tore through his head, splitting it wider. Meanwhile, the girl collapsed to her knees, begging the princess, pleading for her to leave them, while the princess barked at her to be quiet. She shouted a fierce vow that she'd never leave them. The girls howled at the princess. Their cries slammed into the hero's ears, shredding him with pain as he screamed himself into madness. He couldn't take it anymore. He drew a thunderous breath, filling his lungs with raw, burning rage. He screamed at the top of his lungs, snapping at the juveniles to let him sleep. The girls spotted a tornado barreling toward them. The hero had unleashed it, and with the dragon at their side they stared at it in raw horror. The tornado barreled in, ripped the girls and the dragon off their feet, and slammed them into the earth. He clamped a hand over his mouth, stomach dropping as he realized he'd shouted like thunder. He sprinted to the girls and cried, "Are you okay?" They trembled at the raw might he'd unleashed, their clothes shredded by the tornado. Tears streamed and her cheeks flamed as she screamed at him to stop. Exposed without underwear and shaking in front of him, she lost control and wet herself again. Shame flared in the hero. His voice had undone her and she had wet herself again. The trembling girl confessed he'd slain the dragon, begged to know what punishment they deserved, and pleaded that he spare her people, even if it meant taking her life. A ragged sigh ripped from him. Her words baffled him, and he recoiled. He refused to become her. He pleaded with them to be kind and haul their dragon away. The unfathomable thing didn't belong here. One girl pressed her hands to her mouth in shock, and the princess stared at the hero, eyes wide with surprise. Shock slammed her. She couldn't believe they'd brought down that dragon. A beast like that needs at least 10 adventurers to fell. Its scales alone were worth a fortune, and its heart, pulsing with raw magic, was worth more than any gemstone. Confusion knotted her brow as the princess demanded why he was giving them something so valuable. He shrugged and spat he had no use for that car. Didn't care if they sold it or hauled it off to the scrapyard. He jabbed a finger at them and barked, "Stay away for a while and let me sleep." Bone tired of them and clutching a brutal headache, the princess saw he had no ulterior motives, and only magic could lift the dragon now. One born to fly could not be forced to crawl. While summoning a dragon, the princess, bare-bottomed and unbothered, told the guy her name was Dynia Prussia Medicine, declared she was Prussia's second princess, vowed to repay him, and begged that the hero remember her. The hero saw they were a bunch of fun guys, but exhaustion crushed him. After stretching until his limbs protested and yawning until tears streamed, he went into the house, sure he'd finally sleep in peace. He slept, his head somehow ending up on someone's lap, and a voice sliced through the dream calling his name. His fingers grazed someone's soft feet. An incredible, dizzying warmth flooded him, and he couldn't fathom where it came from. A girl planted her hands on his head and cheerfully said she'd made him lunch. He jolted awake, locked eyes with the smiling girl in stunned bewilderment, and blurted, "Who are you?" The girl branded him master, and announced the disaster was ready to strike. The boy's mind raced to remember if he'd shut the door, and she insisted it was sealed, only he could open it. Doubt snapped through him. If that was true, how did she get in here? She shattered the silence and declared, "My name is Sakira, a spirit bound to this house. Decades after her birth, she finally stood face to face with the family member who'd cared for her all those years. Shame had frozen her from approaching him, and when the hero asked who had named her, he revealed that Sakura means cherry blossom. Memory slammed into the hero. The house's wall supports were cherry wood. Akura whooped. Ecstatic, the hero remembered. The hero swore his grandfather had told him. Grandfather warned Daichai that cherry wood was almost never used in construction, and the hero, startled when their hand met the wall, blurted that the house felt cool. After touching the wall, Daichai had no clue a ridiculously cute girl was living with them. She flushed at being called cute, thanked him, and insisted the Lord must already be ravenous after everything that had happened. She told him to raid the food, helped herself to whatever he had, and whatever she fished out of the fridge. Daichi's eyes lit up at the sight of a home-cooked meal. Then he remembered Sakura's warning about fridge food and blurted, "Why is it warm?" Sakura boasted she conjured electricity with magic, and with groundwater flowing beneath the house she engineered the plumbing herself. Daichai gaped at the magic, awe exploding at how incredible it was. The girl grinned and snapped for him to gobble it down before it went cold. Daichai thanked her, then lunged at the plate and devoured every bite. Belly full, he turned to Sakura, resolved to ask. He knew he was in another world but had no idea why he'd been summoned. Sakura grinned and said he'd lived here long enough to soak up every ounce of its magic. The house itself thrummed with enchantment. The hero's memory snapped to the princess's warning. Everyone here knew exactly what force slumbered in this house. Scholars called it the Dragon Artery, a roaring well of concentrated magic, and Sakura and the hero themselves thrummed with powerful magic too. Sekiro's eyes lit as she revealed to Daichai he'd been raised in this house since birth, every corner thrumming with magic. The hero suddenly traced those gusting winds to their source, and Sekiro, electric with excitement, urged him to picture the feats he'd pull off. She was certain a little practice with magic would unlock his true potential. The hero sprang to his feet and suggested they do it outside the house, vowing he wouldn't hurt her. Sekiro blinked in surprise and thanked the hero for his concern, and he asked her to wait here while he changed his clothes. They stepped outside and gaped at the giant craters ripped into the ground by yesterday's fight, and Decius scratched his head. Rage boiled as Dakai ground his teeth and blamed those little girls. When Sakura asked what he'd study first, he snapped that learning to produce food was crucial, though he'd rather clear those pits first. Food had to come first. Sakura nodded, a daring glint in her eye as she proclaimed she knew how they could produce more food. Deiji shot her a wary look. She extended her hand. An apple materialized in her palms, and she presented it to the stunned Tiro with a smile. They could sow seeds and raise apple trees to paint the lawn green again and kill 2 parrots with 1 stone. Daichai realized it would be a bit long and checked with Sakura how long trees take to grow, and Sakura smiled. No sweat, we can speed their growth with magic. Disbelief flared and the hero hesitated. It was his first time, so the girl vowed to be his mediator. Fully attuned to his power, she urged him to use it as he wished. And before he even noticed her request, Sekiro grinned and told him to touch her and imagine a tree sprouting. Daichai's cheeks flared crimson as he echoed her words. Then his voice cracked and he stammered. "Where am I supposed to touch you?" Sakura lifted her chin to him and vowed she was at his service. Daichai thought his lips had uncoiled and said he'd do it. Embarrassment flooded Daichai's cheeks as he stared, baffled by Sakura's exhausted post-run flush. She pleaded with the master to picture an apple tree growing so she could draw on his power. And as he stroked her head, he realized the tree had to sprout first. He pictured the seed about to burst into life. The girl trembled as the guy felt it stir. He'd already pictured it surging as Sakura, gasping, crumpled to her knees before the hero, and she couldn't shake how unbelievably powerful his magic was. He breathed, "Almost done," and she clung on with the last of her strength. Moments later, a stubborn sprout burst up through the dirt. He stared at the sprout, eyes blazing, and blurted that it had popped up almost instantly. If it was that simple, he could already picture a whole tree, and he told Sakura he could have skipped a few steps. Sakura panted, saying she was very hot. Daichai leaned close and asked if she was tired. Sakura, startled, insisted she was fine and volunteered to keep going. Convinced he could pull it off, the hero planted his palm on Sakura's head and declared they would continue. Sakura let out a strained sigh. She couldn't hold back. He was pouring massive power into her. He poured more power into her than the situation called for. Tears streamed down her flushed face as she screamed it was impossible. His strength was overwhelming. She held her hands over the sprout and watched it swell and swell. She screamed she couldn't take another second. Just a little more, and it would be the end. while the sprout below tore through the soil, shooting up faster and faster. Power roared through her, and moments later a lush apple tree burst from the sprout. Daichai stared up at its canopy, stunned, and blurted that it had grown in an instant. He spun toward Sakura, sprawled on the ground, and called, "Are you okay?" But she froze, words stuck in her throat. She never expected him to do something like that. She grinned, declared he'd done a wonderful job, plucked an apple and pressed it into the hero's palm. "He made this himself," she crowed, and Daichai smiled, saying they'd grown it together. She flashed a grin and nodded, her smile sealing her agreement. After tasting it, the boy's grin exploded. It was shockingly sweet. A bolt of clarity struck him. This is how magic must be used. Sakura declared its power was incredible and urged them to turn this place into a sprawling orchard. They'd have to plant countless trees, and Sakura grinned, eager to help the hero, when suddenly a creature swooped over Sakura. A colossal bird-like creature dove in, snatched Sakura in its talons, and carried her off. The princess hauled a massive sack of gold, dropped it with a grunt, and spat that it was unbearably heavy. They'd sold the dragon for a handsome price, and inside lay just over 3,000 silver coins she had to deliver to the man who'd slain the beast. She refused to risk her men back in that deadly place, cursed that her energy hadn't returned, so she couldn't make the coins float, and then her gaze snapped up to a creature drifting across the sky. Its scales flared with every color of the rainbow, yet the dragon itself was small. A supreme beast that outshone all others, darting with uncanny agility and utterly immune to magic. Shudai had barely ever glimpsed such a mighty, rare dragon, and the girl insisted it had been lured by the creature's raw, titanic magic. Daichai bellowed to Sakura. If the dragon tore his house away, he'd be branded a bullshit landlord. He had to save her. He gritted his teeth. He had to unleash magic and land a razor-true strike to keep Sakura safe, wondered if he could do it without her, and forced himself, the hero, to visualize the spell. He barked an order, and the apple tree launched itself, barreling straight at the dragon, and Daichai's grin exploded. He'd just cast magic on his own. The dragon spat her loose. Sakura hurtled down. The hero barked another command, and the tree shot at her as she screamed, begging to be caught. He tore after the girl on all his legs, closed the gap, and Sakura crashed down, landing squarely on top of the guy. The hero snatched the girl from falling, and his hand accidentally closed around the juggling balls she was holding. She sprang up, Sakura spun away, and the hero blurted an apology. He'd only tried to catch her. It was an accident. The girl beamed and thanked him, then yelled to Daichai that a dragon was charging in at 12 o'clock. The guy saw the beast circle for a refill and grumbled it was stubborn, while the girl guessed it wanted to build a nest on that pocket of magical power. A thunderous growl ripped from his stomach and his cheeks flared crimson as embarrassment slammed into him, right when it mattered most. Sekiro's jaw dropped. How could the hero be hungry right now? She watched, seeing he'd burned through so much energy traversing the trees. Sakura declared to the master that, from all the info she'd gathered, dragon meat was outrageously delicious, and he pleaded with her not to tease him with that impossibly cute face. The hero clocked the dragon's freakish scales, swore it was poisonous, and pictured a banquet for the two of them. He attacked them first, leaving nothing to be done, and Daichai decided he was going to eat that dragon. With Sekiro finally safe, power boiled inside him like lava, and he hurled a raw, thunderous shout straight at it. He roared he wanted to get some dragon meat, and the tornado barreled toward the dragon. The dragon roared and spun aside. A claw nearly struck him, but he rolled clear. Daichai told himself the dragon was far away. The dragon fixed the guy with a cold, disapproving stare. Sakura watched the dragon tear off into the sky. The man warned it would be trouble if it bit anyone else. But he was too far. So Sakura hollered to the master. She said his introduction was crucial. He couldn't just shout. He had to aim that shout with his mind. Understanding slammed it into Daichai. He tried again, ripping a jagged breath into his lungs. He ripped a tornado from the heavens, bellowed at the dragon, and commanded it to land. Panic slammed into the dragon when it locked eyes with a massive tornado bearing down on it, and then an explosion ripped the air apart. The princess, closing on them, flinched when the sound cracked out and panic seized her, as a savage rush of wind barreled straight at her. The stream grabbed her and hurled her to the ground, tearing the fabric across her chest. As she tumbled, she cried out, "Why does this happen to me every time I come here?" The hero whooped, "We did it!" Magic surges when he channels his focus. Daichai turned to Sekiro and asked, "What should we do with it now?" Sakura balled her hand into a fist and demanded everything be handed to her. She knew how to slice dragons apart, and with magic it would be effortless. The guy practically vibrated with glee, boasting he had the coolest house. Sakura slammed a steaming plate before her master. grinning as she declared she'd prepared a rainbow dragon steak just for him and wished him a pleasant appetite. The hero took one bite and roared. It was incredible. The steak melted in his mouth, meat so tender he swore he could eat it like that all day. And Sekiro had even built a massive magic-powered refrigerator that hummed beside their apple trees. Daichai insisted Sakura could make anything, but Sakura snapped that wasn't true, thanked the master for saving her today, and laughed at how fun it was to be self-sufficient in another world. She barely hauled herself upright, spat that it was his magic again, snatched the coins, vowed she'd come back later, and shrugged it off like business as usual. Apple farming exploded into success and the orchard shot up, spreading before our eyes. Sakura beamed and told the hero he'd come a long way. Daichai nodded, grinning that magic made growing trees a breeze. Sakura snapped, "Then it's time for the next lesson." And the hero shot her a puzzled look. She flashed a grin and vowed she'd be his guide again. She leaned against the tree, bared her backside, and asked the hero to touch her and transfer her magic. His eyes widened and a hot flush burned his cheeks at how erotic it looked. Then he stepped up behind Sakura, seized her shoulders, asked if she was ready, and she agreed. She spat that he'd shown up. They spun and froze at an incomprehensible creature with a tree growing from its head, its eyes locked on them. Daichai burst in, stunned, and demanded to know what it was. Sakura said it was a wooden golem, a tiny one that snatched apples with eerie precision. And Daichai gaped as a bolt of astonishment proved magic could do this. Suddenly, something streaked behind Sakura's back, revealing a nightmarish humanoid with the head of a dog. "They pounced on the girl from behind!" She cried out to the master, who was hunched over the golem and didn't even notice. Choking on sobs, she begged him. They had to become one with him this instant. A hard gulp lodged in Daichai's throat as he wrestled with her meaning. Visions of the two of them living under one roof flickered through his mind, but he'd only just started seeing her. She couldn't take physical form in his world, and the day sweltered, so he agreed. He sank into a deep bow before Sakura and thanked her, his chest blazing with the thought that this day had finally arrived. Sakura leaned in and told him to shut his eyes. The boy, cheeks burning, obeyed, and their foreheads pressed together. He clamped his eyes shut, mortification boiling over as he realized just how close he'd been to her. The boundary between their bodies dissolved into nothing. A soft sigh escaped him as he realized how warm she was. A sensation like nothing he'd ever felt crashed over him, and he thought he could get used to it. He snapped his eyes open and froze as a shimmering hologram unfurled above him, hovering like a glowing map. He demanded Sakura slow down and tell him where they were, and she smiled, saying they were hovering above their land, seeing everything like a bird, the exact reason she wanted to merge with him. And the view stunned him, his mind reeling at how a spirit could do this, finally clicking that their idea of merging wasn't the same. Sakura roared that 65 magical monsters were trying to sneak into their home territory, and when she felt them closing in, she fused herself with the land. The armored wolf bared his sword with a feral grin and roared that the land pulsed with magic, perfect to carve a new home for his wolf clan. This was Galagaru, ruler of the forest that held Daichai's house. His warriors roared that every last thing was in place and they stood ready, and he swore this place would be their new home. Gripping their swords, the wolves hoisted them high as Gallo barked for them to fight exactly like in their last takeover of the city. Win this, and they'd tear into a triumphant feast. Gallo roared, dispatching messengers to every warrior with a single brutal order: destroy anyone who resists. He barked the order to open telepathic contact. The second squad launched the assault. The third and fourth surged together into the attack, and the fifth leapt into action with the sixth charging right behind. Daichai's eyes locked on the map as dots hurtled toward his house. He smacked his fist into his palm and snarled he wouldn't let anyone set foot on his property. Let them try. He didn't think it'd end well for them. The wolves were already bearing down on his house. They barreled through the thick trees, shredding branches in their wake. Gallo roared across the ranks, ordering every troop to annihilate all their enemies. He radiated confidence, convinced his elite squad would crush every enemy in minutes, telepathy knitting their moves into one lethal mind. The wolf dragged a bloodthirsty lick across its muzzle and snarled that their enemies could only pray to the gods. Every squad surged forward, unstoppable. The hero realized they were dangerously close and closed in, encircling his house from every angle. Daichai grunted. Every reckless fool's gunning for this place. 65 shadows encircled him, his pulse thundered. Could he stand and fight them off alone? Sakura urged the Hyojin to use her. They'd fused into one organism, so if Daichai funneled his magic into her, she would weave traps. The hero thought it was awesome if they could do that, and Daichai said these guys had 6 squads. He gripped the girl's shoulders, locked eyes with her, declared he was entrusting everything to her again, shoved his doubts aside, and begged to be allowed to rely on her. Gallo bellowed, and his wolves surged forward to attack. They slammed to a stop by an apple tree when one wolf's gaze locked on it. The trunk shuddered, roots ripped free from the earth, and panic raced through their unit. The hero roared, "Rise!" and the golems thundered upright. A wooden golem shot up from the ground, towering over the pack and sending a whole troop of wolves yelping and scattering. Golems erupted around their house, bursting up on every side right where the wolves were attacking. The squad stared, baffled, demanding who he was. Gallo's squad told the commander flatly the golem wasn't alive, just a magical creature. Gallo glared at the warrior and sneered. "Did you fall from an apple tree?" Building a machine like this demanded insane magic. Ordinary golems were human-sized, but that one was colossal, and the wolves kept telling themselves it had to be a dream. Gallo whirled as his soldiers' frantic cries sliced the air. A towering golem loomed before them, and they were begging for help. Gallo begged them not to tell him there were 5 more of those golems. They walked straight into the trap, and Gallo paid the price. Desai roared that this was his territory, and he wouldn't tolerate trespassers. Then he snapped orders for the golems to hurl the garbage away. From all sides, golems hurled the wolves back, and the beasts sailed off them with brutal ease. That fate struck every unit of wolves. Watching the golem hurl wolves skyward, Sakura beamed at the master and told him it was brilliant, calling him simply excellent at controlling golems. Deikai told her the golems had done a good job today. Then his stomach rumbled again. He gasped, "I've burned through all my energy. It's time to eat." And Sakura's eyes snapped open, remembering the hero hadn't eaten breakfast today. It was time to whip up something mouth-watering just for him. Daichai thanked Sakura. When the wolves were struck, massive golems loomed all the way into the city and left everyone gaping, and the hero, thrilled by the world's lush greenery, spotted cool animals streaking through the forest. 7 long days had burned away since he arrived. He tracked the dragon tearing past him, and the realization slammed into him. He'd arrived in this world exactly a week ago. In the past world, he bolted at 6 on the dot, battled through work, and clawed onto the last train by a hair. He'd grown used to the grind, and when he swung the door open, he shouted, "I'm home!" Sakura roared he was finally back. Monsters were trying to break into their house. He shoved his earlier words aside, still not used to uninvited guests, gripped the girl's shoulders, and asked her to show him what was going on. Daichai caught sight of the wolves again, but this time they prowled beside someone else. They weren't wearing the same clothes as last time. They were much smaller, and the guy sensed they hadn't come to fight, so he told Sakura to spring the traps if they showed hostility towards them. Daichai and Sekiro stormed out and faced the unwelcome guests head-on. He snapped at the kids for trespassing. A wolf leaned to another and whispered, "That's the king's magical aura." Then the pack knelt before the hero and declared him their king, the Luta wolves who ruled this demonic forest. Chief Garu strode forward, introduced himself, and declared they had bowed before him as king. They slammed down proof, and the mysterious hooded beast stripped off his clothes. "Sorry, I can't rewrite sexual violence or cannibalism, but I can recast it as tense, dramatic, and non-sexual." The chief's sister was dragged before the crowd and handed to Daichai as a sacrificial offering. Daichai stepped forward, ravenous for power, and demanded she be surrendered to him. Want that punched up into a killer narrator line? He slammed a hand over his eyes and shouted, "What is going on?" Stunned that she stood naked before him and refusing to believe she was a real she-wolf, since aside from the tail and ears she looked like any ordinary girl. Daichai fixed the unfortunate girl with a glare and demanded Garu explain himself. Garu snarled he'd eat him if she didn't suit him, and the girl boasted she brimmed with magical energy, and eating her would refill his reserves. Garu begged to devour her if it meant sparing the rest of his men. Daichai had no idea his magic could be siphoned like that. Shock slammed into him when a lowly she-wolf offered to eat him. He whirled on Garu and demanded, "Did you get the shores wrong?" Deiji shoved the wolf back with a burst of magic and roared that the beast was wrong. He'd never eat anyone, least of all his sister, and he had no wish to be anyone's king. He only wanted to live in peace and tranquility. The squad froze, eyes wide, asking if he'd forgive them for invading his territory. They'd been routed and fled, so he could bend them to his will. Daichai paused, snatched the cape beside the naked girl, and said that ordering it was a good idea. Even after dressing the girl, he barked at them, "Never attack humans again." That was all he wanted. The girl stared at Daichai, stunned. Garu froze, stunned that the losers were shown leniency. He swept his sobbing sister into a fierce hug, relief roaring from him as he cried that she was okay. The hero waved his hand like a judge and insisted that, wolf-faced though they were still human. ordered them to leave now and never forget that command. Garu begged him once more to take the throne, and if he refused, vowed to bring him their offerings. He jabbed at a towering cart heaving with food, bellowed that it held the wolf clan's entire supply, and implored Daichai to accept these offerings. Temptation clawed at him, but he grabbed only a couple bags and offered to take the rest back to their families. The wolf assumed he wasn't pleased with their gifts, but Daichai snapped that wasn't the point. Only the two of them stood there, and Sekiro's gaze was pinned to her figure. The wolf squad snapped a crisp salute to him and shouted that Sekiro was in peak, battle-ready shape. They yanked the carts away, rubbing his lower back and begging forgiveness again. Daichai winced at how loud they'd been, and with the house finally safe to return to, he still couldn't believe he'd become their king. Sakura flashed a smile and told the master she'd turn these gifts into tonight's dinner, a steaming vegetable stew, and the hero, savoring it inside his head, decided it was delicious, though Luta-Wolf kings aren't meant to gain weight so recklessly. Days after the Ludwolves tore into the Daiichi house, Medi's kingdom lay eerily calm. She slammed the sacks of silver down, eyes blazing with iron resolve. Today she would finish her mission. Today she swore she'd rush these coins straight into the hero's hands. Trekking the forest path, Sakura and Daichai snapped their heads up as two dragons tore across the sky. He locked onto the nearest branch with an apple and asked what it was, and the boy snatched it free, then stared as it gleamed gold. Daiichi suspected the apple was a rare prize, and he had no clue if it was even safe to eat. Sakura's eyes snapped to another, identical to the first. She never suspected that eating them would trigger anything. They sank their teeth into the apples together. The hero whooped that it was insanely sweet and juicy, but the moment Daichai swallowed, a chill ran through him. Something was wrong with that apple. A scorching pain ripped through his body, and he screamed at Sekiro, "What's going on?" He locked onto Sakura. She was heaving for breath, then snapped her gaze to her master. Cheeks burning, he stepped up to Sakura and confessed he'd been dying to tell her something since the moment they first met. A voice sliced the silence. "What are you doing here?" The hero whirled on Sakura, barking, "Did you say that?" Sakura shot back, "It wasn't me." A dragon thundered overhead and snarled to his companion that the king had banned him from these skies and branded him a disgrace. The other snapped he knew nothing, for he saw no one here who could harm him. Adrienne froze as this dragon spoke, and Sakura heard every word. Then Sakura sniffed the apple, proclaimed it thrummed with faint draconic magic, and guessed that the moment they bit it, they began to understand the dragons. They planted this tree on the exact spot they slew the great dragon. His blood, saturated with raw magical energy, soaked into the soil and fused with their magic. So this apple packs a devastating power. He tossed the apple in his hand, grinning as he called it electrifying news. Maybe different animals' blood would yield even stranger things, and he resolved to investigate later. An explosion tore the air apart. Blindsided, the guy sent his apple skittering from his hand and snapped, "What is it this time?" A golem erupted in front of him and snatched the princess. She turned red as a tomato and offered a trembling hello to the hero, and the boy noticed she was dripping again. Shock ripped through him. This had happened again. Realization slammed into the princess. The hero had already forgotten her. Rage boiled in Daichai as he demanded how much longer she'd keep wrecking his lawn. She dropped to her knees, begged forgiveness, and swore she finally had a reason for coming. She met his gaze and snapped, "I have to pay you back." She made that magic bristling place her home, announced she was Dinia, and shrugged off any title. Realization slammed into him. She'd never called him by name, probably because he'd never introduced himself. So he scratched the back of his head and asked why Dinah had come, and the girl suddenly remembered, saying she'd dropped them when the golem grabbed her. She thrust two massive bags before Sakura and Daichai, spun to him, and breathless with relief thanked him for saving her from the dragon. She shoved the pile toward him, offering his cut from the dragon's sale, 3,000 silver coins, worth almost 3 million gold pieces. He yanked the bag open, recognized the local coins at a glance, and a wild grin spread. There was enough here that he wouldn't need money for a whole year. He could idle 12 months because these coins matched the value of yen. The princess sized up Gollum, impressed he'd actually pulled it off. When the hero crashed in and saved her life, she swore she'd come back. Daichai grinned and said the girl was very conscientious. She let out a heavy sigh, admitted that was her only plus, her magic aside, which she'd been bungling lately. Then dragon voices thundered from above and one rumbled, "We attack first." The first dragon demanded if he was really sure. They were literally talking about the guy who ate a dragon. The king roared he wanted a one-on-one with him. The second dragon snapped to see the man no taller than a pebble. If he'd killed their brother, he'd already be dead. The dragon taunted him as a puppy, salivating at how tasty so much magic would make him. And when the hero told the princess they'd be eaten again, she recoiled, furious. Daichai's gaze pinned the dragons as they swelled into a thunderous swarm, a razor-sharp question slicing through him. How many would it take to defeat him? She flung her head back in horror and saw 5 to 10 dragons, so many they filled the sky. Panic slammed into her and she wet her stockings again, thinking they were finished. Daichai's jaw dropped as dragons swarmed the sky. Clearly the heroes had caused this chaos. Daichi glared at the princess, cold dread knotting his gut. She already knew, and they'd been ambushed the instant she arrived. Tears streamed down her face as she stared at the hero and begged him not to dump all the blame on her. He exhaled and said he was joking. Spotting those birds, the hero said they had to get ready for battle. The princess froze, stunned they'd have to fight so many dragons. One of the dragons surged forward and bellowed to the others. "I'll go first!" He barked for the others to follow and launched into the sky with the heroes. Terror clawed at the princess's throat as she screamed, "They're attacking!" She whipped out her wand and barked a spell to burn and scorch her enemies, hurling a blazing fire spear that shot straight at the dragon. The spear slammed square into the dragon's hide, and he seized the shaft with his massive paws. A deafening blast tore through the air, hurling the other dragons sprawling to the sides. She replayed every choice she'd made as the last wisp of smoke drifted away. We froze as a colossal dragon loomed above us, rage boiling in its veins. Her jaw dropped. Her best magic trick had failed. The dragon was anything but ordinary, and over a dozen of them loomed around her. One dragon sneered that the others were cotton nuts. Another jeered that the hero was so frozen with fear he couldn't lift a finger. And a third crowed that if that was true, they had nothing to fear. All the dragons readied to strike, roaring that they'd been dead for ages. He roared to the girls that they were all attacking and it was dangerous, urged Dinia to get behind him, and vowed he'd handle it. She demanded they stall for him, snarling she could still beat them. She refused to just stand by and watch Daichi fight. Back then, whenever her magic betrayed her, her old mentor would do exactly that. The princess's gaze dropped to her own backside. She dropped to her knees before the hero. Daichai, jaw slack, blurted, "What training did your mentor put you through?" He sized up the dragons and, worn down by her pleading, agreed to take the training on. He roared he'd spank her to save them. The red-faced boy pleaded not to be called a pervert, then sneered that the princess was dirty. Cheeks flaring, she lifted her chin and declared it was working. She could handle them. She felt it slam into her, magic boiling over, flooding her veins. The dragons had already reared to strike and bellowed for everyone to swarm the heroes, and one dragon growled, "How are we supposed to eat them if we vaporize them?" Power roared through the princess's core. She prayed it would work. Bracing to strike, she thrust her wand skyward and a blistering beam of light erupted. She let out a sultry cry as it streaked straight for the dragons, who couldn't fathom what hit them and only felt themselves seared. One staggered, certain he was dying, and all of them unleashed a savage, wild roar. A colossal sizzling beam rocketed into the sky, scorching the dragons. One of the dragons plummeted from the sky and slammed into the ground right at the hero's feet. The princess never imagined she was capable of that, and the dragons recoiled in disbelief as a single shot killed their fellow dragon. Just as the king had said, they whirled, blasted into the sky, and swore they'd never enter that area again. She yanked off her hat and clutched her head, scrambling to name what had just happened. This was a legendary magic class, and she'd never done anything like it, and the hero stood clueless, not understanding a word of her frantic yelling right now. It hit her. During the spanking, he'd poured his magic into hers, and that's why her attack detonated with devastating force. Her legs buckled and she crumpled to her knees, gasping that her magic was utterly spent, stunned that the guy stood there like he hadn't done a thing. Oblivious and smug, he shrugged it off, didn't care. All that mattered was getting her to haul that dragon out of here. He smiled at her, stunned by how she pulled it off. Daichai declared she deserved the reward, and he'd be devastated if she left her prize behind. The princess stared at him, disbelief ripping through her. She'd slain the dragon. She'd warned him dragons cost a fortune, and now he was handing her a whole dragon again. She shot Daichai a pleading look, dread boiling in her veins. She'd defied his order to stay away. A memory hit him like a punch and he jabbed a finger at her. He'd told her not to come. Then his gaze snapped to Sakura, silently watching them. He smiled, insisted he wasn't angry, and declared he didn't care what was happening so long as he lived in this house. This place was all he had left in the world. Sakura beamed, a delighted smile blooming as she turned to the master. The princess fired a grateful thank you at the hero, and Daichai demanded, "What are you thanking him for?" Relief crashed over her like a tidal wave when she learned he'd finally dropped his grudge against her. Drained to the bone, she swore she'd come back that night for the dragon. As she turned to leave, she shot him one last look, a tiny flame of hope that they'd meet again. Next time he asked her to come without the dragon pack, she flicked her wand and prayed it would be so. Daichai paused, then urged Sekiro to have the golem haul the dragon to the teleport point. Her body would give them away if it stayed where it lay. Stretching out, he rumbled he was starving and snatched a tiny glorious nibble. She grinned. "We're having pudding tonight." Night slammed shut. The princess cast a teleportation ring that crackled around her, and a dragon loomed inches before her. She gaped at the corpse, baffled, certain the hero had flung it beyond his territory. Night had already fallen, so the princess decided to snatch up the dragon and shoot home through a teleporter. A teleportation burst to life at the Prussian castle. She snapped into being, the dragon materializing right beside the fountain. She swiped sweat from her forehead and a voice snapped behind her. "What's going on here?" It was the magical Captain Knight. She announced the carcass was a dragon she'd scorched with a single strike. Then the girl asked they sell it and put the gold in the treasury. The knight stared, awestruck. Its scales shimmered and reflected magic, proof it was a high-level dragon. He turned to the princess and told her he admired her. She'd slain such a beast all by herself. The princess never claimed the kill. She said he fell from a single shot, and a man at her side had poured some of his magic into her. The knight jerked back, shouting, "That's augmentation!" They both knew it demanded a ritual, and the princess, aware of the rule, watched wide-eyed as he sparked the augmentation with a single touch. They'd anoint him a legendary, or straight-up top-tier mage class in a heartbeat. The knight itself recoiled. Someone in this forest exuded staggering, almost impossible power. They realized the Dragon King had vanished from the forest. They must be scheming, and that felt disturbingly likely. Maybe it meant a dragon-eating man lived here. The girl limped through the forest, clutching her cane, and spotted a light beside Daichai's house. That strange girl froze, her gaze drilling into Daichai's apple tree. Striding through the heart of his garden, mid-chat with Sakura, Daichi's eyes suddenly locked on a girl standing by the apple tree. He blurted he'd never seen an intruder this cute here, and it hit him. The girl was lost. The hero locked eyes and demanded, "Are those really apples?" Then snapped, "Yes, golden or not, they're still apples." She declared she finally understood and had learned something new on her journey, and the hero stared at her, wondering if leaving home that young could really be considered normal. The little girl thrust out her hand and proclaimed, "I'm Hestia!" She radiated pure delight at meeting them. The boy shot his hand out and mirrored the gesture. When her stomach rumbled, the guy assumed she was hungry, but Hestia said she didn't know, only that her stomach was making strange noises, and the hero wasn't sure if she was all right. Daichai locked eyes with Sakura and asked if she'd be okay with Hestia eating that apple. Sakura's grin sharpened, and she decided to test it out. A colossal, dragon-like aura coiled around the girl. Sakura's eyes bulged at how much magical aura burst from such a tiny girl. She flashed a confident smile and insisted she'd be fine. The kid crackled with raw power, so the hero leapt forward, offering to test the magic on her and see what it would unleash. Ripping the apple free, Daichai declared she brimmed with magical energy and shoved the fruit into Hestia's hands. Hester shot him a sharp look and asked if he was really giving her the apple. He said yes, so she snatched it and bit down. She sank her teeth into the piece and chewed it down. She tasted the apple, devoured it in a flash and demanded more, and he stood there stunned, asking how she could still be hungry when that apple was more nutritious than anything he'd ever eaten. Sakura's smile erupted. The hero instantly read her bright mood and figured she liked kits. She agreed without hesitation, and the tireless little master, perpetually grinning and buzzing with energy, exploded into her memory. Daichai nodded in agreement, but talking about childhood right in front of her own house felt bizarre. Hestia gushed that it was delicious and looked like she could barely fit another bite. The hero's grin softened into something tender as he ached to stroke the top of her head. He grinned and said, "You actually know a few arcane words after all." And Hestia fired him a sharp, unhappy look. Daichai blurted to Sakura, "Ready to go home?" Then snapped at Hesho, asking where she'd go. After thanking her, she pronounced the apple delicious and admitted she'd probably go home. The hero nodded and murmured, "Maybe we'll meet again later." And she flashed a confident smile. "We will, definitely." Sakura snorted that the girl was strange, and Daichai shrugged, convinced oddities were just part of this world. When she reached her destination, a voice rasped that he had been waiting for her for a long time. A colossal dragon burst forth before the little girl, poised to greet the Dragon King, Hestia Raiden. Relief crashed through him. She'd come back from human territory in one piece. He stared at the girl's clothes, which had completely fallen off her. She burst into a new form and smiled. The dragon roared that her human disguise was flawless, and she shot back, eyes blazing. "Don't downplay me. We both toiled, soaked in sweat for our people." The dragon bowed its head and rumbled an apology, then pressed her. How had the journey gone, and was the enemy truly that strong? The girl, pretending she'd forgotten, jolted back to memory. She flat out refused to fight the hero, and the dragon's jaw dropped. She was staring down near certain death, but she refused to burn the place to save herself. He towered over her in strength, and his apples burst with flavor. The hesitant dragon peered at her and asked if that was true. Many fighters bristled, primed to strike the enemy, shoring up the lines and waiting for her signal. She knew it, barked for them to hold, and Hestia threw down a challenge. If they saw the devastating power he'd wield to slay the Dragon King, they'd retreat. Everything hinges on this battle for the dragon race's prosperity. If she wins, the boy dies. If she falls, the dragons will never come to him again. She remained their king. Even if death claimed her, she stamped one command: never dare forget this battle, and make the dragon answer that he understood. Eerie moans crawled from a room in the house as a blushing Sakura lay in bed and cried out to her master. Daichai planted himself by the pit and barked for Sakura to come over. Recovering, she hauled herself out of bed and said she'd be right over. She crept up behind him and asked if her master had called, and Daichai stared at the pile of rocks and growled that those goons had turned the garden into a green mess. He couldn't even wrap his arms around a healthy rock. The girl threw out using a golem, and he locked eyes with Sakura and asked if he could synchronize with it. Sakura froze for a hot beat, then declared it could be done. He darted a glance at her ragged breaths and flushed face and blurted, "Are you okay?" She waved him off, breathless but smiling, saying she'd sprinted here as fast as she could. The hero, still worried, urged her to tell him if she felt unwell. She nodded and thanked him for his kindness. Then Daichai gently stroked her head and said they should get started. 2 colossal golems towered up right in front of them, and the guy barked, "Time to get to work!" Triumph surged through him as he realized it had worked out superbly. Daichai stared at the golem, saw it dwarfed by the rock, and decided to fuse the 2 golems into one. He channeled crackling mana into his palms, convinced it would let him command them with ease, and plunged in to see if he was right. His hand met the golem's stone, and in a heartbeat he chose to dive in. Relief cracked a grin across his face. He was right. Something stuck to him like thick glue, so soft he could hardly believe he was dabbing a wooden golem like that. And he braced himself to seize control. He gaped at how soft it was as the golem swallowed his hand whole, and Daichai snapped to Sakura. Apparently it stuck. He froze, eyes locked on the golem that had raised his own. He swore he hadn't ordered it to move. Sakura assumed he was repeating his movements. Daichai moved in to investigate. He fought to seize control of his hand inside the golem, then realized the golem was moving it too. Sakura said it was like that because he'd locked into it. He funneled his magic through his body, and every motion echoed itself. Again the guy raved that magic was incredible, and a brilliant idea sparked in his head. He dove in, squeezed here, pressed a little there, then slid over to other spots. Sakura beamed and declared that Daichi looked exactly like his childhood self. She saw him as that same kid who'd rushed over and begged, "Look what I did!" The hero hurled himself into the golem and was reborn as its hulking stone body. Only his face remained human. Who could have guessed he'd snatch up 2 golems in that phygenic wooden armor? Sekiro crowed that the master was amazing for making that out of 2 golems. The hero snapped, "Don't flatter me, because right now he looked like a chubby oak tree." He rewired his mind to picture them filming a brand new mecha. He planted himself at the control panel. The hero dared to see if he could heave the rock the same way. He hoisted the rock like it was weightless and grinned. This wooden armor meant he could do anything. He tossed out a suggestion that Sakura clean up the place. Sakura just kept smiling up at her master. It was the introduction of a new technology. The hero craned his head skyward and shouted, "These aerial projectiles are brilliant." Then with a flash of magic he bent a trunk and drove its top into the ground. And as the target tore past, the planted trees snapped and launched projectiles at the enemy. And thanks to his wooden mech, making them was easy. The hero stormed outward, seizing fresh territory and planting ruthless new traps. He locked eyes with Sakura and declared the traps would absolutely do the trick. The exhausted girl let fatigue thin her voice as she whispered, "Wonderful." She screamed her master's name and crumpled to the ground. He dove in at the last second, snatching her mid-fall and gasping, "Are you all right?" She choked out, "I'm sorry," pleading for forgiveness. It looked like she'd pushed her magic past its breaking point. She gushed that she'd had a blast with him and completely forgot her energy needed refueling. Daichai couldn't grasp her meaning. He drains energy straight from the dragon's vein, so she should have slept a few hours and she'd have been fine. He snapped upright as crunching echoed just outside the house. Sakura's voice cracked as she apologized and revealed she was, after all, the house's spirit. Sapped of energy and looking ragged, Daichai begged Sakura for any shortcut to fix everything faster, and she offered to pour her energy into him. He exhaled in relief, hope sparking that a way still existed, vowed he'd do it, while the girl faltered, barely able to answer. She blushed hard and blurted, "The most effective way to restore my magical energy is to satisfy my desire." He asked what she wanted, and her cheeks flamed with embarrassment. Sakura roared that she had to feed the burning craving inside her to restore her magical energy. He gave a sharp nod, convinced his brain had been bruised a couple times by the recent chaos, and asked her to repeat one more time exactly what she wanted. Sakura's cheeks flamed as she demanded he satisfy her libido, then slammed her hands over her face, mortified. Daichai urged her to sleep or eat to recover, but she brushed him off. She didn't need sleep, and she'd expended so much energy that restoring it would take far too much food. He realized he'd never once seen Sakura sleep. She ate next to nothing despite burning crazy amounts of energy, so he blurted, "Do you always recover your energy like this?" And Sakura's cheeks flamed crimson as she admitted she'd never been this drained before. A jolt of clarity hit HY. If that's the case, she did it all the time. He choked back a gulp, voice cracking, and confessed he was mortified they'd been chatting with her about those topics. He made up his mind. She just needed rest. His energy surged into her, restoring her faster. Sakura snapped that it was exactly like that, vowing it would help far more than just resting. He scooped the girl into his arms. Clarity hit him like a thunderclap. "I'll do it," he vowed, swearing to make Sakura's wish come true as courage surged through him. Daichai hauled the girl into the house and laid her on the bed just as rain pounded outside and the roof began to leak. The embarrassed guy's face flushed as he locked eyes with the red Sakura and blurted, "Are you ready?" Her cheeks burning, the girl before him blurted to the owner, "Is everything all right?" Daichai's eyes snapped to the spider-webbed cracks in the walls. Sakura, the house's spirit, explained why it had decayed, and when he asked if restoring the energy would fix everything, she agreed, insisted she was still the home spirit, then admitted she wasn't sure the hero would accept her body and apologized for the inconvenience. He froze, confused, and insisted she hadn't inconvenienced him at all. Then he confessed she was cute, and he loved her character, loathing to see her like this and vowing never to lose her. He begged, "If you'll let me, I'll stay with you forever." And Sakura stared at him with aching eyes before slowly pushing herself up from the bed. She wiped tears from her cheeks, beaming that it truly made her happy, and gasped that what he'd just said was unbelievable. The hero's eyes went wide as he stared at tear-streaked Sakura. She confessed she'd been thinking about him since the moment he was born. She beamed and declared she was glad they were here now. He gulped down the knot in his throat and replayed her words, cheeks burning. He'd only ever seen her as the house, but now Sakura stood before him, impossibly cute. He cupped her face, eyes blazing, and declared, "Now we're finally together." Without hesitation, the hero lunged forward and pressed his lips to hers. Rain lashed outside as Sekiro's cheeks burned with embarrassment while he stared at Daichai, who said he'd apparently figured it out and would start little by little. She stared at her master, burst into tears, and declared they were tears of joy. She was brimming with happiness. The boy collapsed into sleep right on Sakura's lap as she ran a gentle hand through his hair. Only he could be her master. He alone dwells within her. Daitree snapped awake, stunned, and demanded, "What happened? What kind of asshole tacked a whole second floor onto my house?" Sakura smiled and told her master that his magical energy thrummed inside her, so apparently she was pregnant. He chewed on her words until the truth snapped into focus, but he refused to believe biology could explain how the stone structure's second floor came to be. A sly grin split her face as she declared she was the house's spirit. By that logic, her children had become the new houses. She said he'd poured so much magical energy into her it overflowed and sprouted a brand new wing on the building. The hero froze as the truth slammed into him. Keep sharing energy with her and his house would keep growing. Sakura spat out the whole truth. Exact, blunt, and shockingly simple. And that's how his son ended up on the first floor of his own house. The instant Sakura and Daichai merged, he seized the second floor of the house. After descending to the first floor, Daichai froze, jaw dropping at the sight before him. It towered like a mountain, and the young man's grin burst with pure delight. His jaw dropped. A whole 3-bedroom apartment, already filled with furniture. He snapped at Sekiro. "This is just unbelievable!" And she went scarlet, insisting she hadn't done anything. He poured his energy into her. She overflowed with power, and the first floor burst into existence. Daichai brushed off his own heroics, volunteered to climb back up, and once he reached the top, grinned. "It's way cozier up here than downstairs." His gaze snapped to a tiny shed in the garden. He was sure it had sprung up that very night. He gaped as heaps of stuff popped up after the energy refilled, and Sakura called it strangely bare and pushed to rent it out. Daichai envisioned himself as a landlord. If they could draw settlers here, it could work. Sekiro lit up knowing he was thinking the same way she was, and she wanted the place buzzing with people too. She grabbed the owner's arm and begged him to live with her on the second floor. She wouldn't let him leave, but he had no intention of moving anywhere. He melted into a bubble of comfort, this part of the house and its furnishings cradling him. His house could keep sprouting rooms forever, but this patch of ground was the only place that ever felt like home. He dug in his heels, refusing to think differently, and Sakura crowed that it was glorious. The hero leaned in and asked, "Are you really worried?" She trembled, terrified that if he saw the new construction he'd decide he didn't want it anymore and move there, and Daichai smirked and said slyly, "If he really thought that, then he'll hurl every ounce of effort into expanding the place to its absolute limit." And Sakura chirped that she'd happily carry out whatever her master wished. He realized in an instant. Her voice made it plain she wouldn't be defeated by him. Both of them hold the right to choose and to be chosen. Sitting down next to the hero, Sakura swore she'd do whatever it took to make the master choose her. He planted his feet, refused to budge, and urged her to stop thinking about such things. Daichai slid a tray of breakfast to her and she took it. Morning after morning, that simple ritual swallowed a whole week. Their house suddenly sat atop a skyscraper, and he blurted eyes wide, "How is that even possible?" He couldn't shake it. The house had sprouted 7 extra floors in a single week, and he hadn't lifted a finger. Life with Sakura unfurled in a soft, unhurried hush. They savored meals, awoke, sank into sleep, and wandered on quiet walks. He did sneak into her secret rooms. The longest they ever slept side by side was a single week. Sakura smirked and told her master his magic hit her like a storm, still crushing her and even pouring energy into her just from standing nearby. Then the man insisted she explain everything in Russian. Even as they slept side by side, the house kept expanding. Daichai buzzed. This was the easiest, most thrilling way to build himself a new building. He didn't think the house's growth would cause anyone a problem, so his only task was to decide where to stack the new floors, and he couldn't wait to see what the house would look like by the manga's end. Perched on the balcony, the hero stared down, stunned. His house had swollen into a towering, colossal behemoth. The only thing that gnawed at him was that they were up here while the lower floors sat unguarded. Sakura flashed a smile and told Daichai the golems would take care of every problem, and the hero couldn't deny she was right. The princess crashed back, shock ripping through her as she gaped at the house. She couldn't fathom what the hell had happened, or when that massive extension had sprung up. And there, perched on top, was the guy's house. The princess shouted to see if anyone was home. Daichai's gaze snapped to her. She'd come to visit, and Sakura asked the owner to go meet her, saying if he did she needed to borrow a single thing. He swept his gaze around, spotted the elevator, and demanded, "When did you even have time to make it?" Sakura flashed a smile and declared that magic could make anything happen. Then she apologized. She couldn't go with him. She had to cook dinner. He admitted magic was useful again, felt a tiny pulse of intimidation at how the house had ballooned, then shrugged and climbed to the second floor on his own 2 feet. The other 5? He had no choice. He had to take the elevator. Daichai reached the bottom and the princess greeted him. He shot a quick hello and asked how she was doing, spotting the nervous tremor in her. She exhaled in relief. She'd feared she'd lost her way and ended up in the wrong place. He shot her a grin and said she'd missed a ton. He and Sakura had ripped through repairs while she was away. The princess, racing to wrap up her affairs in the capital and bolt here faster, bragged she hadn't slept in 2 days. Daicha scoffed. It wasn't something to celebrate. And when he looked closer, he saw dark bags under her eyes. She snapped him back to the person he'd been before he came into this world. He tore through nights, racing to finish everything before the deadline. And she hadn't come by accident. She'd come with a purpose. She planted a heavy sack of coins at his feet and dared him to take it. Inside, 1,000,000 silver coins clinked. Daichai scowled and refused, saying he didn't need the money. But she snapped it was a thank you from all the residents, and he couldn't even understand why they'd be thanking him. Ever since he settled here, the land crackles with raw magic. Animals and plants have burst into unprecedented life, and the supplies for the beasts have turned kinder and far higher in quality. He barely lifts a finger, lives only for himself, unleashes magic in quick flashes, and they thank him for it. They thrust a heavy sack of silver into his hands, their blunt, grateful payment for sparking the kingdom's prosperity. A grin split the hero's face as he agreed to take them in. He noted that this girl didn't know how to lose. He vowed to handle the money and ordered the golem to hurl the sack into the house. A cold memory of that disaster slammed into the princess and alarm flared. She snapped, They could have managed without the golem. Couldn't forget that day. And now, staring at a neat row of brand new golems, she jabbed a finger and demanded the hero tell her what they were. She gaped at the room before her, bursting with golems, as Daichai calmly told her he'd converted the entire first floor into their storage. One of the golems jolted to life, its eyes snapping open. Dread slammed into the princess, convinced history was repeating. So she pressed Daichai, asking if he was really sure since he had abused her before. He snapped not to dare say that and swore he wouldn't touch her. And she wanted to speak, but fear sealed her lips. She swept the living golems with a hard stare and snapped, "Are you planning to take over our city?" Aghast, he'd pulled together that many just for home defense. Daichai blinked, baffled. What takeover? Daydreams were fine, but he'd never schemed that, and he swore to her he would never pull it. He flashed a satisfied grin and declared he was perfectly content with his cottage and the garden by its side. The princess exhaled, relief washing over her as she said she was glad to hear it. He dubbed them golems, yet they were still nothing more than ordinary apple trees. He urged her to look. An apple tree didn't deserve her fear. The golem dropped its eyes, and the hero confessed that she made him sad. Guilt knotted the princess's voice, and she blurted an apology, jumping to conclusions as usual, while Daichai snapped that she hadn't slept in 2 days and ordered the golem to deal with it. He wrenched an apple from the golem's stone hand, flung it to the girl and grinned. "That's your delivery fee." After snatching the apple, the princess felt it pulse with raw magic. The hero told her it would help with sleep deprivation. She agreed, saying it would definitely help and make her feel better, and then asked if he was really giving it to her. Daichai grinned as he replayed her saying she wasn't feeling well. He knew an apple would make her feel better. The princess flushed with gratitude, unsure how to repay the hero, but he exhaled, waved away any payment, and urged her to just eat. She nodded, said she had to go, waved goodbye. The hero noticed she always turns this place into a racket whenever she comes. People had already poured in. Humans, prowling wolves, even dragons. While Daichai scouted for settlers, the locals stared at his house's bizarre shape, and even the princess gasped. He hatched a brilliant plan and sprinted to Sakura to pitch it. Sakura's eyes flashed as she declared they could flip the whole situation if they bonded. The hero's heart leapt, pure thrill at the fact it could actually work. The house convulsed, its frame twisting and panels sliding until the exterior snapped back into its original form. Daichai whooped, joy exploding. Their old house was back. Sekiro grinned at the house's perfect shape. It looked the same, but he'd hidden the other floors underground. 5 levels of storage and a 6th crawling with golems. He hid the golems below, crippling their usefulness, so he engineered a system that rockets them to the surface in an instant. Now the place is a secret base of slick hatches and hidden entrances. He blended into the crowd, utterly ordinary to everyone here. Sakura beamed. Relief crashed over her. People would deem this place fit to call home. The guy's eyes snapped to Hestra's silhouette and they demanded to see Sakura, who had come to see them. The hero greeted Hestia and did a double take. She'd changed. She admitted it was a disguise. Dyed hair and makeup, because that white hair screamed for attention and made travel risky. So before outings her charges dye their hair too. Daichai's eyes snapped. She said the girl had good friends. The girl squeezed the cane so hard her knuckles went white. Her eyes dropped and she declared there was no point in hiding anymore. She finally looked like herself. The boy grinned and said if she no longer needed it, she must have found a safe place to settle. Hestia nodded, and the hero's vision blurred. Unaware, he rubbed his eyes. Her outfit hit him like a burial kimono. When Hestia asked what was wrong, the guy froze, realizing these were the same kimonos he'd seen before. The ones worn only when a family member died. She puffed out her cheeks, insisting those were her best clothes, and Daichai's face flamed as he blurted an apology. He hadn't meant to say anything bad. Maybe he wasn't wrong. She only slipped it on when a life-or-death choice stared her down. Daichai's smile flickered as curiosity flared. What decision was this crumb talking about? She stepped forward, greeted them, and thanked them for the apple. He was convinced because people swarmed him, begging him to erase the debts everyone hated. Hestia snatched a scroll from her robes and unfurled it in one swift, snapping motion. She unfurled the scroll with a flourish, and the hero's jaw dropped. The parchment was a map. Hestia flashed a grin and confirmed it was a simplified map of the world, declared, "Prussia's here if we go this way," and jabbed a finger at the castle. "They'll uncover the city of the Holy Knights, then plunge into the untamed land of the half-humans. This world teems with countless cities and nations." She scoured records from every country, gathering everything just for him. She offered to walk him through it all and explain every detail. The hero froze, suddenly wondering how much he really knew about this world. He'd been thrown into a foreign land. This world was a mystery to him. He'd never left the neighborhood around his house, so everything beyond felt brand new. If she offered him a scrap of information, he'd snatch it up like treasure. He dropped into a deep bow before Hestia and begged her to teach him. She flushed, met their gaze with a deadly serious nod, and agreed. Sakura declared she'd stow them in that case and urged someone to give Hestia a proper eye-opening lesson. Daichai scanned the map and snapped, "Where's my house?" The girl jabbed at the forest's edge and said, "Here." The place they dubbed the Evil Forest, the Forest of Temptation. To the west, a valley where dragons lived gaped wide, and it hit the hero. This was why the dragons cut through here so often. A sharp noise exploded from behind, and the stones crawled together, coalescing into a hulking, golem-like creature. Rage boiled in the hero. They'd barely begun when they were cut off. Hestia only shrugged, unfazed. The forest teemed with high-grade magic stones that Prussia mined to craft jaw-dropping, spell-packed artifacts, but sometimes those stones fused into lumbering golems, and they were about to flee when the boy froze. He'd left the map back where a golem already prowled. Multiple magics fused into a savage healing loop, letting them regenerate on the spot and shrug off every attack, and Daikai's blood ran cold as he asked if it could really be that strong, and how to bring it down. If they had the right material, they could destroy it. Hestia snatched a massive, gleaming scale and thrust it into the hero's hands. It came from the dragon he'd just slain, a mighty beast scale, and she urged him to hurl it at the golem to shatter it. The hero snarled that, with the right materials, they'd win, then charged forward and swung at the golem to prove it. The hero hurled the scales at the golem. It shattered into a cascade of rubble, and he stood stunned, disbelief roaring in his chest that it actually worked. He froze, dumbfounded, as the scales detonated. He'd channeled too much magic into the throw and turned those scales into a weapon of mass destruction. Hestius growled that even this golem couldn't regenerate after taking so much damage, and the hero vowed he'd be far more careful next time he hurled his scales. He heard Hestia's stomach rumble like a drum and blurted, "Hungry?" Daichai ripped an apple from the tree and thrust it toward the girl, promising it would be the perfect snack, and Hestia thanked him. The instant she sank her teeth into the apple, the hero couldn't shake the image of her as a tiny, frantic animal, gnawing away with fierce focus. Hestius warned darkness was closing in and urged her to head back. She asked if she could come see him tomorrow. The hero flashed a warm grin and gave a quick, reassuring wave, inviting her to come here whenever she wanted. Sorrow welled in her eyes and she whispered a grateful thank you. Around the spiky volcano, dragons tore the sky in a furious swarm. One bellowed at the queen, demanding why she stood with that man instead of striking him, and spat that they were wasting their time. The dragon beside Hestia roared that unless she made a choice, the lesser dragons would streak to their doom. The duty fell squarely on her as their king. Hestia's eyes snapped with understanding. She announced she needed one more day. She pleaded for one more day, then suddenly reappeared in the hero's garden. Dateki's eyes snapped to her. He pleaded with her to wait, insisting he'd been picking apples, ordered the golems to finish their work, then strode up to the girl and apologized for keeping her waiting. Hestia thrust the staff of the Dragon King into his hands and draped a slick cloak over his shoulders. Daichai froze, stunned as she shoved everything into his hands. He couldn't tell if she truly meant to give away something that looked so expensive. She flashed a quiet, reassuring smile and said it was fine. Esther knew he'd put it to use, and the man blurted out a grateful thank you. Daichai snatched up the staff, slung the cloak over his shoulders, flashed a grin and announced it felt cool and comfy. Lots of people here wore the same. While the staff hummed, serving as a catalyst, he'd always escaped into his imagination and couldn't fathom the staff being essential. Hestia flashed a grin and said he could just swing it to clobber things like a melee weapon. She flashed a grin and declared, "It was a joke." The hero blinked. He had never seen her crack a joke before, so she really did have a playful side. He then muttered that imagination magic was useful but weak, and the guy complained that casting spells left him starving and exhausted in no time. That's why everyone pushed the magic key, but the hero just stood there, utterly baffled. Hestia said he could carve a single word into his staff to anchor a specific kind of magic, easing the brain's strain, and urged him to take a look. She locked her gaze on the cane, snapped an order at the stick opposite it to burn, and flames instantly slammed down onto it. Daichai's eyes went wide and he blurted, "That's awesome!" She grinned, told him he could do it too, then casually said she could order it to explode. Just then, an explosion ripped the air and the stick detonated. She asked him to just make up his word on the spot and choose which magic to bind to it. It was shockingly easy. The magic's energy drain would drop accordingly, and Daichai realized it, comparing it to the hotkeys he kept in his head. He rolled up his sleeve, squared his shoulders to the challenge, pictured his opening move, then charged in. Daichai lashed his staff at the apple tree and shouted to the wooden golem. At that exact heartbeat, the tree convulsed and rose into a hulking golem. She flashed a triumphant smile, patted it, and declared him incredible. He'd pulled it off on his very first try. With only one golem, he couldn't tell how much his mana had drained, so he gritted his teeth and tried again. He conjured 5 more of those golems. A triumphant grin split his face as he shouted that everything had worked. He felt no fatigue and, shockingly, not even hunger. He spun to Hestia and exclaimed the magic key was incredible. She pressed a hand to her head, sadness carved into her face, and the boy's stomach dropped. He thought he'd screwed up somewhere. Her eyes snapped open. She'd never seen anyone handle a staff that casually. Even his tossed-off words drained its energy, so she urged him to be careful, and the hero understood, smiled, declared it incredible, then thanked Hestia. The girl flashed a triumphant smile and proclaimed him worthy of the staff. Sakura strode up and beckoned them both closer. She cradled a tray piled high with cakes and steaming tea and offered them a sweet snack. She flashed a quick thank you and grabbed the mug. A chill shot up her hand when her fingers met the cup. Sakura grinned. "It's iced tea." After tasting it, the girl flinched at the bitter bite, then grinned and said, "Bitter, but insanely tasty." Sakura thrust a tray into her hands and declared, "Sweets!" The hero gaped at Hestia's eating. Hestia smiled, thanked Sakura, and called it delicious, making Sakura beam. Sakura said she'd be off again, urged her host not to overdo it, and waved goodbye to Hestia. Daichai shrugged and declared that if Hester left, he'd keep practicing alone. But the girl jumped in and vowed she'd stay right by his side. After grinding through practice for a while, he gasped that he was tired, then locked his jaw and exploded into one last desperate dash. He unleashed towering, muscle-bound golems. Muscle itself evolved into living titans. He watched the trees fuse into one living form, thrill burning in him as he wanted to tweak it more but left it be for now. Hestia cheered that he'd done something incredible on his first day, and he grinned, saying it was all because he had a good teacher. Night crept in, and the boy asked if Hestia could make it home alone. Hestia assured him she'd walk by herself. Her home was only a short walk away, so Daichai nodded and waved goodbye. He grinned, clinging to the memory of their fun even as their time drew to a close. She said goodbye to the hero. Daichai stood stunned, aching to demand what her goodbye meant. But Hestia had already melted into the distance, and he convinced himself she wasn't coming back anytime soon. That night, every dragon descended and crowded the valley's jagged rocks. The dragon at the queen's side roared at the crowd, demanding they listen. He roared that tomorrow morning Hestia, the king of the white flame, would march into battle. The dragons snapped to attention as commanders barked orders, ready for war. Hestia fixed her gaze on the dragons and fell into a silence that screamed. The dragons crackled with excitement. They'd waited a long time for this hour. They sneered, sure the brat wouldn't even know what killed him, and figured this massive head count was overkill for a man that small. The dragon bellowed that at dawn tomorrow everyone would charge out to witness the king clash with the brat. Hestia stared at the dragons, sorrow clawing at her chest. She couldn't fathom how she'd wound up ruling jerks like them. She shocked herself by calling them shallow, and there was nothing she could do. She turned to the dragon looming behind her. He'd already lived over 100 years, his razor-sharp mind keeping him alive when death should have come long ago, and he was her right-hand man. Hestia gripped her responsibility like a shield and hurled herself into helping her charges. The dragon behind her rumbled an apology and urged her to use the time to prepare for battle. The girl peeled off her clothes and steeled herself for the fight. Years had passed since she last unleashed her true magical form. Just then, where the girl should have stood, a colossal armored dragon tore into the sky. She clutched the hero's sincere smile in her mind, and Hestia fed him every secret about this world and its magic. She'd never faced anyone who demanded every ounce of her power, and she hungered for this battle, even if it meant she'd never see this place again. Perched on the roof, Sakura and Daichai drank in a breathtaking view. Daichai swore it was the Dragon Valley Hestia had raved about, but up close it looked like nothing but a field of jagged pointed rocks. The house shot up into a tower. From its heights the whole neighborhood lay bare, and Sakura floated on air, wild with joy to be spending this perfect morning beside her master. The magic keys stopped the brutal energy drains and the jolting wake-ups. Worry for Hestia gnawed at him. Had she made it home safely? And her farewell echoed in his mind. In an instant the boy caught sight of a roiling cloud of dragons hurtling straight toward them. A whole horde poured in, and the colossal white dragon at their head loomed like nothing he'd ever seen. Sakura insisted she'd seen hostility flash in their eyes, but they were only passing by. She shoved everyone to head downstairs or they'd be slammed by a blast of air pressure. Daichi agreed. It still took a while to reach the first floor, and the hero realized they were already pretty close. The dragon reared to strike, and Daichi froze. Stunned, he couldn't fathom why they were attacking. The white dragon lunged, driving a crushing blow straight into the side of the house. Daichi froze, eyes locked on the house as he pictured Sekiro inside. He spun around, found Sekiro behind him and blurted, "Are you okay?" Sekiro, worry lacing her voice, said the house's structure wasn't damaged. Just one wall was a little charred. Everything else was fine. The dragon's bellow shattered the quiet, addressing every person inside the house. The dragon reared, smoke curling from its maw, thundered that he was the king of Dragon Valley, and dared him to battle. If they refused, he vowed to scorch the land with his white flames. The trees beside the house were swallowed by the dragon's flames. The hero charged the dragon and roared that it had burned his house, his home, and vowed he'd do anything to protect it. Ready to fight. Then Daichi turned to Sakura and held out his hand. He barked for her full synchronization to begin, and at that instant he activated the magic key. He swung his staff and turned the magic key, unleashing the tree armor's full power. The trees erupted, twisting trunks and roots into a colossal golem that planted its feet right in front of the dragon. When the transformation finished, its eyes flared to life, burning with a fierce, blinding light. In the end, Sakura and Daichi vaulted straight into the golem's wooden armor, unleashing his king mode. Daichi used the magic key to fuse 100 golems into one towering war titan, and his synchronization with Sakura let him pierce straight through the armor's crown. Everything he'd done before was child's play. This dragon towered like a living mountain. The armor topped out at 10 meters at most. The beast packed a full 30 meters into its hulking body. They held the numerical advantage, and they could soar. Sakura swore she'd cloak the house in her magic and urged her master to unleash his full strength. He smiled at her, knowing he and Sakura were now one, and guarding the house became his iron vow. He bellowed that this was his home, the only place he'd ever be truly happy, and he refused to let some asshole from the Dragon Valley rip it from him. With the armor under its command, the titanic golem thundered into the royal assault. The white flame dragon braced, muscles coiling and eyes blazing as it readied for defense. The dragon pinned the hero inside the golem with a molten stare and urged him to attack. Sudden news tore through the kingdom of Prussia as the castle doors swung open and a man bellowed he carried a message from the scouting team. They spied the Dragon King on the western edge of the dark forest. Scouts swore they'd seen his white flames, and an army of dragons trailed him. If they unleash their assault on the city, it will be razed to the ground. Scouts barreled in, breathless and wild-eyed, shouting that the Ludewolf tribe had fled too. He roared for the alarms to blare and the evacuation to start, but panic swallowed them. No one knew where to run with the Dragon King blocking every escape. So they gave in to despair and declared the city doomed. A commanding voice sliced through the chaos. The princess strode into the court and demanded everyone fall silent. She barked, "This is no time to panic," then snapped at the messenger. "How many dragons are there?" He snapped to the princess that at least 50 dragons were flying over the dark forest, and part of the forest had already been turned into charred bushes. The princess paused, and the truth about the Dragon King slammed into her. A dragon ripped from legend. Whispers said he'd raised an entire country to ash. She'd heard he slept, but now they saw him awake with their own eyes. The princess spun to the captain knight and barked, "Start the evacuation. Save as many people as you can." The knight vowed to send word to his warriors, but said they'd be at least a day away. The princess paused a heartbeat, then strode to the weapons shelf and snatched up a staff. She planted her feet, eyes blazing. She was ready to fight the dragon herself. The knight recoiled in shock, and the girl burned with the urge to do something for the city. The knight braced to let her object, but she understood him perfectly and said, "I know. I won't win this battle. I'm sacrificing my life." She flashed a fierce smile and vowed that if she poured every ounce of herself into it, she'd keep him at bay. In that heartbeat it hit her. Joy burst inside. She loved being a princess, and she refused to run. She would stand and shield her people. Heat flared across her cheeks as she yanked the short skirt down between her legs. She steeled herself, squeezed the staff tighter, and vowed she'd gladly give her life for her people. The knight and the others present froze in stunned silence. The princess whipped around, declared she was leaving, and asked them to watch her battle. The castle's guards and courtiers lunged to stop her, but the princess tore open space and teleported away. She blasted straight to the LEM, the teleport dropping her perfectly into place as she instantly scanned the skies for the Dragon King. High in the sky, a dragon tore through the clouds, spewing blinding white flames, and she gaped, unable to believe her eyes. A colossal golem towered over her, its shadow swallowing her whole. The princess gaped at the golem king, shock ripping through her like lightning. She froze, heart racing. What kind of creature could repel a dragon's flame? Daichai gaped at the princess, baffled by her sudden presence. The princess froze, stunned to recognize the hero's voice. Golem locked eyes with the dragon and howled that it had set his garden ablaze. Flames singed the arms of his marvelous wooden armor. Rage boiled in the hero as he drove the dragon off, swearing he wouldn't let it keep destroying his house. They unleashed the summoning, wrenching the rest of the golems from the vault. Golems across all 5 floors thundered awake and surged forward. Daichai grinned like a mad tactician. Filling every empty inch of the house with golems felt brilliant, but a knot of doubt tightened because some systems weren't tested, so he forced himself to hope it would hold and barked, "Golems, assume full defense mode." All the golems erupted forward, pouring in from every direction to slam into the hero's armor. They wrapped his armor around the golem's body, encasing him in a shell of cold steel. The hero christened the technique Royal Defense. Daichai roared for the reptile to strike and promised he'd pay him for his garden. The counterattack was on. The battle with the Dragon King exploded into motion as the guy bellowed at him, "We'll unleash everything we've got!" At first, he toyed with the idea of yanking the dragon from the sky and driving it crashing down to the earth. The hero locked eyes with Sakura and asked if she was all right. She simply said the blaze hadn't damaged the house's structure, so everything was fine, and the guy declared they'd do it. Traps sprang up around the dragon from every angle as Sakura snapped, "Target captured!" A hidden trap snapped under the flying weirdos, and a storm of arrows hammered the dragons from every side. The dragon opted to dodge instead of incinerating the projectiles, and as he weaved through them, they began peeling off their veils, bearing what they truly were. Even pinned like that, the dragon twisted free and darted clear. The hero caught the dodge in an instant. He switched to a different technique and yanked the tree's trunk clean out of the earth. He locked on and hurled the trunk like a spear. Mid-air, the tree burst wide open. The dragon eyed what he took for another obstacle and torched it without hesitation. He slathered on the dragon's breath. Daichai realized how convenient that was for the dragon. It could scorch everything in its path and hang menacingly right in front of them. He scoffed that a dragon landing to fight like a man was weak. Gollum, the hero, gripped a rough wooden shield. The instant the shield slammed into the dragon's flames, it splintered into a rain of jagged shards. He bragged the shield was carved from enchanted applewood. One strike and it splintered into shards. The other dragons swooped around the king, roaring that the Lord was winning. They laughed, hailed the battle as glorious, and even felt a pang of regret that it was about to end. The dragon locked eyes with the hero, thundered that he was the current Dragon King, and this was his full power, then coiled and readied his next attack. The guy saw the dragon coil its throat to breathe fire again. If it let loose, the whole neighborhood would be reduced to ash. Dakai erupted in fury and shouted at the dragon not to give up so easily. He spun to Sakura, eyes blazing, and roared they'd use everything they had. Sekiro's agreement sliced the silence, and the dragon thought to himself, "This is the end." The dragon zeroed in, then unleashed the Dragon King's white flames in a single, devastating strike. The Golem King pressed his hands to the earth and called out to every tree they had left. He bellowed for them to surge and bind, and a colossal tree shot up over him, taking the dragon's crushing blow. The ground buckled, the whole neighborhood rocked, and buildings crumbled under the blow's crushing force. The clash with the Dragon King detonated into a pulse-pounding, heart-stopping climax. The hero's eyes snapped to the tree's crown as it began to sizzle, and they shouted that they needed more magical energy. Daichai pushed his strength to the brink, every muscle screaming, and the tree groaned awake, beginning to rise inch by stubborn inch. Seasons passed, then the sapling surged skyward and snatched its crown back. Shock slammed into the dragon as the tree sprang to life and shot toward the sky. He couldn't fathom how it kept erupting through his flames, and the hero howled, "Bite it out!" He shattered through the dragon's flames as branches snaked around him, wrapping tight and squeezing every inch of his body. Daichai barked, "Fine!" and the dragon was finally caught. Then the guy spotted the staff Hestia gave him split down the shaft. Cold horror hit him. He'd shoved too much energy into it. Rage tore from the dragon's throat as he shouted he would not lose to him. Those words lit a fuse. The dragon bellowed and drove a savage torrent of flames straight into the tree that held him. Hestia slammed into a dead end, utterly spent. Guy realized this dragon was the undisputed king, far stronger than any he'd faced, so he stepped up and asked for the chance to show what his armor could do. He hoisted the hulking golem's leg and roared that this was pure, staggering power. the force of hundreds of apple trees. Magic crashed into his house, flooding it and racing through every cell of this armor. The Golem King stalked to the trees, cocooning the dragon, and clamped his arms around their trunks. He unleashed every ounce of his power and roared, "Now it's truly over!" He ripped the roots, pinning the dragon from the earth and, with a royal deflection, plowed them flat into the soil. The tree's branches and the dragon topple, smashing into the earth. Shock pinned the princess to the spot as she stared at the fallen dragon, while the rest of the pack watched in suffocating silence. I declared that everything he named clinched this victory. Their titanic strength did it. The heroes stared as the dragon crashed to the ground, ripping branches loose as it fell. Reality slammed into him. They'd done it, and the dragon had finally fallen. Tears streaked Sakura's cheeks as she sobbed that the master was incredible. He was the best. Shock pinned the princess to the spot as the golem thundered straight for the dragon. Shock cracked through her. Tears spilled down her face, and she had no idea why. She froze, not even grasping that the legendary white flame dragon had been slain, a feat no person had ever achieved. Then it happened, unfolding in real time right before her eyes. Convinced she was truly a sorceress, the princess had drilled magic since she could walk, honing every spell to become the best. She conjured him to forge Prussia into a stronger, prosperous power. A house shot up in the forest, and a man stepped out as its master. She gripped the staff like a lifeline, no one refusing his help for the country, and gratitude burned in her chest as memories of their first meeting surged back. Disappointment crashed over her. With him here, she couldn't possibly be called the strongest. Tears blurred her vision as realization struck. She'd been feeling something, and it crashed over her the moment she saw his strength. The princess's grin burst open, a rosy blush flooding her cheeks, and she blurted out how insanely cool he was. Leaping off the golem, the heroes swarmed the dragon to inspect it, while the guy swept his eyes over the wreckage and snarled, "This place is ruined again." Daichai stared at the house, guilt tearing from his voice as he admitted he'd failed to keep it safe. Above, a flock of dragons wheeled over the roof, and Sakura turned to the hero and asked, "Are you going to plant more apple trees?" The hero roared his agreement. Of course they needed protection, but a cold suspicion gnawed at him. Why hadn't the other dragons attacked? The dragons zeroed in on Daichai and caught him staring straight at them. They were still reeling, jaws agape at what that brat had pulled off. They held back, rocketed into the sky, and the heroes watched them fly away. He smirked and crowed that there was one less problem. His magic was nearly drained. He couldn't fight everyone right now. So the hero strode up to the dragon sprawled on the ground. He stared down at the immobilized Dragon King, heart hammering as one brutal question tore through him. What do I do with it? The creature's eyes snapped open, and he asked to kill it. Pinned like prey, he watched the other dragons fall back. It siphoned every last spark from its magical stores and begged to finish the job in silence. And the hero's stare slammed into his enemy. Daichai couldn't grasp why he wanted to kill him, and the dragon stared, baffled. He dared him to imagine killing him. Then another colossal dragon carcass dropped in his yard, dragging a storm of trouble behind it. The Dragon King thundered that he could fix it and shrink himself, and light burst from him. A blinding flare detonated, scorching his sight and making him slam a hand over his eyes. The dragon morphed into its new form. He whirled, and there she was, Hestia, standing right before him, and he froze, utterly stunned. Shock paralyzed Daichai as his eyes locked on the girl, utterly naked. Hestia dropped her gaze and owned up, "I'm Hestia Redona." Once the dragon's white flame, their queen, but already dethroned. He pressed his hand to her cheek, certain she'd be chattier than that brat with wings, still haunted by the thought that the Dragon King could beat him. Then she crumpled onto her back. Hestia crumpled to the ground, gasping that he should still have enough energy for the final strike, then begged him to kill her and end the fight. Daichai still couldn't understand why he had to. He tore off his cloak and demanded, "Why would they even attack them?" He threw himself over the stunned girl and demanded an answer. The hero vowed that if they solved everything now, no one would need to die. After a heartbeat of silence, Hestia confessed she'd thrown herself into battle to protect the other dragons. Hestia confessed he was the fiercest she'd ever fought, and swore she had to prove it to the other dragons. The hero stared at her, puzzled and unsure what she meant. He nodded, planted himself on the rock opposite Hestia, and Sakura mirrored him, sliding into a seat. The boy's eyes sharpened when he saw she'd fought for her kin, and he pressed her. "How did it go? Did you manage to prove to them what was required?" Hestia nodded sharply. She agreed the dragons now grasped that charging in would mean certain death, but they needed a brutal demonstration to make them believe it beyond doubt. She leaned over the hero and begged him to take her head. He'd brandish it at anyone who dared oppose him. Hester stepped forward and dipped into a bow. The instant her head bent, a fist slammed into it. Stunned, the girl clutched her head where a fresh lump had already swelled and snapped. What the hell is going on? Daichai fixed Hestia with a steely glare and snapped, "You're being punished!" Tears welled in Hestia's eyes as she cried, "It hurts." But the guy vowed she'd learn her lesson one way or another, and Sakura conceded a weak kick would just feel wrong. The hero's smile cut the tension as he declared he'd forgiven her and that everything would be fine, and the girl gaped at the guy, stunned. He snatched up the cloak that slid off Hestia and insisted there was nothing he could do. She had her reasons, but after a nasty bump to the head, she wound up paying for his favorite garden. He slung the cape back over her shoulders and she snapped, "Don't be so nice to me." Daichai grinned and said she should just ask him for help. Now they finally had time to talk. Hesha mulled his words, baffled by what he meant. He only wanted her to pour every trouble into his ear. Neighbors do that, especially when they're close friends. He vowed he'd leap to her aid at the first sign of trouble. She vowed she'd try to return the favor, and with so few neighbors, they had to watch each other's backs. The hero clung to one fierce belief. If she asked him for it, they'd talk to her, and if he couldn't help, he'd listen with everything he had. Daichai snapped to the fact they'd been talking here far too long. Cleanup had to happen now, and Hestia met the guy's gaze with a faint smile. A hot flush burned her cheeks as she vowed they'd clean up the mess. Sakura locked eyes with her host and asked for tea. He said it sounded good, and her throat was parched from the fire, while the princess stared at the spot where the dragon's body had been. Gone. She watched him fall, tore across to warn the others, dove into the teleporter. And this time the truth stayed buried in the shadows for her. Sakura's first extra memory slammed into her, dragging her straight into a scene from 50 years ago. As she neared a towering, flourishing tree at the forest's heart, the man swore he'd build his house right on that spot. They raised the house, stepped across its threshold, and the man declared, "This is our home. We'll live here." They threw the doors wide and a voice snapped for them to see it. The girl volunteered to go since their father-in-law was calling, and when she stepped into the room, the man demanded to inspect the pillar before them. The very reason he'd picked this spot. It was the trunk of a cherry tree. Sakura's memories flickered like a half-remembered dream. Then Daichi burst into the world. After that child drew his first breath, every moment after his birth seared into her memory. She remembered it all with brutal clarity. The instant he drew his first breath, her consciousness snapped awake. That's why they matched him year for year. The boy grew into a man, and Sekiro rose with him, side by side through every year. Perched on the sidelines, she tracked him with ruthless focus the whole time. She locked eyes with the boy's piercing stare and realized he'd seen her. Then Daichai phoned her parents and barked that it was time to leave. The boy whipped around and bolted to his parents, and Sakura's heart clenched with sudden sadness. One evening, a relentless downpour slammed the house's roof with savage force. She hunched over, clutching her knees as sobs ripped from her. Daichai wasn't coming back and she couldn't make sense of where he'd vanished, tears streaming like rivers down her face. Fear of being alone strangled her and she cried herself raw every day. It swallowed her whole and bound her to the house. She existed as his spirit, and as she stared at her hands, she pictured herself fading away. She howled with every last breath, screaming she didn't want to die and begging anyone to come. She scanned the empty rooms, sank onto the hallway floor and broke into a raw, wrenching sob. Suddenly the house door burst open and a boy bellowed, "We're home!" The instant Sekiro caught sight of him, she knew she was saved. The grandfather beside him spat curses at the typhoon and fumed why airplanes couldn't transform to fly around it, murmured that he'd missed this place and this house. And the girl wiped her tears, thanked God, and knew exactly who had rescued her. From that moment, she never left his side, shadowing the hero through every stage of his coming of age. Trailing behind Daichai, the girl thought she'd follow him forever. He spun around, asked Sakura if she was tired and offered to walk with her, and she smiled, instantly agreeing. That same evening, the heroes scrambled to stitch everything back together. Daichai wiped sweat from his brow and admitted getting things back to normal wouldn't be easy. Hesha's sullen glare pinned the hero, who asked if everything was okay. She spotted his staff snapped in two, and he admitted he'd ruined it during the battle. She bragged she'd poured everything into making it, and when she slammed it with her hammer, it didn't crack. Desi's jaw dropped and he demanded how she'd done it, and Hestia revealed she held a license to forge magical weapons. The hero stared, stunned that such a permit was needed here too. It could earn her coin on the road. She'd forged a sterling reputation as a master weaponsmith, and the hero stood stunned at how much she'd seen. She asked if he needed a staff, and he snapped that he couldn't use the magic keys without one. If he hadn't summoned so many golems, the battle would have gone a different way. Grasping the staff, the girl declared she could fix it. Her fingers probed the crack, and she swore she'd have it mended in a day. She only needed materials from her tail. Daichai blurted, stunned. He assumed she meant bones and recoiled, not sure that was even okay. And she just shrugged, saying scales or claws would do. They grow back anyway. He barked that she should help the neighbors, and she answered by leaping in to help him. Daichai thanked Hestia and declared he wouldn't fix the thing himself. Hestia shot back that if it was just the materials, he could have handled it on his own. The girl cried out, 6 more Dragon Kings still roam the world. A sentence trembled on his lips, but he swallowed it, thanked Hestia for her help, and told her to call on him if she needed anything. Hestia dropped her gaze, on the verge of saying more to Daichai, but worry tightened her throat, and she admitted she had nowhere to live now. The hero demanded, "What about the Valley of Dragons?" And the girl said that because of that loss, the road there clung to her. Dragons answered only to the strongest. The boy swore they lived by a brutal hierarchy. Hestia snarled that if she dared return, they'd tear her to pieces, and the hero blinked, saying, "That's pretty harsh." She warned him that if he couldn't help, she'd camp in the woods. The neighborhood was too dangerous for her to get a wink of sleep, and the hero didn't even notice the men here who could take her down. He was right. The girl trembled. If she fought, everything around her would be torn apart, so she pulled back to avoid it, and Daichai's mind raced, trying to figure out why it sounded so deadly. Hestia asked where she could stay and how she'd get money. The man weighed her words, shot a look at Sakura for help, then deliberately averted his gaze from the nearby town, a quiet nudge sending her that way. She flashed a daring smile and told the hero, "You can settle me right here." Daichai felt her pluck a thought straight from his mind. She just smiled and said she'd thought it would be nice. Sakura proclaimed Daichai her master and swore to carry out every decision he makes as her duty. The hero flashed a grateful grin at her and thanked her for everything, but a gnawing doubt still churned in his gut. He slammed the question at Sakura. Would Hestia falter under this land's overflowing magic? She just smiled and said Hestia was that strong. The question was pointless. The answer was obvious, so it was settled. He thrust his hand toward Hestia and declared she could live here, and she froze, shock ripping through her. Blushing, she whispered, "Will this definitely be all right?" The hero replied with absolute, unshakable certainty. Daichai, the house's owner, stamped his approval. The house itself echoed it, so she was welcome here. She could also use that guest house that had popped up looking perfectly ordinary. Hestia blinked, tongue-tied. She thrust out her hand, beaming as she thanked them for everything and accepted their offer. Hestia and Daichai clasped hands. Cheers erupted. They'd snagged their first tenant. Out of nowhere, a princess barreled out from behind them, breathless and apologetic. And the stunned guy gaped at the girl in the ornate dress. Then he realized it was Dinah, who'd asked him for a moment, and now unleashed a desperate plea. It was an emergency, and she needed him to go with her to Prussia right now. The princess insisted he go with her to Prussia, and he blinked, baffled. Why drag him to her kingdom? She smiled and said he'd defeated the Dragon King. The common folk longed to see their hero, so the castle invited him. Daichai finally understood why the girl wore that outfit. Being royal forced her into a stiff, official facade, and the hero froze, baffled, unsure what he was even supposed to do and convinced he hadn't earned their gratitude. The princess declared him the hero. His duel raged in full view of the castle, and the people have crowned him the victor ever since. The boy glared at Hestia and snapped that he'd only been defending his home. The princess declared that thanks to him the kingdom hadn't been reduced to ash, and stepped forward to thank him. Daichai froze and admitted flat out he didn't want to go, excusing himself as too lazy after a brutal day. The princess wasn't convinced. She saw the hero heaped with energy and figured he'd be better off showing up exhausted and alone, because with her beside him he looked terrifying. The princess implored him, promising it would be quick. He'd only stay at the castle a short while, then slip back into his quiet life. Panic clenched the crowd, convinced catastrophe would strike if he didn't show. He laid that terrifying vision bare and begged them to banish it. Daichai spun to Sakura and announced he was leaving. He wouldn't be in until dinner. The princess beamed a heartfelt thanks, convinced Daichi would agree. Hestia demanded to come with the hero, declaring she had to buy something for the staff. Shock seized the princess. She pinned the girl with a stare and demanded, "Who are you?" Raw power vibrating off her. The princess's cheeks flared as she claimed the girl radiated a titanic energy and was convinced that made her his daughter. The hero snapped she only lived here and wasn't his child. He spun to Sakura, slapped her with the nickname Cherry, and vowed he'd be back soon. Daichai snapped for her to make it quick, and she smirked, promising to teleport them away. The guy whooped at how cool the spell was, and the princess, chest puffed, crowed that teleportation was her specialty. She faced the great magic and implored it to let her shrink the vast distance with her own power. With a blinding snap, she folded space and teleported. In an instant, Daichai and the princess materialized on the Kingdom of Prussia's main balcony. Daichai peered down to see a crowd below staring up at them, mouths agape. Silence shattered. The hall of the kingdom exploded as the crowd roared that their savior had arrived, joy crashing over them because their hero was finally here. Daichai jabbed a finger at them and snapped to the princess. "What kind of people are they?" She flashed a grin and declared they weren't just rich nobles. They were seasoned adventurers who'd come to welcome him. He stared, clueless about its purpose, while she spat that the Dragon King was only a few kilometers from their kingdom, and many had already bowed to the inevitability of death. Daichai stared at Hestia beside him, gloom settling like a stone as he realized no one even knew she had reached the castle. She turned to the young man calmly and said she'd gone to buy supplies for the staff, and the boy barked for her to hurry. After the girl vanished, the princess spun on the hero, snapping, "You really let her go alone? Our guards hold firm, but this city bleeds danger." He pictured her erupting into a dragon and grinned that it was cool. He figured she'd still be deadlier than the whole city, so the princess stepped forward and beckoned him closer. She jabbed at the spot where the knight stood and ordered the ceremony to begin. A small, formal meeting sprang up right there as she moved to introduce him to the captain of the Mage Knights. The knight bowed to the hero, said he was happy to meet him, and introduced himself as Okudo, captain of the local Mage Knights. Deji mirrored the move, and they clasped hands in a firm, decisive shake. The moment her hand hit his iron grip, the knight's face snapped into something new. Daichai spun to the princess and blurted that his friend wasn't right, or that here they always shook hands like that. The girl smiled and said he seemed to be overflowing with magical energy. The princess asked the captain if everything was all right, and he agreed, begging forgiveness. The knight then admitted he wasn't good enough to stay, apologized, and stepped out of the ceremony. The princess declared it was time to begin and thrust the spotlight onto the guy, urging him to introduce himself first. Her cheeks burned scarlet as she blurted, "What's your name?" The man who'd already rescued her twice. Daichai's gaze snapped to her, surprise igniting as he realized he'd never once called her by name. A grin cracked across his face as he declared, "I'm Daichai!" Delight exploded from her as she proclaimed it a perfect name for him, fit for a vain dragon master, and she pressed her hand to her chest, vowing to keep that name in her heart. A knight charged up and slammed a tray crowned with the hero's reward into the princess's hands, and she spun to Daichai, eyes blazing, saying they'd prepared it to thank him for his victory. He'd just pulled off a legendary deed, so she stepped forward, pressed a reward into his hands and pleaded with him to accept it. He stared at the diploma-like paper and scoffed that it changed nothing, then curled a strange smile and simply repeated his vow to defend his home as the parchment declared he was awarded 10,000 silver coins, the right to use the kingdom's facilities, and the right of passage into the kingdom. He only had to say yes to walk away unscathed. The girl flashed a smile at Daitree and declared the official part over. The princess yanked up her puffy dress and called for company as the crowd roared, demanding to see their hero and begging for a tale. But Daichai was hit by a sudden laziness, refused to get even more tired of all this nonsense, scratched the back of his head, mumbled that he wasn't good at this, and decided to go home. The princess grabbed his sleeve and begged him to slow, baffled that he'd refused the honor of chief guest at the royal dinner. The knight backed her up, booming that their kitchen was the best in the world. The hero snapped that the other was wrong. His home's kitchen was the best in the world, and he watched his dinner start to go cold. Fed up with arguing, the princess summoned a teleport to send him home, but he brushed her off, refusing the shortcut and insisting a walk would do him good. It sat impossibly far away, yet the princess pictured them racing toward it side by side. The doors burst open and Hestia barreled in, yelling she was back. Daichai saw she'd grabbed everything she needed, and she declared she could now fix his staff. The boy declared they were heading home and asked Hestia if they could walk. Hestia then revealed she had an option. She whirled to the dragon and shot, "Why not have the hero ride me?" The knight and the princess staggered back, hearts hammering, as the dragon of white flame loomed before them. The princess, wide-eyed and breathless, snapped at the hero, "How did you tame the white flame dragon?" Daichai cursed, jolted as he realized he'd forgotten about it. His little oversight. Horror seized the princess at the thought of the hero razing this city, so Daisy implored her to slide her hands away, swore he meant no destruction here, and spun to Hestia for confirmation. The dragon's voice cracked as they pleaded, "I never meant to destroy anything." Joy flared across the princess's face, but the hero brushed her off with a sharp wave and snapped, "We're already late." She flung her hand out and begged him to wait, insisting she spoke for the kingdom. She burned to thank him in person. He smirked at Damia and declared she looked like a princess, but he couldn't remember bailing her out, so he told her to hold her gratitude until the moment he truly saved her. The princess fell silent, a secret smile blooming as the hero launched himself onto the dragon's back. Daichai admitted he'd been freaked out when she started to reincarnate, staring at her smaller form and asking why. Hestia snapped that magical energy was thin now, so the dragon's body could only form in proportion to her power. The boy clawed onto the jutting spike and swore he'd hold on, then spun to the princess and begged her not to leave his sight. The two guards snapped their heads up in shock. One gasped he'd just seen a dragon, while the princess and the knight exchanged a single commanding look and silently shepherded them away. Night swallowed the sky as the knight told the girl they'd already left. DC gaped that she could sling him onto her back and still soar, and Hestia scoffed that it'd be strange if she couldn't. The hero convinced himself it was just a beautiful sight, a white dragon streaking across the black sky. A few people glancing up still caught the creature streaking across the sky at breakneck speed. Drunken whispers blamed it on booze. Yet the white dragon tore back from the light castle into the dark forest, and a shadowy figure in the trees watched it return. She insisted it was her sister and flashed a wild grin, declaring, "This is going to be fun." Rumors tore through the town. A white dragon had planted its nest inside the castle, and everyone gaped, shouting, "What the hell is going on?" She shot home, then reincarnated back into the world, and the boy thanked her for her help. Hester rubbed her eyes, declared she was done for the day, and asked his permission to sleep. He obliged, and she thanked him with a soft good night. Fatigue clawed at him as he trudged to the house elevator, thinking creatures had to regenerate their magic too. Hestia was asleep to refill hers. When the doors swung open, Sakura rushed forward to greet Daichai and told the host the day had been brutal and that she'd cooked rice for him. He could sit down to dinner or choose another option. Sakura's cheeks flamed as she stammered that she could help restore his magical energy. His heart flipped. This was anime-level cute, and he knew he had to answer perfectly. Flashing a grin, he vowed to eat first, refusing to let her cooking go to waste, and Sakura agreed, saying eating at his age was essential. She sprinted off, calling back that she'd cook for now. And Daiichi, who adored life here, grinned as every problem was settled and he could finally retire in peace. Sekiro poured steaming tea, then stepped forward and presented an offering to her host. Confusion seized the hero. Her meaning slipped past him, and Sakura's stern voice demanded a change of heart. She begged Daichai to gut and rebuild the house, but he stood baffled, not understanding a single thing. After Hestia-chan's attacks, she ruled this form unreliable, the hero agreed. The house was unstable, so he pressed Sakura for how to make one, admitting he'd already tried burying it in the ground. Sakura vowed to unleash every ounce of her body and magic, and the blushing guy stammered, "What do you mean?" Sakura flashed a grin and declared they'd synchronize first, then rebuild. Daichai understood. Synchronizing meant he'd have to figure out how, so he volunteered to take the process outside. Standing in front of the house, the hero urged Sakura to try it. He pressed his hand to her shoulder. Their synchronization snapped into place, and the program sprang to life with a complete model of the house. With nothing left but to rebuild it, the hero slammed his magic and instincts into motion. He pictured it in his mind and poured his power into that image, starting with a small test. He vowed to shift the 5th floor 5 meters, then conjured the whole scene in his mind. He snapped his eyes open, realized he was okay. Then the whole building lurched beneath him. Sekiro's grin exploded when the floor shifted. She showered the master with praise, shouting he'd done an incredible job, just what she'd expected, since he'd mastered the method in no time. The hero scoffed, saying she had praised him too much. He hadn't expected the house to budge so easily. Sakura grinned and said that once their magic synced, their power would fortify the walls, so moving it wouldn't be a problem. She grinned and declared getting used to it was the only thing that mattered, urged him to try different variations, and 10 more minutes vanished in the same restless loop. Not long after, an entire house hung in the sky, a smashed-together cluster of blocks welded into one jagged monolith. After they finished, a multifaceted, multi-story cottage sprang up from the ground. Daichai gaped at the house and shouted that magic was insane. It rebuilt like toy blocks. He could morph his shape at will, but his volume refused to change. Sakura gaped, calling the master amazing for pulling all this off so fast, and now he finally understood how to move it and snapped into its shape. The building still buckled under outside forces, so he vowed to harden its frame. The apple orchard stretched wide, giving him room to broaden the house, and just like that he knew what to do. In a heartbeat, the house exploded into a towering pyramid of Cheops, and Sekiro whooped as adrenaline lit him up. The hero froze, staring at the house that had morphed into a pyramid, desperately hunting the right shape and a place of safety. At the pyramid's peak lay only 2 rooms, the dining room and the kitchen. Yet the hero likened the whole place to a tomb and felt he'd made a terrible mistake. Sakura shot down his doubt, declaring it the safest option. That reinforcement would wipe Hestia-chan's strike clean. He ran a hand through his hair, unsure, admitting Sakura, his house, was rock solid and perfect for defense, yet he refused to let it be marred. Surprise widened her eyes, then she flashed him a bright, grateful smile. Her cheeks flamed as she vowed she'd keep expanding until, given time, it took the exact shape he wanted. Daichai's cheeks flazed as the memory of the RPO that came before the expansion hit him. Sakura smiled and told him to take his time. He could remake things at his leisure. Daichai returned her smile and agreed, vowed to sharpen his design sense, and as his house grew secure, the fruits of their love kept flourishing. That night near the hero's house, a tiny cottage spat sharp metal clinks that ripped through the darkness. Hesje pounded her staff with every scrap of strength, ripped off her goggles, inspected the shaft, and declared it finished. The next morning, the boy bolted outside and stared at the house. Just as he'd thought, it hadn't budged. Sakura snarled that the previous view still burned in his memory, and if they synced, they could yank it back. The hero hesitated, about to do nothing, when Hestia slipped up behind him and spotted the guy channeling magic in a weird off-kilter way. And Daichai piped up, wishing her a bright, good morning. She'd felt the magic spike yesterday, but she never guessed he'd be siphoning it like that. A normal person would have dropped unconscious after using that much energy just once. Hestia thrust the staff into his hands and declared she'd brought him the right thing. This new staff would make it far easier for him to do such things. The hero's grin exploded when he realized the new staff was thicker and far tougher than the old one. Hestia said she'd handpicked every material and toiled alone, and that's why it's stronger than the previous staff. The boy beamed and thanked Hestia with a booming, heartfelt voice. With the magic key, he could remold his house's shape in a heartbeat. But Hestia shot Sakura a skeptical look, unconvinced, and Sakura looked away and admitted they'd need a possible synchronization. Once the form was set, it could be rewritten in an instant. The hero's eyes flashed with resolve. I understand, he declared, stepping up to try it. He urged Sakura to lock in sync with him, tried to snap back into construction mode, and Sakura jumped at the chance. The magic key demanded a keyword to ignite. He had to conjure the perfect base form word. Daichai hoisted his staff skyward and thundered, "The keyword is the common tower!" Triumph lit his face as the house changed in an instant. Sakura leapt forward to congratulate her master, and Hestia gaped at the altered house, stunned. She gushed it was amazing, and he nailed it on the first try, so the guy urged Sakura to keep going. He slammed the pyramid magic key into place, and the house snapped back into a pyramid. The hero's grin exploded as he cried, "This magic key is incredible!" Hestia stepped forward and asked to borrow the staff for a moment, and the guy extended it into her hands. Hestia traced every groove with eager fingers, a triumphant grin spreading. This time she knew she'd forged a staff that wouldn't break. She thrust the staff toward her, telling Daichai he could take it back. The hero grinned at her and declared the staff reliable enough. It kept his exhaustion at bay, so it proved very effective. A flicker of worry tightened in him, but he pressed on. He swept his staff, and the house burst into the towering Heinji castle. He slammed the celestial tower key in, shouted he'd done it, and the tiny house shrank into a toy-sized miniature. He finally unleashed the guardian deity, and the house snapped into a hulking solid golem. The hero locked eyes with the golem and snarled that he'd gone too far, then turned to Sakura and, voice cracking, apologized, admitting he'd gotten completely carried away. Sakura flashed a calm smile and told him not to worry. They could take it all back. As a master, he was moving at a blistering pace, and if he kept that up, he'd be able to do it without synchronization very soon. The hero grinned, declared it was all thanks to the staff, and thanked Hestia. Hestia beamed, proud she'd managed to do something worthwhile for him. She demanded he shout the moment the staff snapped so she'd fix it. He vowed he'd warn her. And that promise taught him to rebuild a house with lightning-fast efficiency. Daichai slammed down the muscle golem skill, only 20 times stronger. The golems morphed into pumped-up, ripped men's bodies, but their faces hung there like wrong puzzle pieces. Small, blank, utterly out of place. His eyes snapped. Something was wrong. Trying to create so many at once, crucial details slipped away, and a scream ripped from the princess behind him as she cried, "What is that?" She bounded up to Daiichi, grinning. "Hey, it's been ages!" The hero noticed she only turned up whenever he was swamped. He didn't mind one bit, and felt relief that she hadn't wet herself, while she waved him off, saying not to worry. She'd taken countermeasures. The princess crowed about how grown-up she was, and he couldn't fathom her pride. He snapped, "What do you want this time?" She grinned and announced she'd come to give him ownership of the land in town. The documents had taken time to finish, she said, then asked him to use the right as he wished, and he thanked her. The girl stared at the golems and asked what was wrong with them. They looked terrifying. Their gaze bore into her like a crushing weight, and the hero nodded, agreeing they were downright scary. He barked the golems back to prevent any accidents. They vanished. The princess spotted the magic key technique, and his jaw dropped. She knew it too. She knew instantly. This was elite sorcery, and even a master like her could only utter 1 or 2 incantations, while the man froze as realization hit. His armored golem had been forged with a magic key. She crumpled to the ground. He'd surpassed her again. The hero watched her arrive bright and fired up, then fall into gloom in an instant, and he suspected she carried a quietly troubled life. The princess scowled, convinced he'd invented it. Dai-Chai shot back that a passing little girl had taught him, and when the princess hesitated, saying if such a child existed she'd like to meet her, the guy smiled and said they'd already met her, just as Hestia slipped up beside them. Yawning sweetly with her eyes still closed, the girl murmured, "Anyone here?" The princess froze when she recognized the woman who had been teaching him, and dread slammed into her as she realized the hero was being trained by the Dragon King. Dai-Chai flashed a grin and greeted her, and when the princess heard the girl's name, she went pale and whispered, "It can't be." Disbelief slammed into her. The black-clad mage before her was Hester Raiden, a top-tier sorceress whose name she hadn't heard in years. The hero staggered back when he realized the legendary mage was a ruse hiding the White Flame Dragon King, and, stunned, demanded again, was Hestia really that legendary mage? A few decades ago, a black-clad stranger materialized at the Prussian Magic Association, vaulted to its highest rank in days, then vanished without a trace, leaving only her legendary writings and the name she used, Hester Raiden. The hero stiffened. The name was only a hair off. Hest just shrugged and called it an alias. The change hardly mattered, and the other dragons pressed a fake name into her hands along with a jet-black wig and matching clothes. He grinned. He never imagined she'd become famous. Hest just snapped that he was wrong to call her a legend, and warned that if he were in a magical association, they'd have no way to measure his power. He obliterated the scale of normal. Mythical was the only rank that even grazed him, and he could be far stronger, but with no way to measure his power, they couldn't pin a real rank on him. Hestia and the princess shared a single sharp nod of agreement, and the hero's pulse stuttered. Why were they talking about him now, when the princess had been trembling at Hestia's presence just moments before? Lately, the princess kept running into powerhouses who dwarfed her, and she was already getting used to being outmatched. Talking with the hero forged her into someone who could stare down fear. Dai-Chai admitted it helped, even if it wasn't pleasant. She flushed and opened her mouth to reply, but the hero laughed it off as a joke. She left richer in lessons, and seeing the hour, she asked permission to go. Joy exploded in her. Meeting both of them lit a fire, and she vowed to push herself mercilessly until she matched their strength. Hope burned in her chest that they'd see each other again. Dai-Chai flashed a grin and told her he and Sakura really liked her company. She could drop by any time. He set one hard condition. She must never water his garden, and the princess, cheeks flaming with fury, snapped that it would never happen again. In that case, she should have been gone by now. Hesjit watched the princess brighten. Just minutes earlier, she had been swallowed by despair. His thoughts snapped back to his golems. She'd just teased he was crafting even stranger ones and was itching to see them, so he vowed to make it perfect and locked himself into razor focus. He unleashed a hulking golem, forged 20 times stronger than the normal one, and realized they were far superior, now sporting a brand new, sharper face. Hestius whooped his approval, and the hero sprang into action, diving into upgrades on the golems before lunch. Sitting in the study, the girl realized even the princess was buried in paperwork. With a mountain of tasks and the city erupting into panic over a rumored attack, she'd have to make a statement, so she vowed not to procrastinate through the night, and Dai-Chai's magic had mercifully made the crops far healthier than before. She held her breath, wondering when they'd face the hero again. Then a sudden knock split the silence and someone asked to be let in to report. She snatched her quill back up and stepped aside to let him in. The knight bowed low, choking out an apology as he blurted that he'd come about the fortress city's emergency forces. The princess shot a grateful look. She remembered them, brushed off their help as unnecessary but thanked them anyway. She asked if any adventurers were here, and the knight nodded. Most return, but some stay to hunt treasure. She smirked, certain they wouldn't come back empty-handed. Adventurers chase loot. And the knight agreed. Dungeons ringed the fortress city, so he was dead sure they'd never throw away a week's earnings. It made perfect sense. The princess hissed, "Did you warn them to stay away from the Dai-Chai forest?" He warned them as she asked. He already expected they'd laugh it off and barge straight in. She gritted her teeth and admitted it wasn't good. But Dai-Chai shouldn't have a problem with them. The knight felt that power crawl over him, yet a distinct edge still ran through his abilities. He never imagined Daiichi would slaughter the adventurers. He reveled in the sudden silence, and if they provoked him too far, they'd better have an apology ready. The princess nodded in agreement, her mind racing at the thought of going there herself to apologize. She thought so hard the knight couldn't help but ask if she was all right. She apologized and asked if that was all there was to it, but the knight leaned in. He had something else to say. He bellowed that a delegation was sweeping in from the fortress city. The princess froze, leapt from her chair and slammed the table as everyone demanded to know how they'd beaten the dragon, and the knight's jaw tightened. He was sure they hadn't told the whole truth. Word hit him that they had someone who could track down raw, potent magic, and the revelation rocked the princess. She hadn't realized the fortress city was so steeped in magical relics. She'd already clocked their target, and the knight was dead certain the rumor about the hero had already reached them. If anyone dared attack Daichai's home, the girl would stop them dead. She stood ready to fight if she had to, and the adventurers and the delegation alone were already more than enough. She locked eyes with the knight and said, "I might need your help." And the mage knight returned a single, resolute nod. The adventurers strode into the forest, laughter ringing from them as one of them declared he loved morning hunts. A hunter slapped the boss's shoulder, grinning that it was genius to move while the monsters still stirred. The boss said they'd be there soon. After spotting Daichai's house in the distance, the boss declared, "This is the place," and urged the crew to brace for mountains of treasure, certain it would be an easy victory. When the adventurers and their boss reached the house, they burst into triumphant laughter and readied to strike. Then one gang member doubled over with nausea, his cheeks ballooning. Suddenly the whole gang began heaving, and the boss snapped, convinced it was a magical disease. He refused to believe it. Nobody could be that strong. They shouldn't have had any problems. The boss jabbed ahead at a hut, urging them to hide there and regroup. Hestria stepped out to meet them, and the guy barked for everyone to freeze. A girl, cane planted like a spear, snapped at the boys. "Who are you?" The adventurers froze, baffled that a child stood here. Magical energy roared around her, coalescing into the blazing shape of a dragon that left everyone baffled. Hestia assumed they were uninvited guests, and that she was probably meant to stop them, and the girl hesitated for a heartbeat. She jabbed a finger at them and issued her first warning. Bafflement crashed over the adventurers. None of them could make sense of what was happening here. They froze, rooted to the spot, every muscle rebelling so they couldn't take a step. Hestia snapped that this was private property and no weapons were allowed, then barked an order and unleashed magic to blast the weapons away. A savage gust of wind slammed into the opponents, sending them crashing to the ground. Boss snarled that she had used a magic key. He barked at everyone to stay on guard. She's a high-level mage. Hestia pictured the sweat and hours poured into them. Then for a split second she wanted to torch the whole lot. Seeing the assault stall, the bald boss barked orders to his subordinates to guard against any surprise attack. Then a wooden figure erupted behind them, and he bellowed, bewildered. "Where did this strange golem come from?" Hestia barely flinched, said, "He's working on his own now," and left them alone. The boss snarled to his subordinates that it was just a wooden golem, and they could chop it into pieces. The enemy hammered the golem, then froze when they saw not a single scratch mar its stone hide. He bellowed that his blade couldn't cut it, and couldn't fathom why. It was just wood. The men, seeing they were helpless against him, shouted that they had to flee. Sakura thrust a towel at the hero mid-splash as he washed his face. He thanked her, wiped his face, and shouting burst from outside. A voice screamed that they were trapped. The hero muttered gloomily that the garden was unbearably noisy today, and Sakura snapped that a band of marauders had shown up this morning and she wanted to ask Daichai what to do about them. Then she thrust a staff into the hero's hands. No one had attacked from there since Danai's time, and their motives were a mystery. So Daichai vowed to find out, grabbed Sakura's hand and asked if she was ready to synchronize, then slammed the magic key into the wooden golem 20. Without warning, the earth convulsed beneath their boots, plunging the adventurers into even deeper bewilderment. They didn't even see it coming. Towering golems had them ringed on all sides. Terror slammed into them so hard Sakura figured they'd passed out. The hero grimaced, knowing he hadn't unleashed a single real trap to avoid hurting them. He only wanted to talk to them. Sakura smiled and asked if Daichai was ready for breakfast. He flung open the house doors, beaming as he promised they'd wake once he'd finished breakfast, his eyes locking onto the piled-up feast on the table. While Sakura and Daichai dug into their breakfast, Hestio strode over and jabbed the ball boss with a stick to see if he was still alive. They snapped awake, crumpled to their knees, and apologized for what they'd done. The golems loomed like stone titans, and the hero demanded they explain it to him. One of the men began to black out again, but another barked, "Don't you dare let him sleep. We need him awake to talk." He coughed out an apology. Magic shredded his weak resistance and left him gasping. So the hero demanded to know who among them was the strongest, and who could explain what was happening. The bald boss shot his hand into the air and bellowed, "It was me!" Daichai's jaw tightened as he realized they were adventurers from the fortress city. A band calling themselves the Shining Heads, summoned to help fight the dragon and determined not to return empty-handed. The boss sank to his knees and nodded in agreement. The hero snapped, "How did you get the idea to come here?" And the man barked that headquarters had handed them the assignment. A black-haired woman with huge orbs summoned them here, promising a mountain of treasure. The hero scowled and demanded whether anyone had found treasure here. The boss barked that only a few magic stones were here, nothing else, and ordered them not to touch a single one. They'd assumed the place was empty, never expecting anyone, least of all someone as powerful as him. And they collapsed, pouring out frantic apologies. Daichai barely flinched and asked, "That's it?" He scanned the men. No hint of a lie, no sign they were actually targeting him. He believed them, then snapped that he was still far from happy they'd stormed in uninvited with guns drawn. Repentant, the boss admitted he understood everything and vowed to pay for his actions, even offering to shave his head. The hero blinked because his head was already shaved. The boss bellowed that everyone had heard and must shave theirs. They agreed. And the hero begged them to stop, saying he wouldn't care if they did, but it would just create a terrible mess since hair is a nightmare to clean up. Nothing was broken, so he'd be happy if they grabbed their things and went home, and the boss stood frozen, jaw agape that it ended there. He snarled, "You gonna skewer our heads on pikes as a warning?" The hero snapped, "What kind of savage do you take me for?" Desai begged only that they leave his house alone and upon his return tell the others there's no treasure here. The boss beamed and thanked the hero, then whirled at the others and barked, "Pack up and get the hell out of here!" Curiosity clawed at him over the black-haired woman they'd been talking about, and he couldn't fathom why a stranger had the nerve to send a raid request for his house. He couldn't fathom what would happen next, but it was crystal clear those guys were being played like pawns. After snatching up their belongings, the men snapped crisp salutes and declared they were done. He lauded them and waved them home. The adventurers bowed, thanked him for his mercy, and departed. And he let out a long, weary exhale, already tasting the sweet, hard-earned peace and quiet on the horizon. Daichai stared at this fortress city, fury at his own ignorance coiling inside him, and pressed Hestia to tell him everything about it. She agreed, but first jabbed a finger at the sky and declared he had a visitor. The hero whipped his head up and spotted a lone silhouette cutting across the clouds. A titanic dragon hovered above the heroes, craning its head upward to stare at them. Daichai gaped at the colossal dragon and blurted, "Are you here because of Hestia?" Recognition slammed into her. She knew him, but she was dead certain he'd come for that other boy. The hero surged forward and barked, "What do you want?" The dragon rumbled in an apology for disturbing him, and begged permission to land so he could have a proper conversation. The dragon roared, "I am your former and present king!" Spotting the great dragon looming overhead, the adventurers swore it wasn't their day and bolted, fleeing the place as fast as their legs could carry them. Mystery clawed at this hero. He couldn't fathom why they'd turned up unannounced. The dragon bowed his massive head and thundered thanks for letting him land. The guy snapped, "Are you here because of Hestia?" The dragon figured it'd be rude to answer in Draconic, and with those words he reincarnated. Harrison, Hestia's former deputy, stepped into human form, voice like a blade as he said he could speak the human tongue and locked eyes with the hero. "Do you understand?" Daichai flashed a grin and said he understood. The dragon exhaled in relief and admitted he was hopeless at taking human form, and the hero still didn't understand what he meant. The boy shot Hestra the question, "Can every dragon become human?" The girl answered that after 100 years of life, dragons skilled in magic might master the change, or they might never. Recognition blazed through him. The ability was shockingly rare, and she met his gaze and agreed. She warned that even those who live for ages can rot mentally until they're little more than animals. The boy gaped. Dragons, too, fall prey to senile merismus. Hestia brushed it off with a grin. When they show themselves as a real threat, the other dragons hunt them down and wipe them out. A handful of dragons clawed back from death, but most bled out, wounds gnawing them slowly as hungry beasts finished them off. Shock flared as the Dragon Society bared its ruthless edge, and he snapped, "What do you want from me?" The dragon proclaimed they'd come to meet their new king. Since he could shift forms and was tiny, they'd named him their representative. He glowed with honor at meeting the dragon, and with those words the dragon bowed. Daichai caught their courtesy and shot them a quick, "Thank you." Just then, every other dragon waited for them. The boy snapped his head skyward, eyes wide in surprise, and gaped at a colossal pack of dragons. One dragon boomed to the other that, though he was human, he spoke their tongue, and the second gaped, humans need several decades to learn it. They gaped that a hero had done this for them. Daikai only fixated on one thing. He'd learned it when he ate that apple. As dragons circled overhead, the envoy stepped forward and begged to summon them down so he could pay his respects. The hero dismissed it. No way they'd all fit here anyway. So Harrison grinned and said they'd just pass along their greetings. From this day forward, the dragons swore fealty, pledging to serve as his subordinates. Guy flung his head back and watched the skies fill with dragons bowing before him. Daichai grasped it all and warned them to stay far from the city from now on. Panic still gripped the people after their last visit. Harrison gave a curt nod, sent the remaining dragons streaking home, thanked the hero for letting them follow, then locked eyes with Daichai and said, "If the day comes when you need our power, use us." He never pictured he'd wind up in the same situation someday, never guessed he'd ever need their powers in battle. Harrison said they were lucky to have a king so strong yet kind, and the hero couldn't fathom what he meant by the word kind. Harrison fixed Hestia with a grin and proudly declared himself merciful. After all, he hadn't killed her. The girl gaped at the dragon as it boomed that this act was enough to make them swear loyalty and respect to him. The hero watched, stunned. Dragons adored Hestia. She'd told him they didn't need her, but she'd badly underestimated how fiercely they still treasured her. And when the dragon turned to the mistress, Hestia snapped, "There's no need to speak like that now." Harrison snapped, "That's nonsense. She led us and we'll always respect her." And the girl flushed, turning her gaze away. Relief flooded him as he realized even dragons could be decent, and he turned to Harrison, eyes bright, asking, "Is this all we came here for?" Harrison blurted he had something to discuss with Hestia, and she snapped her gaze to the dragon, surprise blazing in her eyes. He knew the Black Dragon King had come to make its move, and he felt its unmistakable magic thrum through his bones. Hestia, unfazed, said she understood. The hero braced for a deadly dragon, but Hestia shrugged it off as mostly harmless, so the guy let his guard down, convinced it was fine. Harrison told them to pass along his hello if they ran into him. Then he waved the heroes goodbye as the three friends craned their necks to chase the dragon across the sky. Hestia unleashed a weary yawn. The hero declared they'd crammed too much into one day, so of course she was tired, and she nodded in exhausted agreement. The boy flopped under the apple tree and announced, "The sun's shining and everything's finally calm." It felt perfect for a nap, so Hestia grinned and sank down beside him while Secure flashed a smile and decided now was the perfect time to start making dinner. The heroes slept until Sakura strode up and beckoned them in for lunch. Daichai snapped orders at the golem to tend the apple trees, and Hestia's voice cut in from behind, asking if he had a moment. Those adventurers had been here the other day, and she wanted to tell him about the fortress city. He shot her a quick thank you. She smirked, said it counted as rent paid, then unfurled the map. Daichai gawked at her fresh map. She grinned and said she kept stacks of them, flying the world in dragon form shredded maps, so she always carried plenty of supplies, and remembering her power, he wasn't surprised. Hestia jabbed a finger south of the demon forest and declared that's where the city fortress stands, a city-state built on a wide plain, sitting in the Black Dragon King's territory and ringed by forest werewolves, ogres, goblins, orcs, and other lurking monsters. He gaped at the city, ringed by other races, and demanded why they'd plant it here. At the center, a dungeon spewed raw magic, and armed bands swarmed in to cash in. We plunged into the dungeon, the fortress city's brutal industrial heart, and she confirmed it. The method was ruthlessly efficient and never faded, and magical energy flowed to races beyond humans. She told the hero the dungeon pumps out huge streams of magic, but it's thin and far less potent than the dense power coursing through this land. Fierce tribes ringed the city, and inside it bristled hulking, armed laborers who lived for hard work. Daichai had no ties here. He loathed manual labor. She promised he'd strike it rich if he went there, but even a pile of cash would be useless. He had no way to spend it. So he turned to Hestia and asked, "Money or something else?" She shrugged and declared they weren't needed to live, told him he could buy materials for the staff, and warned that crafting the staff would take time. The boy beamed and vowed, "Tell me when she needs it and I'll give every scrap I can." Hestia jabbed at the hero. "Are you sure?" The staff would demand pricey, top-grade materials that actually matched her bones, and Daichai remembered her calling them useless, so it was wiser to hand them to someone who'd use them. She beamed, vowed she'd buy the materials next time, then thanked him. She vowed to craft him a masterwork staff and insisted on a spare, so he demanded the best staff and found a new place to invest his money. Silence lay heavy over the kingdom of Prussia when a night magician slipped into Princess Dinia's chamber and announced a delegation from the fortress city had arrived. She asked that they be allowed through, and the door swung wide open. The dark-haired girl flashed a confident smile, said, "It's a pleasure to meet you," and revealed she was the deputy chief of staff of Antedra, the fortress city. Her breath stopped at the sight of two massive bidons staring back at her. Pulling herself together, she realized she was the lone delegate, and Anne grinned. It's way simpler than that. She seized the princess's hand and pressed her best wishes into it. Princess Diania introduced herself, claiming she was something of the city's representative. The girl beamed that meeting her was a pleasure, and Anne grinned, insisting a great sorceress and second princess would naturally possess impossibly delicate hands. The princess declared Anne's hands were iron and she could be trusted. She came from the fortress city and her body was her capital. And the princess said she'd heard rumors the other day that the headquarters staff had changed. She gaped. She couldn't imagine a high-ranking officer from the fortress city being this breathtaking. She spun to Anne and demanded, "Why did you come to the royal capital?" A rumor reached her that Prussia had defeated the White Dragon. When she heard it, a fire lit inside her. She couldn't ignore it, so she raced here to see with her own eyes if it was true. The princess bristled, convinced it wasn't her true intention, and snapped that it was nothing but a groundless rumor. Anne wouldn't let the princess know that only one soul had pulled it off, so she apologized. The princess jumped to think Anne was desperate to wipe out the Dragon King, but Anne snapped that wasn't true. She only wanted to see the White Dragon King. The princess called that a strange hobby, and Anne grinned, admitting she was told that all the time. Anne locked onto the city and decided he had no business here. The royal capital had repelled the Dragon King's assaults time and again, so she pinned her hopes on them to give the information they needed. Diania gritted her teeth and agreed, remembering they'd sent help just days ago, and now it fell to them to do the rescuing themselves. Anne burst out that she'd heard the dragon had been defeated in the demon forest. The girl pressed the princess for the exact location, pleading it would help her greatly, and the princess bristled, wary and sure the request concealed an ulterior motive. Dania's gut clenched. She panicked at how much Anne might know about this place. Anne ventured she might be asking the impossible, and Diania shot that down. She wasn't saying it couldn't be done. She was warning she couldn't recommend it because the forest was too dangerous. Anne bristled and insisted she was strong. Diania needn't worry, and when their hands met, Diania felt raw strength in the grip. But that wasn't what worried her. She refused to erase Daichai from her heart, terrified she'd become a burden and drag the hero into danger. Only one desperate choice remained. Danae stepped up and offered to guide Anne through the demon forest, so they could forge countermeasures against dragons as they traveled. And Anne lit up at the princess's reply and thanked her for the help. Night had already wrapped the world in darkness, so they'd be forced to wait until dawn to leave. Anne thanked her and asked her to look after her, and the knight himself said he'd show her to her room. Diania knew in her bones everything would be all right. Tomorrow she'd lead her to a place with no obstacles, where even a child could defeat monsters. Convinced her plan was ironclad, the princess now had one job: pull every string and make it unfold exactly as she'd plotted. Before Anne and Dinah's visit, Hesha slipped out of the shadows and closed in on the hero without a sound. She thrust the staff forward and declared she'd crafted it as an experiment. The hero's jaw dropped at how quickly she finished. Hesha laughed, saying she was used to making them, and was just testing the materials she'd picked up on her journey. He blurted, "Would something like that work?" And she waved it off with a grin. No problem. With Daichai's money clutched tight, she could snap up the nearby materials and put them straight to work. The magic city of Prussia, famed for forging and trading magic items thanks to a dragon king who had roamed the world, held everything she needed, and the hero knew exactly where to get the right pieces. He just blurted the staff was forged from the horn of a distant immortal unicorn. So the hero reached for something fiendishly complex, a magic key to call forth a wooden golem. The instant he twisted the magic key, the staff detonated in his hand. He gaped. It had been destroyed before he'd even had a chance to use it. The hero apologized and Hestia forgave him. As his creator, she had dreamed of him being used until he broke. But this version clung to raw power and refused to bend, so Hestia vowed to remake him. The hero implored her not to overwork, swearing he'd invest whatever it took. Hestia urged them to rely on her, and the guy watched her artisan spirit flare to life. Now the staffs would multiply. As night drew near, raucous shouts erupted from Prussia's tavern. The four adventurers had gone in for a drink. The bald boss slammed the mug to his lips and drained it in one savage gulp. A man stepped up, declared he'd brought more drinks, and the others burst into laughter. The boss downed the drink, wiped his lips, and declared he felt alive again. The squad noticed he'd been gulping it too fast. One man still trembled. He'd been attacked by the land's owner and assumed this was the aftermath. So the boss jabbed the adventurer's shoulder, insisted he wasn't scared, only shaking with admiration. and the team burst into unbelieving laughter. The boss slammed his heel into the table, roared that they were armed, and his sheer strength made any attempt to overpower him doomed. They were elite adventurers, yet everyone babied them like kids. The boss barked, "Do you all realize I let them go?" His mercy towered over the room, and the others agreed. They snarled at him, but he didn't charge them a cent. One adventurer gaped at the boss's sword and swore it must be worth a fortune, and when the boss lifted the blade, he laughed that it could buy a house with many rooms. Yet he never even thought to sell it. He was nothing like those rotten holy knights, a mountain of strength who radiated kindness, and the adventurer felt no hostility toward him. Being that strong and kind wasn't easy, but the others laughed and supported him. The boss grinned and said, "If they offer to let me move in with him, I'll go," and the others all agreed. Even then, curiosity clawed at him. Who was Ann Chan, the black-haired, busty woman who handed them the cash after they reported for the assignment? He'd lived inside the fortress city for years and never laid eyes on anyone that stunning. His jaw dropped when she was named deputy chief, and a teammate announced he'd spotted her on the city's outskirts before taking a slow sip from his mug. She peddled misshapen armor and sketchy trinkets out of her shop. They trailed her there, then hauled her straight to headquarters. Maybe she wasn't from the fortress city. The bald boss hoisted his mug high and proposed pushing the toughest part back. They'd stay in the royal capital for a few days, sightseeing and drinking until the gold ran out. The adventurers vowed to follow him, and the night slipped away in the royal capital. Anne and Daynire reached the snarling edge of the demonic forest. The princess stepped forward, offering to press on. The girl thanked her for the help, and Anne demanded what the girl must have known about a nest of an ancient dragon gone mad. The fortress town was also wary of the woods, and Anne has done a lot of isilduddy on the matter. She knew the demonic forest hid, at its far edge, a valley that might hold dragons. The princess narrowed her eyes at the girl, unable to fathom her intentions. For someone who knows about the dragon, she wielded only 2 feather-light pieces of gear, and the princess refused to let her appearance fool her. The woman standing before her had seized the deputy city chief post of the fortress at a shockingly young age. She couldn't lower her guard. One careless word and everything would blow up. Dainea resolved today he'd point out the dragon's nest from a safe distance, lay out what the dragons usually do, then hurry them straight back to the castle. The princess thought that sounded wiser, and that idea hit her first. She shoved fear aside and clung to the hope everything would stay fine and she could protect him. If the plan held, things wouldn't worsen, so she prayed it would all play out as it should. Anne spun to Dainea, a question burning on her tongue. The princess met her gaze and vowed to spill every secret about the dragon the moment Anne asked. Anne insisted everything was fine, then froze as she spotted someone closing in on them, and a deep rumble rolled up from the distant horizon. A hulking mud monster barreled straight at them. The princess gaped. Before her loomed a golem shaped from black mud, and she couldn't fathom what kind of monster it was. She'd never seen anything like it. With the plan collapsing, the girl hoisted her staff, coiling to strike. The guy looked up at the roof and realized he'd finally finished rebuilding the house. The house had ballooned into something huge, so he'd been tearing down and rebuilding it since dawn. Finally, he finished a section, and what had once been tiny now towered like a real castle. He snapped his head to the side and saw Hestia in a robe, so he assumed something was wrong. She grinned and said she was dashing into town. She'd gotten some money yesterday and needed to buy materials for a staff. It was only a 10-minute round trip, and when she returned she'd craft another staff, so she told the hero to wait. Daichai flashed a grin and nodded, then the girl slipped away. He stared at her fading trail, convinced he couldn't pull off the there and back in 10 minutes at that pace. But Sakura just smiled and said she could tap dragon power even in human form, so the trip would be a blur. Shock ripped through him. He'd never seen her move this fast. The guy said even in human form, Hestia was insanely strong and not worth worrying about. His stomach rumbled. After working since dawn, he was starving. Sakura grinned, announced she'd seen this coming, had already packed a bento, and stepped forward to press the open lunchbox into the hero's hands. Daichai flashed a grin and said it looked just fine, praised Sakura as incredible. Sakura handed him an onigiri and said it was saltier this time, and the hero, sweating and starving after a day of remodeling the house, genuinely appreciated it. He fired off a question about the shrinking rice stockpile, and Sakura shot back that they had 2 months of white rice and only 1 month of brown left. He chewed his food as the idea of growing rice ignited in his head, but he had no idea if rice could be grown like apple trees, so he vowed to check it out immediately. Sakura flashed a confident smile and assured the master it would be easy, urging him to grow as much rice as he could. The hero declared the onigiri delicious and vowed he'd eat them forever. Then screams ripped through the air. Tears streaming, the princess hurtled straight at the hero, begging Anne not to stop. He gaped at the girl, baffled why she and the figure beside the princess were in his garden, while the princess yelled to Daichai that she was sorry. They'd been attacked by strange creatures. He polished off his plate, convinced she'd apologized this time, forced down his anger, drew a steady breath, and asked if he could speak. He roared for them to let him eat in peace. A hurricane ripped loose and hurled the monster and the princess away. Dinah slammed down right on her 5th point, and Anne flashed a sweet smile at her. The princess felt the memory slam into her. She hadn't been here in ages. The guy asked if she was okay because it brought back the old days. She rose, smoothed her skirt, and said it wasn't like that this time. She was completely dry. Studying the golem's shattered limbs, the hero growled that it was still usable, and snapped at her to stop hauling dragons, mud dolls, and other freaks here. She apologized, trembling, swearing it was some unknown beast she couldn't handle and had been backed into a corner, but he just shrugged it off as another mud doll. The princess snapped that only he could call it a dirty doll, though she admitted it was surprisingly sturdy. The hero's face went cold as he recognized an earth golem, and whatever it was a monster. She snarled that if it had been only a couple she could have handled them, but they were ringed by more than 10 of the creatures who'd somehow poured in and kept blasting back. They'd stripped weapons from almost all of them except one last shooter, and when Daichai demanded why she dragged him here, she shoved out an apology. With that settled, he shook off the tension, certain everything was fine, and fixed his gaze on the dark-haired girl. He demanded who she was, staring as she sat ensnared in the flow of his magic, yet utterly unfazed. Dinah told him she was her guest and urged Anne to introduce herself. Ecstasy poured from her as she gasped. The blow was so fierce it shattered imagination, slamming into her mind in a rush of pure euphoria. The princess's cheeks flamed as she blurted, "What did I just say?" Then rushed into an embarrassed apology to everyone. "I forgot a bit," and when her eyes hit the stunned hero, she offered a second, softer apology. She declared she worked in the Fortress City's command center, Anne, its deputy chief. He grinned and said it was great to meet her, and the moment she said Fortress City, his mind snapped to those other guys who were from there too. The hero pegged her as the boss of this place, and the girl smiled. Anne instantly knew he was the boss of this magical land. The hero agreed with a firm nod, and she'd already felt the place crackling with magical energy. The girl grinned and said their city had places like this too, just not as strong. The hero's smile sharpened. She sounded like someone who'd seen it all, and the princess blinked, a little lost. The hero spotted the girl's odd expression and demanded to know what was wrong. The princess said it was startling. Anne was having a perfectly normal conversation with Daichai, and he nodded in agreement. Talking with him was rare. Ordinary people started choking the moment he stepped in. The deputy city chief of the fortress city was terrifyingly strong. The girl seized the princess's sleeve, imploring her to stay and speak with this person longer, and daring to ask if she minded. Dinah faltered and glanced at Daichai, who waved it off. He'd already finished, was free now, and invited them for tea and a quiet talk. Hungry to squeeze every scrap of information about the men from the fortress city, because more intel couldn't hurt. He flashed a grin and said that would be great. He just wanted to relax and coax out a smile, so she offered to make the host a cup of tea, and with that the tea party sprang to life in his garden. While Sekiro poured tea, the hero's jaw dropped. The fortress city and the royal capital had allied, and Anne was the envoy. He couldn't fathom why they'd descended on his forest, and the monster among them was unlike anything he'd ever seen. The princess snapped she'd never seen dolls like these. They ambushed them the second they crossed into the forest, so she had no clue where they came from. Daichai froze, stunned that someone who knew this wood better than he did had never met them. He declared it a newborn of the forest, but with no black soil in these woods it couldn't have appeared naturally. The hero shot back that maybe Anne knew about it. The girl insisted she'd never set foot in this forest and begged the princess to lead the search. The hero glowered at Dinah, who snapped that she'd already briefed the princess on how to counter the dragon, and they held back. No one wanted to disturb Desi. He'd unraveled the whole truth, but as a humble woodsman in the forest, he never imagined powerful dignitaries would travel this far for him. The princess hesitated, almost acknowledging him. That kept things intact, even though she should have been the one grateful to him. She knew the hero was no simple man. He didn't even register the bizarre thing she blurted. Dania urged him to ignore it, and Anne snapped her gaze to the object by Daichai, gasping, "It's a staff!" The guy agreed, but suspected she was seeing things. She snapped no. She'd felt a raw, roaring power in it and shoved the hero forward to inspect it up close, demanding to know what it was made of and how old it was, and I agreed. She leaned closer to the staff, eyes snapping to something she'd missed. She flashed a grin and declared it forged from the Dragon King's bones. And for the first time in a long time, she laid eyes on the Dragon King's work again. The princess shot to her feet, slammed the table with all her might, and demanded, "Is it true?" The hero, sensing her agitation, asked if everything was all right, but she snapped that he must answer her question. She declared it a top-tier national treasure, sealed in the treasury under impenetrable guard. If catastrophe struck the nation, the strongest wizard would be handed a... At first, the hero's jaw dropped. He couldn't believe it was so priceless. He'd smashed it again and again without even knowing, and now shame burned him raw in front of its maker. The princess caught sight of it and demanded how he'd gotten it, but the hero just shrugged and said it was a gift. Dainia still couldn't believe it. Yet because it was him, nothing about it surprised her. She feigned bafflement and barked, "What are they talking about?" Dainia froze, words choking off, and he barked, "Why are you staring at me like you want something?" She only wanted a simple chat to find out who he was and who he lived with. He flashed a grin, shrugged, and declared he saw nothing wrong. He didn't care. Heart pounding, the princess was about to confess to Anne that someone else was living with Daichai when Hestia burst in, loudly declaring she was home. The hero had barely greeted Hestia when Anne whipped around and cried, "My big sister's here!" She hurtled forward on all her legs toward Hestia, shrieking that at last she could see her. She pulled the girl into a crushing hug until Hestia's head sank deep into her binance. Hestia's breath hitched when she realized this child had indeed been sent, and the kid wrenched free from her embrace, asking to be moved away. Anne relished it, pleading for that icy stare to linger as she drew the girl in and squeezed her tighter. He realized they were drawing too much attention and demanded an explanation, then fixed Dainia with a razor gaze and snapped, "Who did you bring to me?" The girl stared at the hero, utterly baffled, and Daichai stayed unfazed. She confessed she had no idea what was happening, and as Anne wrapped her arms around her sister, Daichai knew another family problem had just exploded into view. She flashed a crooked grin at her sister's ample chest and declared, "That was the Black Dragon King Dan, long ago." She'd been watching over her. Belief shattered. Hestia looked like a child while Anne looked every inch an adult. The world flipped and he couldn't make sense of anything as Anne tightened her grip on her sister. Daichai smirked, saying the Dragon King looks far younger than he really is, and teased that his sister practically worships Hestia. He slammed his grip down on the girl, insisting it was exactly as he said. Hestia just shoved her balls away and spat that she was annoying her. Anne shuddered with pleasure, gasping that it hurt but felt incredible, and she begged her sister to push her away even harder. The hero glared and called it awful. When he first met her, he'd thought she was reasonable and never expected her to act this outrageously. Watching Anne and Hestia tear into each other, the hero felt his common sense gauge snap. Dragon Kings were supposed to be masters at hiding their true selves from ordinary people. Daichai couldn't tear his eyes from Dainia as she muttered in stunned shock, snatching at her hat while she debated whether to take this to the Dragon King, the fortress's deputy city chief, and he thought she was worrying far too much about everything. She gleamed with pleasure, breath bubbling out how relieved she was. After letting go of Hestia, she spun toward the hero and staggered his way, gasping that the air was unbearably stuffy. Watching the two dragons, exhaustion crushed Daichai so completely he couldn't react. And the sight hit him like a thunderbolt, a stark, breathtaking contrast. He shot an apology at Anne before blurting, "Why is the Dragon King the deputy city chief of the fortress city?" He pictured the girl plotting to seize the fortress city. If she pulled it off, it would ignite chaos, and he wanted no part of it. Anne just smiled and denied any such plan. She made her living selling merchandise. Copying her sister, she crafted and hawked all kinds of wares, climbed up to deputy boss, and as a child unwittingly became a Dragon King, her status rising while she never even noticed. The hero's eyes shot open. She could claim a post atop the city for nothing, and the fortress city exploded into glorious, jaw-dropping wonder. Hestia's name blazed as a famous wizard. Anne stood unbowed as the fortress city's deputy chief, and the Dragon Kings coexisted with humans. Thank the gods they were mostly harmless. Anne's eyes smoldered with desire as a rush of joy tore through her the moment she spotted her big sister. Hestia dove behind Daichai, and the guy grinned, declaring she absolutely hated it. Hestia snapped that the kid was a spunky, serious, harmless ball of common sense who kept leaving a trail of wreckage. She could live with that, but she wouldn't tolerate this strangulation. This is exactly what Hestia meant when she called herself mostly harmless. Except for the injuries she's dragging, she's barely a threat. She swiped her lips clean, snapped into a sharp bow, and the hero's jaw dropped. She shot Daichai a dazzling smile, declared it a pleasure to meet him, and with her sister flanking him, every worry melted away. She'd never met anyone this powerful. Among dragonkind, that truth hit like an earthquake. The hero scratched the back of his head and said he understood. Anne flushed and admitted she longed to bask in the glow of his strength. She dipped into a swift bow, said she couldn't stay today, thanked him for accepting her leaving, waved goodbye, and the hero watched her go, deep in thought. All the while the princess muttered to herself, mind afire and aching to confess the whole truth, and the hero, unsure what would happen next, suggested leaving things as they were. Hero asked sharply if Hestia was all right, his eyes snagging on the serious set of her face. Hestia blinked, utterly confused. She couldn't understand why this child was coming here. Daichai hovered like she'd come back any second, and Hestia quivered with fear. The kid grinned and declared that if trouble came, she could sprint straight to him for help. Hestia thanked him and vowed she would, and with visitors swarming his house, the Dragon King lay utterly defeated. After the tea party ended, the hero dove into cleanup, scraping grit from the doll's seams. Each clump clung like a leaden anchor and refused to budge. Hestia dropped her eyes and murmured an apology, and the hero couldn't grasp what she was sorry for. Guilt slammed into Hestia. She was sure her being here had drawn the child to him and sparked all the trouble. But Deji stepped in, told her not to worry, and insisted it wasn't her fault, blaming only that mud-black doll. Hestia mulled it, then braced herself and spoke. It was one of Anne's powers, so she jabbed a finger and accused Anne, and the hero leveled a questioning stare at the girl. Anne fused black metal into the soil and sculpted dolls from the grimy mix. Daichai eyed the dirt, felt its unnatural weight, metal threaded through it, and thought he might use it beyond the garden, but he still couldn't understand why they attacked it. Hestia revealed that when Anne's frustration boils over, she goads the others into attacking her and rides the onslaught until she's refreshed. Daichai shot her an incredulous look and asked if she was serious, snarling that the dragon was a nuisance. Hestia doubted she'd done that in the city but would still chew her out later, and the guy hesitated because it would only give her pleasure. Hestia relented with a bitter chuckle, admitting she might even enjoy it. She couldn't change a thing about that useless Dragon King. As Daichai scrubbed dirt from his hands, he leaned in and asked, "We live among humans. Don't they see who we really are?" The girl smirked. "Stay in human form and no one will recognize us. We're stifling our magic." And the hero's jaw dropped, stunned by Hestia's skill. Another Dragon King downs ale with humans and eggs them into brawls. Most carve out the lives they crave. Joyful, wild, pure fun. And her thoughts snapped to her sister. Hestia told the hero he could also clamp down on the magic that kept leaking out of him. On the hero's side, he couldn't even sense it draining from him. As long as he stayed here, everything should be fine. Hestia realized that if he were only human, he'd have died long ago. And the guy, meeting her tense logic, begged her not to say such terrifying things. Hestia jabbed a finger at him and snarled, "Magical power is necessary to sustain life. If it keeps draining at this rate, you'll die like this." He shrugged his magic off as a useful trick, until he discovered his life depended on it. Hestia assumed his meager power couldn't cause real harm and only worried it might lure monsters. Daichai gaped at his hand, disbelief ripping through him. He knew the place thrummed with magic, and that's why monsters kept attacking them, but he never guessed his own hand was a beacon, luring the beast straight to him. Hestia shrugged. The dragon vein hogged every gaze, not him. So he offered to show the boy how to stifle the power, and the boy blinked and asked if it could be that easy. She planted her hand on the hero's belly, gave a firm nod, and braided light into a spell that swallowed the mirage. His whole body ignited with a faint glow as Hestia funneled her magic into him, cloaking Daichai in a shimmering seal that stopped his power from spilling out. And even ordinary people felt the same dragon-level surge of magic she would radiate in her true form. The boy gaped as his body hardened, like buckling on wooden armor but feather-light. It felt like a faint amplification. So the hero tested it with a few quick hops, and Daichai said he could craft that covering himself and only needed practice. The hero stepped forward, seized the covering, and tried to wrest its magic under his control. Light flared around him as he drank in the impossible feat he'd just pulled off. Hestia scowled, grudgingly declared it a success, and admitted she couldn't fathom how he'd nailed it on his first try. The hero just grinned and asked if that was a bad thing. He bristled, sorrow searing his words as he said she had nothing left to teach him, like her whole purpose had been erased. Daichai fixed Hestia with a cold, cutting glare, her words dying under his stare. This covering would sabotage his daily life. He'd struggle to move normally. His body wasn't used to it yet, and Hestia flat-out disagreed. She declared his magic completely blocked. The hero nodded, admitting he'd smothered it himself, then smirked. Sometimes a sealed power turns into your secret weapon. He slipped through the senses of anyone who tracks magic, like those stone golems, and Daikai grinned, thinking how useful that would be. Better to unleash a sliver of magic and dodge needless trouble. Daikai warned it was maddeningly hard to control. Hestia pushed to let her take over. This was too hard for him, and the woman told them to call her the moment he needed help. The boy nodded, surrendering control to Hestia. She handled those forces far better, so he'd lean on her until he could manage them himself. Daichai ran a hand over the girl's head. Hester whooped, her heart soaring. This path would finally give her life real meaning. Princess Dainaya and Anne shared a meal in Prussia Castle when Dainaya's jaw hit the floor. She couldn't believe Anne was the Dragon King, and the revelation made her heart pound like it wanted to burst from her chest. Anne's apology hit Dinah like a confession. She'd vowed to stay restrained, but the reins snapped and she lost control. The princess snapped. "Does the town chief at the fortress know who I am?" And Anne shook her head. She'd stumbled into that post by pure chance, and the warden had no idea she was the Dragon King. Most days she served as deputy chief, running security like a battle-hardened commander, neutralizing threats and clearing the path so adventurers could focus on the mission. A sudden, stubborn care for the people stung Pritznessa, so she let things be for now. If Dainia could defend the royal capital, nothing else mattered to her. Curiosity burned in her. If the mud doll proved a new species, they'd have to spring into action, so she owned up to making them, and the princess stared wide-eyed. Anne shot out an apology for keeping quiet, and spat that the doll was her scout. She knew Daichai's Sama, dwelling on the dragon vein, was monstrously powerful, so she sent dolls ahead to probe because one misstep and he'd kill her. She barreled through the forest. Then after their tea, she realized Daichai was fiercely kind and strong, and suddenly every step she'd taken felt like a wasted effort. The princess felt that same choking fear she'd felt the first time she met Daichai, so she knew what was happening. Yet she still couldn't fathom why those dolls attacked her. Anne flashed a smile and shrugged it off as just a hobby. The princess fixed her with a strange smile and said she understood. His scolding actually eased her a bit. Going at it with more dirt and metal exhilarated her. But when Daichai herself unleashed a roaring maelstrom of magic, relief slammed into her. Pure, devastating power. Jenny slammed the brakes on the conversation, refusing to say a word about anyone's tastes. And when the princess pressed Anne for the results of her forest exploration, Anne recoiled with a shudder. Things aren't as good as they'd hoped. The magic forest's corrupting touch is warping the land, and the fortress city's dungeon keeps ravenously swallowing more ground. Terror gripped the princess. The deputy chief of the fortress city had raced here for that exact reason. A dragon vein pulsing beneath the magic forest unleashed a surge of mana that fattened Prussia's lands with power. And the dungeon, a ravenous creature that devours magic, will claw its way toward them. Ansdal scoured the vast lands around the royal capital and unearthed a web of tunnels running straight to the fortress city's dungeon. If those tunnels are damaged, dungeon monsters could pour out into the lands around Prussia. She shoved the Dragon King into the back of her mind. A fresh threat from the land had just been settled, and with only sketchy facts about the dungeons, she pressed Anne for a quick rundown. She ground her teeth, racing through rough calculations. They could only estimate when the monsters would show, never the exact hour. If the dungeon kept advancing at this pace, they'd be on their doorstep within days. The princess asked how to cut the damage, and Anne shot back. It's simple. Slaughter the monsters, thin their ranks. That's the best move. The fortress city swarms with monsters, and they're surging this way, ravenous for fresh feeding grounds. They could burn every scrap of power into a magic barrier, and it still wouldn't blanket the whole city. It turned into a brutal endurance race, and the princess couldn't know if her magic would hold until the monsters thinned. At least the magic forest was no longer a worry. No monster would dare come within a breath of Daichai. If a dungeon split open in the magic forest, it wouldn't even ruffle her. Everything boiled down to the city's safety. They had to strike a deal with the adventurers first to bolster the city's defenses. The princess exhaled sadly, admitted the situation was difficult, then smiled at her and said, if there was anything she didn't understand about dungeons, she could ask her. Her face lit up when she found her big sister alone, yet the thought of their meeting places dwindling would crush her, so she charged into the royal capital to help. Dainia flashed a grin at Anne and declared she'd gladly call on the Dragon King Dono from the fortress city. First, they had to eat before the battle began. The princess braced for an all-nighter and began plotting countermeasures. Tonight, they'd start the plan. Sunlight drenched the apple orchard courtyard in a breathtaking glow, turning every leaf and stone to gold. The hero melted into his pillow, idle and grinning as he rolled onto his other side, savoring how long it had been since he'd rested like this, and across the room Sakura poured a steaming cup of tea. She urged the master to rest as long as he needed. He snapped his head to the courtyard and saw Hestia barreling toward them. She barreled toward the city at a terrifying pace, and Daichai guessed she'd raced off to fetch materials for the staff. He'd snapped his spare staff yesterday and regret gnawed at him, though he'd forged a grand golem. Sakura's heart jumped. Hestia was reveling in it. The wild surges of her magic shouted pure fun and real happiness. He was probably doing it for the rush, and the hero understood, but tension coiled tight in his chest. Magic slipped past him while Sakura saw it like glass. Daichai blamed his lack of practice, and Sakura admitted that might be true, but insisted the real reason was the master's magical power itself is ashen great. You had to grind your focus to a razor edge to sense animals and humans' magic. Their power is a faint whisper, barely reaching you. The hero realized Sakura felt it like a pulse through her walls. She's a house, keyed to every presence. And when Daichai asked if she'd like to visit the city, she admitted she didn't really want to. She smiled and said she tends her master alone, watches his sleeping face like a guardian and traces every beat of his life. It makes her the happiest. The guy blushed, smiled, and said he understood. Sometimes he'd slip there on his own. He told Sakura to tell him if she needed anything. She shrugged and said she didn't, and he realized she had no desires at all. Sakura flashed a mischievous wink and declared she was a house just like her master, and the guy wanted nothing at all. Daichai clung to one last spark, mouth-watering food, but he couldn't shake the doubt that this craving was truly his. He paused, then resolved he wanted a steadier life, and Sakura echoed him, confessing she wished for the same. Sakura asked if he wanted to go to the city, but he waved it off. No need. Necessities and extras were stacked around the house, hauled in by the werewolves. Daichai grinned and declared to Sakura he'd stay home if that's the case, and the girl burst into tears. Shock slammed into the hero as Sakura gushed that hearing those words from her master lifted her like she'd been carried straight into heaven. He owned up to being a homebody. He'd be content if it kept her smiling, and for Sekiro nothing mattered more than taking care of her master. She poured her heart into cooking, folded the laundry with gentle care, ran the bath, smoothed out the futon, and greeted him every morning. Each little ritual set her soul alight with joy. She demanded he hand every worry to her and just thank Sakura so Sakura could live comfortably. But Deji's conscience burned. He knew he should have helped, even if just a little. Sekiro bristled and flat-out refused, begging her master to lie back, rest, and savor the moment. That was the thing that lit up her world. He snapped that doing it would leave him feeling useless, then crumpled to the floor. Today he paused, almost surrendering to Sakura's suggestion. She drew him in, offered her lap as a pillow, and he accepted. The girl snatched his head and pressed it squarely right among her soft, silken thighs. The hero snapped his head up and locked eyes with her, and Sakura's chest tightened. She knew he was in pain. Heat flooded his cheeks. He never expected her to do that while he lay face down. He cocked his head, offered to roll onto his side, and then a bolt of alarm ripped through him. Monsters swarmed around their house, and the instant his hand touched Sakura, an automatic synchronization ignited. Daichai clocked a surge of monsters, far more than usual. But it didn't faze him. He asked the golem to be kind and deal with them, and the golem obeyed its master. Only 10 seconds had passed when Sakura declared to the master that he'd given them a good fight. They'd been at it for quite some time, and even the monsters needed a rest. Sunlight bathed him in warmth, and beneath Sakura's warm feet the guy surrendered to sleep. He thought, joy exploding through him, that this was the best day of his life, and his home was the best. Daichai slammed his staff down and conjured 100 towering golems, shattering the record for production speed. He eyed his new staff and barked, "It's just fine, there isn't a single crack on it." Hester rubbed her eyes with her hands, voice hoarse as she barked that she'd been making it all day and all night. Her stomach roared, and she blurted to the hero that she was starving, so the lad snatched an apple from the tree and offered to eat it. Hesha tore into the apple, gnawing through the core and swallowing the seeds, ravenous. Then the girls sat on the grass as the apple's sudden well of magic soothed her, and when the hero offered to wait so she wouldn't have to push herself, Hesha shook her head and refused. Each day the magic key devoured more of her power, so Hester drove herself to the brink, determination seared in her veins. The girl watched the golems balloon into bigger, tougher beasts. The hero saw his own creations bulk up with muscle, and the more he fixated, the faster his magic bled away. And something else was at work. Daichai burst out thanking her. She tracked down the staff's materials and forged it herself. Hestia waved her head, brushed it off as a hobby, and the hero had covered every cost. He zeroed in on the staff and barked, "That's her bones, right?" She shrugged. She'd told him before. Even if they're bones, they're more like claws or scales, so it's no problem. Even if their supply ran dry, other spots existed to snag them. The guy snapped. Where are those places? Hestia wasn't the only Dragon King. Others prowled the world, their magical power and hardness varying. But at heart they were the same, so any of them could be used as a replacement. She pointed to her younger sister Anne as an example. But before she could utter a word, a thunderous stomping ripped through the room as Anne barreled at her, and Hestia jolted in surprise. Again, he shoved Hestia face first into those enormous breasts, her head disappearing into the soft depths. She released the girl, shot a crisp "Good morning" at Daichai, and, needing to head back, had come today to speak with him alone. The hero hailed the girl, certain she'd still show up. Still clutching her sister, she bowed in unison, and the boy's stomach dropped when Hestia twitched. Hestia shoved Anne back with every ounce of strength, roaring that she hadn't called for her. Anne answered, so ecstatic drool slipped from her lips. She tore free of the embrace and sprinted straight for Daichai. Anne beamed at how adorable it was, felt a pang that she dashed away so quickly, and chalked it up to her sister's marvelous strength and the warm rush it gave her. The hero couldn't fathom how Hestia put up with her younger sister's antics, and the girl glowed with relief that the guy understood her. For a moment, Anne forgot everything else and gaped at the breathtaking magic animating the golems the guy had created, and Dakai said he had made those people from apple trees. Even with the magic key in hand, Hestia's breath hitched. She couldn't believe such a vast amount had been crafted with razor precision, and it left her utterly awestruck. Thrill surged through Anne. She'd never seen anyone sculpt magic with such razor precision. He channeled far more power into them than she had, and he did it with a single magic key. Both sisters gawked at him, admiration burning in their eyes, and the boy squirmed under their stares. Sure, it felt amazing, but he wasn't some rare beast. Anne blurted an apology to the hero and confessed she forges golems too, her face lighting up. She was thrilled by the awesome spectacle. The hero still couldn't fathom why Anne had shown up. She'd come to apologize for the trouble she caused last time. As they already knew, she was the one who made that mud doll, and the guy said Hestia had already told him about it. She bowed low and begged forgiveness, voice raw as she insisted she was sorry. Truly, deeply sorry for what happened. Daichai grinned and accused her of ruining his garden by tracking dirt through it. Her apology thawed him, and he forgave her. Horror slammed into Anne. An apology felt useless. She insisted she needed punishment, cheeks blazing as she pictured what awaited and secretly hoping that same whirlpool of magical power would spank her butt, and that would be fine. He summoned her back from the dream world. He'd already forgiven her, and then snapped. Did you bring anything to apologize with? Catching her breath, Anne grinned and declared she'd brought them a cache of enchanted items, and the hero's curiosity ignited. He couldn't stop wondering what it was. She snatched a flask and proclaimed it a recovery potion forged from the Dragon King's blood. A priceless vial gleamed on the stall for sale. A miracle salve that sealed cuts and knitted fractures the instant he dabbed it on, and he gaped at how utterly versatile it was. Magic items bottle raw enchantment and unleash wild effects, appearing in forms from simple everyday trinkets to savage combat weapons. Daichai's jaw dropped. Exactly what you'd expect from Hestia. And the girl smiled. Whenever something baffled him, she'd untangle it for him, and Daichi realized Anne had a knack for forging magical items. As the newest Dragon King, she threw herself into crafting magical artifacts, trained by her older sister Hestia, who only ever forged staffs, while Anne churned out everything else, from medicines to tools. She confessed she couldn't craft staffs, and gushed that her older sister could fashion a fragile, beautiful staff with ease. And the boy's eyes widened as he grasped the stark contrast in what they made. After eyeing the golems, Hestia shook his head and shot back that the true miracle was that he can fashion these golems with razor-sharp pinpoint precision. Daichai felt himself sliding into isolation lately, and Anne stepped forward and apologized to him. When he carved wooden golems or worked timber, that recovery potion turned into an absolute lifesaver. Broken bones knit back, splinter-cut fingers stopped bleeding, and root-scratched legs sealed up. He whooped that it was insanely versatile. He usually let the golems tend the trees, but sometimes he'd still end up injured. If a single application can cure you, perfect. He snatched the potion bottle, relief crashing through him, and blurted that he was grateful to her for the cure. Anne's eyes went wide and she blurted, "No, I'm the one who should be thanking you." Then she leaned in to warn them about something. Anne warned that soon monsters would multiply and could swarm into the magic forest. The hero sensed something amiss in the magic forest. The girl warned of a small problem lurking beneath its roots, but the monsters were only stirring temporarily, so they didn't worry. Waving his staff, Daichai snapped that he understood everything and swore he'd be more careful then. Anne cut it off, declared it over, and told them to alert her the moment the recovery potion ran dry so she could bring more. She poured her thanks into the heroes and prayed their cooperation would thrive going forward. When she hugged Hestia, that embrace reached out for her older sister too. She dipped into a deep bow and called out with a bright smile, "All the best." Hestia confessed to Dateji she'd been hammering out the staff all night and was finally collapsing into bed, and the hero nodded, wishing her a good night's rest. He exhaled a heavy sigh, noted the medicine merchant's raucous noise, and convinced himself a lively home was normal. Then nostalgia slammed into the hero. Armor clanged through the halls of the Prussian castle as a knight burst before the princess, shouting that the magic barriers were set, and the water mages stood ready. Convinced this would be a grand experiment, she charged in and poured every ounce of effort into it. The princess spun to the night mage and ordered the captain of the knights to judge with iron impartiality. The night magician snapped his hand up and barked for everyone to ready themselves. The princess ripped a roaring stream of water into being and hurled it forward as a living projectile. A multitude of sorceresses summoned shimmering spheres that slammed together and fused into one colossal bubble. The princess barked a command and unleashed a razor water bolt forward. Her mind snagged on that forest feeling she vowed to remember. She thrust her wand forward and roared, "Piercing fire lance! Burn everything!" as a searing torrent of flame ripped from the tip and slammed into the barriers. The flames slammed into their mark, and a thunderous explosion ripped through the air. The knight thundered with pride that she was their princess, claiming the power that ripped through the witch squad's 10 water bullets. A jaw-dropping, piercing force that set a new record, but the princess snapped that it wasn't over because the current fire spear had gotten a bit stronger. Denia knew this level couldn't vaporize a dragon shielded by magic. The spell Daichai Dono gave her burned with a different fury, its firepower and piercing force far greater. The knight couldn't say whether that power would suffice. The princess snapped it wouldn't. She'd never catch up to him unless she honed her skills. Dangaya knew the knight captain planned to push through the paperwork afterward and pay a visit to Daichi Dono, and the knight confirmed it. The princess pinned the knight captain and the witch squad with a steady gaze and asked them to stay here for the whole workday. The squad plunged into a reverent bow. The knight captain answered with a curt nod. The princess flashed a grateful smile and urged them to press on. Daichai and Hestia crashed onto the bench outside the house, exhaling long, tired breaths as they rested. Hestia flashed a grin and fixed her eyes on the staff. The hero still hadn't managed to break it with his magic. Daichai looked at her and declared it easy to use, bragging he'd wielded it dozens of times and it never broke. So Hestia pulled an all-nighter, tweaking every part until it was perfect. She bristled at the countless hairline cracks spidering the staff, invisible to the naked eye. And yet before there had been no sign of magic leaking, the hero didn't know and froze in shock. Hestia ignited, hunger blazing in her eyes at the thought of finally having something to aim for. "Daich," I smiled and warned her not to overdo it. A princess strode up and called out a bright hello, a bag clutched behind her back rattling like it hid a secret. Dakai returned the greeting. He spotted Dainaya's radiant smile. The girl said it was because her tough, unusual training had paid off, and it made her feel a little better. She slammed a heavy bag down and shoved it at Daichai, daring him to take it. The hero assumed she'd brought him money, and Dainaya remembered that he'd once been in town. His magic coaxed a bountiful harvest from the medicinal herb farm by the castle. The haul was his reward, and she desperately hoped he'd claim it. He accepted it and felt his household finances snap into that same tight cycle again. As Hestia drifted off, he did the math on the staff materials and realized he'd already handed her every last coin. Spotting her rubbing her eyes, he asked if she wanted to sleep. Hestia admitted she hadn't slept since yesterday and had been pouring out her magic nonstop. She opened her mouth to tell him to leave her alone so she could sleep. But before she could speak, she collapsed onto his shoulder and melted into sleep. A grin split his face as he declared he'd carry her straight back to the cabin, right now. Daichai scooped Hesjit into his arms and told her not to worry. Sleep tugged at her eyelids so she could do nothing but murmur thanks, and Dainaya said it was very sweet. He fired, "What's cute about it?" And she went crimson, every reply dying on her tongue. Thoughts clawed at her, but she swallowed them and barked that it was nothing. She pretended not to understand a word he said. The bewildered hero locked eyes with Dainaya and said, "If you say that, I won't worry." As the princess pulled her hat down and murmured she'd probably go, she slipped away, murmuring she didn't want to disturb Hesha's rest, and fearing she'd have to leave them alone. He grinned and promised they'd see each other again, and she tried to sprint away faster. She sprinted toward the castle, cheeks burning with shame and her thoughts a scrambled mess. She never imagined jealousy could slip from her lips. Realizing she'd accidentally blurted the truth, Heat seared her cheeks and she sprinted home to cool down. Anne strode toward Daichai's house when a man caught sight of her and shouted a cheerful hello to the girl. She flashed a smile and declared she'd come today to give him a gift. A portable first aid kit, its case sporting a stunning design. He gaped at it, baffled, and the girl snapped that the bag was for storing potions. He could grab a potion and use it immediately if, while working in the garden, he hurt himself. Hestia fixed the medicine bag with a razor stare and realized its hide came from a dragon king, probably from the base of the wings. Dishi blinked, shocked she'd known that just by looking, and the girl, hesitating, asked the creator if she was right. Mad Anne grinned, saying she'd expect that from her older sister. She'd spotted the material in a heartbeat, and the hero suspected Anne had taken that material from her own body too. She flashed a grin and said he'd nailed it. The artifact was forged from her wings, and enchanted to withstand even Daichai's magic, she guaranteed it. Guy's eyes locked on her. She was just like Hestia, and he snapped. Is it too much for a dragon king to use her body as material? Anne brushed it off. Just part of the skin, she said, and the cut sealed in seconds. He took it without a worry, but regret burned because he had nothing to give back. Distraught Anne insisted she wanted nothing. Simply breathing the same air as her older sister, alone, was enough, and Daichai eyed her warily, holding back from arguing. Dreading disaster, Hestia dove behind the hero and blurted she was wildly spunky. Anne laughed it off as a joke, and the hero shrugged that it was true half the time. Anne announced that no matter her sister's relationships, she personally drew all the rewards she needed from Daichai, and the hero couldn't fathom what she meant. It hit her. He'd shown her his golems, those top-tier, first-class magic items, and as a creator herself, that knowledge was pure gold. He pictured Anne forging golems, and she smiled, confirming it. Yet these golems thrummed with a totally different essence. They weren't Daiech's. She spat that he'd understand if he lined them up and unleashed the black metal breath. Instantly, earth gushed from her palms, smashed into the ground, and began folding itself into a shape. The hero's gaze locked onto Anne's ability, curiosity blazing as he asked her what it was. Hestia declared that Anne was a black metal dragon king whose breath forges earth threaded with metal. And because she's the newest dragon king, she can create new magic items one by one. Anne thanked her sister for the explanation. She gasped that it was her mud golem and warned finishing it would take forever. She had no stamina, and it would explode if monsters swarmed it. The little golem locked eyes with the man, beamed, and waved cheerfully. Daichai declared him utterly adorable, and even Hestius reached out to stroke his head. She smiled and told Anne she was growing up, and that the magic she'd held inside him had grown stronger. Anne lunged forward, seized her sister, and pressing her tight, thanked her from the depths of her heart, whispering how happy she was that she still remembered those old times. Anne couldn't stop being kind, sweet, and tiny. Hestia sneered that the sweet part was pointless, frowning as she swallowed any retort and kept her thoughts to herself, while Daichai grinned, seeing Hestia had already accepted it. Seeing Anne leap into Hestia's arms again, the boy knew she was truly kind, and with a hard look at the golem, he vowed to take the earth Anne left behind and forge one himself. He turned to the girl and asked permission to forge the same golem. Traces of the land from her last arrival still clung here, and Anne's eyes snapped to Daichai in surprise. She warned him that with the right materials he could certainly make one, but molding mud wasn't like crafting wooden golems and would be far trickier. He understood, and curiosity burning, commanded the mud golem to rise to see what would happen. A second later, a hulking golem burst up from the tiny puddle of mud. The girl froze, jaw dropping. She couldn't fathom how he'd pulled it off. Hestia's eyes glittered, exactly the reaction she'd expected from her, and the boy, beet red, stammered that he couldn't help it. The hero jabbed a finger at the rock and barked for the mud golem to smash it, and the golem braced, clay limbs coiling to strike. It shattered the rock like paper, and the guy warned that the golem reacted like molasses and obeyed only clumsy commands. But it was already too late to remake him. She flushed and snapped that it wasn't. He was already landing blows faster than her mud golem, and telling the golem makers he was slow would crush their spirits. The hero swallowed the truth. Deech's wooden golems were absurdly versatile. Deech could snap one into existence in an instant, so only he deserved their attention. It could be churned out by the thousands. Its effortless design made him hail it as convenient. He had nothing to compare it to. Anne fell silent, then managed a stunned, "Daichai is amazing!" Hestia waved a hand and said, "It's nice to have someone who understands you." A familiar alienation washed over the guy again. But he dropped another bomb. The land could serve more than golems, so he asked if he could take the rest. Anne flashed a smile, nodded, and said, "It's fine." The hero snagged fresh material and thanked her. A thunderous blast ripped the Prussian border where it met the magical forest. The girls snapped that they were done for today. Dinia spun to the knight's commander, saying it was good he'd escorted her, but you can't leave an order without a leader. He bowed to the princess and praised her for a job well done. He barked he'd already given the necessary orders, so they'd be fine. Danger had spiked. Leaving the princess alone now that the dungeon had awoken would be reckless. She had to be careful, she agreed. But up to now, not a single massive monster invasion had hit. They tore through the usual hunt of wild monsters, and Anne had warned the invasion would strike in 2 to 3 days. Yet they were already past day 3. Chaos had gripped the city for some time, but that gave them the breathing room to rush in defenses. And they were lucky. The royal capital held seasoned, battle-hardened veterans. The brilliant heads, elite adventurers from a fortress city that boasted a 90% completion rate, were in the royal capital, and the knight's voice cracked with gratitude for how they'd defended his city. The monsters here hit brutal. Even 2 ordinary adventurers fighting side-by-side struggle. The girl agreed, pointing to Fabineers that hunt humans with razor tusks and a massive slime in the magical forest that lurks until you drop your guard and devours you whole. Most of these monsters steamroll lone fighters. You needed a seasoned band to stand a chance, and when the dungeon beast stopped being a joke and turned truly lethal, they barely scrambled a defense in time. The commander of the knights announced they'd invited other adventurers but would need mountains of supplies. He let out a heavy sigh and admitted they were drowning in problems, and they wouldn't have enough food if they sealed the city behind a barrier. Dinah snapped. "If you say so, there's nothing I can do. Move on to the next case." She would question the werewolves about the magic forest state. The captain of the knights would ride out to inspect the capitals and the city's defenses. A knight bowed and apologized that messengers, not a princess, should handle this. Danae waved him off and told him not to worry. She grinned and declared she alone could operate the teleporter. Acting solo was easier and far faster. She triggered the teleport, vanished in an instant, and snapped into existence right beside the snarling werewolves. The werewolves spotted her and erupted into low, welcoming howls as they greeted the princess. The princess shot a quick apology for keeping them waiting. The werewolf brushed it off, no big deal. They were only a few minutes behind schedule, and he knew she'd been out hunting monsters on the plains, which was for their own good. Dinah smiled and said she expected that from werewolves. They sniff out information at lightning speed. It was only a few dozen minutes ago, and they'd already uncovered it because gathering intelligence and procuring materials is a werewolf's business. The werewolf howled, snarling that anyone who couldn't pull that off had no right to face the king. The girl gasped when she realized the king was Daichai, and the werewolf confirmed she was right, beckoning her to the far side of the square where they'd hand over every scrap of information she needed. Striding through the town, the princess spotted children playing in the street and declared they'd grown quite wealthy. She'd been here many times, and every visit the place thrummed with peaceful bustle. This was their finest home in decades. Their king sparked booming trade that forged the settlement into a thriving hub. The werewolf howled that not even their whole family could repay their king for what he'd done, and they stood before the appointed place. The princess demanded the truth about the monsters in the magic forest, and the werewolf swore they were growing fiercer and more active. The monsters hadn't grown in number, but their spawn radius had ballooned, so the werewolf kept crashing into them more often. The dungeon was swelling underground and he had no clue. He swallowed and confessed they might have only crossed paths by chance, so he couldn't say for sure. The princess nodded, insisting the dungeon wasn't necessarily to blame. The werewolf growled that the only thing different was the underground monsters surfacing. By underground, he meant giant, writhing worms bursting up through the soil. He stared in disbelief. These creatures weren't from here. Either they'd come from elsewhere or they'd lived so deep no one ever saw them. And the princess's mind raced, picturing how the magical forest's ecology had been rewritten. Their king loomed nearby, and his mere presence sent ripples through the ecosystem, tipping it off balance even if only a little. Grinning, the werewolf locked eyes with his sister and snarled, "We're right among them." The werewolf jabbed a claw at the paper, growling that every number and type of monster they'd faced was logged here, then scrawled the names of those that had stopped showing up in recent months. She realized the monsters they'd stopped running into were the fiercest. The ones who dared charge their king were beaten and driven off, so they'd decided it wasn't safe to stay. After that, the girl stared at the name of the underground monsters, and the werewolf snarled that these foes were far easier to sniff out or feel, always leaving telltale signs you could track. He flashed a smirk and snapped that the forest was convenient to live in for that very reason. Dinah locked eyes with Daichai and declared it was all thanks to him, but the sudden surfacing of underground monsters chilled everyone. Starting today, they had to begin taking the necessary measures, one by one. and the werewolf stepped forward, vowing to help. Just tell him if they need anything. He still owed the town merchants for food and supplies, so he bowed to the princess, thanked her, and asked her to keep him informed. A werewolf smirked, said he'd like to be paid for it and that they'd arrange that a little later. And Dinya waved goodbye to the werewolves. They cut through the forest while the princess couldn't shake that she'd have to probe the magical woods linked to the dungeon a little more. Next stop, Daichai's place. Eerie, bone-rattling stomps slammed into Dainaya, making the place unbearably loud. She traced the sound to near Daichai's house and feared the monsters had come here too. It shouldn't have been possible. But with him there, she couldn't rule it out. Chaos erupted as monsters swarmed the streets, and she realized the Fabineris had started it. Her jaw dropped at the sight of a massive herd of high-level four-legged beasts thundering toward them. The golems battered their attackers with brutal fury, and at the heart of their circle, the girl spotted a hero. She gaped as the massive monsters fell in an instant, words freezing in her mouth. She smiled wordlessly, a blush blooming across her cheeks, then murmured, "That's insanely cool." The hero froze, eyes locked on the princess, shock ripping through him as he decided something had happened, and she said she'd come to make sure. She blurted out what he planned to do with the herd of Fabunaru, and after a thoughtful pause, he rattled off options. Sell them, slaughter and eat them, parcel them out to the werewolves, or simply let them go. The boar's meat was tough but tasty, perfect for sukiyaki, and Dainia blinked, completely lost. She dropped her gaze to the floor and begged him to sell them in bulk to her town, which teemed with people desperate for food and willing to pay. The hero shrugged, didn't mind at all, and said there were too many of them anyway. Her eyes blazed with gratitude. She thanked the hero and proclaimed him the savior of their town. He couldn't make sense of her, but her bright grin calmed him and he shrugged it off. Daichai resolved to drive the boars straight into the city. 1 hour later, the princess sat at the table, gushing to Sakura and Daichai that their home was truly wonderful. Sakura beamed and thanked Dainaya for her efforts. The princess flashed a grateful smile at Sakura and Bod, and promised the hero she'd bring the money next time. When he pressed her why she'd come, she cradled a mug of tea and suddenly remembered she'd come to report something to Daichai. Monsters teetered on the brink of awakening around the city, and though the princess was dead certain he'd be fine, she insisted they keep their distance, just in case. A grin cracked the hero's face. She was as benevolent as ever. She'd come here just to say that, and then an explosion ripped open the air nearby. The princess leapt from the table and demanded, "What was that?" Her eyes snapping toward the city as she assumed the monsters had finally struck. Sure, they'd been biding their time, but she was wrong. She shot the hero a quick apology, said she was heading back to the city, slipped into the teleporter, and was gone as Sakura and Daichai watched her go in silence. Exhaling heavily, the guy snapped that she was a very busy person. Sakura replied that Danyasin had her reasons. Then a sudden rustle from the bushes jerked the hero's attention. Demon-like creatures stood before them, grinning at the heroes as flames roared in their hands. Daichai gaped at the monster and pronounced it a demon. Sakura agreed. The monster lunged without warning. The hero snatched up his staff and bellowed at the golem to shield them. Before the flames could touch them, a colossal golem slammed down over the heroes like an iron roof, then rocketed at the monster, sending it scrambling away. He clocked the demon's blistering agility, knew the golem couldn't cope, and in Sakura he seized a hand. He locked into indestructible wooden armor beside her, and the branches suddenly erupted into a frantic rustle. In a heartbeat, a towering armored golem burst into existence. The heroes braced inside its iron shell. While inside the armor, Daichai snarled he'd handle it himself and fired a devastating shot. In an instant, the monster whipped around to face Ash and Sakura, grinning wickedly as it declared, "Excellent." He gaped as something tore free from the monster. A magic stone, its power stale and spent, and it looked like his body had been forged from that stone's magic. Daichai let out a tense sigh, and warned that very strange creatures lived here. Hestia snapped awake from the noise and demanded, "What's wrong with them?" He thrust the stone at the girl and bellowed that he'd slain a strange monster. It finally fell off him. Hestius turned the stone over, eyes sharp, and declared it a demonic magic stone from the dungeon. Its size proved he'd slain a demon servant, and she couldn't fathom why he was here. Confusion hit the hero. He couldn't tell if this was strange, and the girl snapped that there were no dungeons nearby. Still, it had been abandoned by a dungeon monster. The forest's environment shifted, and that upheaval unleashed the dungeon monsters. The hero shot out a question about his house. Hestjo shook her head and warned these creatures were warlike, cunning, and attacked on instinct, a nightmare to handle, then jabbed a finger and told him to see for himself. The same monsters burst from the forest, eyes blazing as they fixed on the heroes with furious intent. Daichi swore it was the invasion the princess had warned about, but Sakura stood baffled, clueless where they'd come from. The armored golem hoisted Daichi and Sakura onto its arm. The hero vowed he'd deal with them at once. Explosions tore through the air, and a few moments later Sakura told the master there was no sign of demons outside the house. The guy smiled and said that was good. Castle Prussia thundered with voices as people shouted the adventurers held the northern defenses. What storm was breaking in the west? Denia materialized behind the knight's captain, and the night mage snarled. They'd been waiting for her. She asked how they were holding up. Then monsters erupted in the east and south at once, surging toward the city, only to barrel straight into the defenders who were already intercepting them. The princess peered at the map as the knight jabbed a finger, declaring the red crosses marked where their troops were fighting, and Dainia demanded what the black circle in the east meant. Emma East was Anne in the flesh. She ordered the spot marked, strode over to it, and declared that her mere presence would be enough. Smirking, the princess was certain the Dragon King could handle it alone, while the southern squad of knights surged and seized the upper hand in the battle. Only the west remained. Time had ripped a gaping hole in their defenses. The knight said a band of adventurers had already gone there, and Dainia wondered what kind of crew they'd be. They call themselves the Shiny Heads. They were a band of high-class adventurers with a 90% completion rate. Those numbers screamed power, and sending only one group here was near suicidal. So the girl tightened her grip on the staff. The princess vowed she'd go there to help, sending the crowd into stunned silence. Dainia stayed unfazed. She's the only one who can teleport there. The knight bristled, ready to protest. He weighed it, and resolved that even if he begged her to stay, the princess would still ignore him. Dainia just smiled and said the captain of the knights knows her very well. So long as her hands can cast and her heart still beats, she'll tear through any threat to keep this city safe. It's her duty as an archmage. Admiring Daichi, she steeled herself and blazed down this path. She made up her mind, handed command to the knight's captain. He accepted and urged her to be careful, and she blasted into the teleporter. Out in the west of Prussia, a squad of adventurers closed on their target, the leader laughing that this place had the weakest defense, far from the trade area and guarded by only 10 men, when bushes rustled and, right in front of them, the earth below rumbled and shook. A gargantuan worm shredded through the soil and locked its baleful gaze on the adventurers. Where the worm slithered out, a tide of goblin-like creatures scuttled free. The commander cackled. "They're here!" He never imagined he'd have to fight monsters from the fortress city's dungeons. He snapped his head up. A colossal worm was already bearing down on them. He roared that this pressure was nothing next to Daichi, and the other guy laughed, backing him up. When their leader, who'd passed out moments before, uttered those words, it lit a fire under the whole group and they burst into giggles as he flushed and confessed it was all because he admired him. Had they faced that horde earlier, he would have bolted. Now only his raw strength keeps him planted. His crew hoisted him up, and the leader's eyes snapped to the scene. Even this far away, whole residential districts still teemed with people. Fields brimming with crops and stacked supplies screamed that this place teemed with people. The chief roared at the adventurers. "Protect them!" This town poured top-shelf booze, laid out hearty feasts, and turned their stay into one hell of a time. Fail to protect them and their name will crumble to dust. They vowed to crush the foes at all costs, so they could drink together again. Battle cries tearing the air as the adventurers charged headlong at the enemy. Fueled by battle fury, the squad leader lunged and struck the goblin, sending it flying backward. Breath ragged, he croaked, "Is it all over?" They clung to that answer like a lifeline. He snarled that at this pace he and his squad wouldn't last. Then a squad mate yelled to the leader that the leader was being attacked from behind. The demon hurled the goblin through a wall of flame and slammed it into the squad leader's back, and he screamed as pain ripped through him while the demon smirked. Someone screamed, "Servant demon!" The squad leader spotted its cunning and struck from afar. Then a shout rang out. Someone was wielding a fire spear. The strike sent the goblin sprawling, and he, pulsing with excitement, seized the opening and charged. The instant the goblin crumpled, the stone clattered free. A man slid up behind the adventurer's leader. Dainia exhaled and declared she'd arrived just in time. The head cried out that this girl had saved them and was a princess, and Dainia said her name and insisted she was the one who should be thanking them. She stared at her squad, ragged and spent from the battle, and guilt ripped through her. She'd been sure she'd arrive in time, but she was late. The head beamed and vowed that because the townsfolk had helped them so much, they'd repay them with everything they could. The princess lit up, thrilled they felt the same. Out of nowhere, an adventurer rocketed past them, and someone's attack slammed into him. Dinah and the head darted their eyes around, dumbstruck as the scene defied all sense. A hulking goat exploded up behind them. gripping an oak tree and a shield in his hands, hooves the size of anvils and a demonic face as the beast roared furiously at them. The goat's cloak melted and demons burst free. Their leader shouted to the others that he was spawning servant demons, stunned. What the hell was the dungeon master doing here? The princess froze in terror, convinced it was the dungeon master himself. It conjures the dungeon's own monsters, usually nesting in its deepest, most forbidding levels. If he could conjure demons, his level had to be insane. The boss ground his teeth, sure only the master or his minions could slay them. The head of the adventurers spat a curse. The girl clutched the staff tighter. Fire sparked in her eyes as she snapped at the adventurers. "I'll handle him myself." A fellow adventurer roared to the princess that it was too dangerous, boasted he was very strong, and demanded she run. Just because she could slay the dragon didn't mean she could take down the dungeon master. Dainia grinned and snapped she wouldn't run, not while someone threatened her city. She refused to let that happen and vowed to use every ounce of her power. After meeting that man, she unleashed a new spell that consumed every feeling and memory, forging them into a single strike that could fell a dragon. She screamed and launched the volcanic spear, blazing in a deadly arc straight for the dungeon master. The goat glared at her strike, smashed his club through it and scattered her attack. The explosion slammed into the girl, forcing her to clamp her eyes shut as her staff cracked clean in half. The strike hurled Dinah backward as the adventurer's leader's shout ripped into her ears. Her eyes snapped open, and she toppled forward onto something impossibly soft. Dazed and battered, the princess couldn't tell what had caught her, so she looked up. A voice asked if she was all right, saying it had softened its hand to catch her, and she froze because she recognized that voice. Daichai, clad in battle armor, stood shoulder to shoulder with Sakura. The hero urged Sakura to grab the medicine Anne had given them. Sakura pointed to the pouch on the guy's belt and pulled it free. Daichai flashed a grin and urged Dania to hang on for a moment while he poured his healing into her. The hero plunged into the armored golem's cavernous palm to hand Dania the cure. She coughed up blood and thanked him weakly, and Deiji begged him not to tell her. Her mouth was wounded. He grinned and lavished praise on her for a job well done. And to her surprise, a flood of security swelled inside her as the hero declared she was doing a good job. A smile bloomed on the princess's lips. Suddenly she crumpled, slipping into unconsciousness. Panic flared in Daichai, convinced he'd injected too much mana again. Yet Sakura told him to calm down and said she was just tired, so the hero swallowed his fear and decided everything was fine. The wound sealed shut, and she drew breath easily. He had no clue what was happening, and the monster looked like it was about to wreck everything. Evading the blast, Daihai realized it was the same demon servant. The armored golem clamped the heroes in one crushing hand, leveled its other arm at the demons and fired, while Daiichi watched the enemies with razor focus. The smoke tore away, and he locked eyes with the dungeon master standing before him, unscathed. The hero had only stoked the demon's fury into a raging blaze. The adventurers froze in disbelief. They'd always only toppled servant demons by pooling every ounce of strength, yet Daichai felled them with a single blow. The leader smiled and declared, "Amazing. Daichai is awesome." The head barreled up to the golem and demanded, "Master Daiichi, why are you here?" The hero snarled that those pesky servant demons had swarmed outside his house, and when he came to his senses, he was hurled into a battle just outside the forest. Then he spotted the adventurers locked in the same brutal fight and roared his thanks. An adventurer bellowed to the others that the master had unleashed another wave of summoned servants. He snapped his mouth shut, thrust Dinya into the head adventurer's arms, and implored them to keep her safe. The head whirled to the others and vowed they'd shield the princess. Then Daichai braced himself to clash with the dungeon master. After they were alone with him, he snapped, "I don't care what I'm doing." This forest was his home. Here he melted into the hush, comfort seeping into his bones. He bellowed at the demon, ordering it to brace for the brutal ass-kicking he was about to deliver. He locked eyes with Sakura and declared, "We're starting." She smirked and shot back, "Always ready." He slammed the wooden armor on, and the golem roared as it began donning an even deadlier suit of armor. Golem sprouted 2 extra pairs of arms, erupting into wooden armor mode. Daichai tore through the enemy's stats and froze on the total, 20 monsters. The monsters bristled, ready to strike, so he barked, "Attack!" A massive root shot up from the earth and rammed into the golem from behind. The golems thrust all 6 arms out in front of it, each limb coiling like a loaded spring as they braced to strike. Out of nowhere, demons surged forward and engulfed the golem in roaring, searing flames. Daichai's calm cut through the chaos as he declared, "This fire can't hurt us anymore." His wooden armor skills had skyrocketed after the battle with Hestia. The armor had become a blaze-proof shell, completely invulnerable to fire. If flames somehow licked the wood beneath, they'd only scorch the outermost coating. The golem thrust its stone arm outward, its rocky muscles tensing as it readied a second crushing blow. Bullets screamed from 6 arms, slamming into every monster around the goat and felling them instantly. He flashed a cocky grin and declared himself invincible. The battle against the dungeon master and the hero raged on, and the goat stared at the hero, thunderstruck. Why the hell does he have that insane strength? Daichai's eyes snapped wide when the demon spoke. He hurled himself into the attack. He barreled toward the golem, unleashed a searing blast from his palm, and the demon crumpled to the ground. Seething, the dungeon master ripped open portal after portal, conjuring wave after wave of the demon's new servants. His jaw dropped as the dungeon master churned out servant after servant, a new minion appearing every single second. The hero's eyes widened. There were already more than 100 of them, and the dungeon master's lips curled into a wicked, triumphant grin. He barked orders, his servants surged forward, and the demons pounced on the golem. Attacks slammed into him from every direction, but he parried with all 6 hands while blasting the demons with gunfire as dungeon stones clattered to the floor and the dungeon master spawned wave after wave of new servants. It hit him. 6 hands weren't nearly enough, but he smirked because the dungeon master was underestimating him, and the hero still had several aces up his sleeve. 2 more roots shot from the earth, coiling around the golems and wrenching them back into the soil. Every tree in the area surged to life, their branches snaking out to cloak the golem's armored body. The armor erupted, unlocking the additional fire mode of 1,000 hands. The goats froze, silent and wide-eyed, as the enemy twisted and reshaped itself before them. He realized, too late, that even monsters could feel fear. Daichai roared a command and charged headlong into the attack. The golems unleashed 1,000 arms before him, then whirled them into a roaring vortex of shots. Bullets tore through the air and pummeled the enemy. When the dust settled, only rocks remained. With every servant obliterated, the golem unleashed a relentless barrage at the dungeon master, who swallowed the blow. When the shots finally died away, the enemy heaved a heavy sigh and tried to say something to the hero. Rage ripped from the goat as he hurled himself at the golem, bellowing, "Who are you?" He spotted the enemy lunging at him again, admired the man's fierce zeal, then thundered at the dungeon master that he'd smash the attacker on the spot. Thousands of shots pelted the demon, shredding him until he crashed to the earth, screams ripping from his throat. The demon lay defeated, reduced to a hulking slab of stone. The guy cracked a grin and said they'd need the strength of 1,000 fists and a massive explosion. From the sidelines, the princess gaped as Senju's terrifying strength tore through the battle, and she whispered that he was unbelievably strong. Power surged through her now. She was far stronger than she had been. She could single-handedly obliterate a wandering dragon now. Her magic had erupted past its old limits, but it still couldn't match his. Her eyes glittered and a radiant smile spread across her face as she declared, "I want to be strong too." Daichai stormed out of the golem and let out a heavy, ragged exhale. Sure enough, the Senju had drained a torrent of mana from the trees. He stared up at the colossal golem and sneered that it was just a prototype, only able to wield 40 hands. Sakura grinned, realizing the master hadn't even tapped 30% of his mana. Shock cracked through the hero. He blamed his fatigue from not being used to it and figured he should have put it to work on plain chores like harvesting, and she promised to lock down a steady grind and jump in to help when the time came. The princess locked her gaze on the boy, admiration blazing, and declared she could defend the city if she became as strong as him. She too had always burned to stand by his side. The hero barreled over to the others and declared that apparently every enemy had been wiped out, and the guy broke into a grin because now he could finally go home and relax. He stared at the battlefield, laid to ruin. He'd torn trees from the forest for his own gain, and now he had to replant them. The princess vowed she'd handle it so he could relax. Daiichi's jaw dropped when he realized she was already walking. Dainea flashed a smile and declared the medicine he'd given her a marvel, her wounds already mended. Yet she couldn't shake the thought that such a precious potion was wasted on someone like her. He waved her fear away, insisting it didn't matter if she was fine, then revealed Anne had given him the potion so the princess could thank her, and the princess reeled, refusing to believe the brew came from the Dragon Queen's own blood. Daichai gaped. The busty Dragon Queen had actually talked about using blood, and the princess went even more unhinged, shrieking that she'd drunk a potion brewed from the Dragon King's blood. She crumpled to the ground, voice cracking as she wailed that the hero had wasted that potion on her. He just stared, baffled. One moment she'd been bouncing around, the next she'd collapsed. Daichai barked, "Are you anemic?" Her wounds looked healed, but her blood ran thin. She snapped she wasn't, then jabbed a finger at the man and demanded, "Do you understand the price of the Dragon Queen's blood potion?" Daichai swore he knew nothing, and the girl believed him. The princess sobbed, scrambling for a plan. That potion was worth at least 100 million, and not even their treasury could cover it. She snapped back to herself and sank into gloom. Taking money from the treasury for her own use was unthinkable. and if she did, it would destroy her. The hero couldn't even make out her muttered words. Dinah confessed she'd been tormented over how to pay for her treatment. He insisted he needed nothing from her. He grinned and vowed he'd never accept a single coin for something handed to him for free. He vowed to fix the place to make things right. They sealed the deal, and he claimed he'd already caught her eye. Beside Daichai, the princess felt her stomach roar. Daichai clutched his belly and admitted he was starving. It was already lunchtime. Sakura said she'd go on ahead to have time to prepare everything, and the hero thanked her. Sakura launched skyward, shouting she had to go and waving farewell to everyone, and the princess froze, stunned to see her take flight. The moment she became a spirit, she learned to soar, and the man erupted in awe at her incredible power before telling Danya it was time for him to leave. She yanked his cloak, imploring him to wait a moment. Daichai was baffled. They'd already agreed on everything. Daignia vowed she'd clean up the whole mess, then jabbed a finger at the hero and, eyes flashing, asked if he was going to scoop up every magic stone the monsters had scattered. Daichai scowled, baffled why he'd need them. The girl shot back that he could sell them or use them for crafting. They had all sorts of uses. And the hero, eyeing the huge pile, asked if that was really true. He seized the large stone as Hestia's keepsake and pushed the others toward Danya. He didn't need them. Daichai declared they could sell them, and the princess's mind snapped to the fortune they'd pull in from so many. Daichai pressed the stones into her palm, bid her a fierce farewell, and told her to use them as she wished. The princess lunged to stop him, but the boy shook free and said he had to go home. He was hungry. Danaya's cheeks flamed as she watched him stride away, and she thanked him for doing all this for them. The adventurer's boss saw the guy off with one sharp glance, his fist clenching tighter, and knew Daiichi-san was an incredibly brave guy. After staring at the glittering stones, one adventurer turned to the boss and said, "With this many magic stones we can pull in at least a few $100 million. Now that's truly generous." The boss smirked, certain he was extraordinary and that none of them could measure up. The man behind the leader straightened, decided he was right, and they watched the other adventurers snap awake. The boss ruffled the team member's hair, relief roaring through him that the guy had snapped back to normal. The guy asked what he meant, and the boss said, "We're buried in wounds and the quest paid nothing. No healing until you drink sake." One of the guys grinned and said they were fine. Talking non-stop had them covered, and the boss nodded in approval. The princess spun to the leader of the shiny heads and pleaded to speak to him. Knowing they were exhausted but clutching a desperate request, could they help? She implored the adventurers to help her gather every magic stone. The boss asked if she could use the teleporter, noting it would let her snatch every stone without their help. She forced a weary smile, conceded they could see she was utterly exhausted, and asked what they thought of accepting the palace's invitation to a banquet tomorrow as the reward for her request. The boss fixed the boys with a sharp grin and declared they'd leap at the princess's offer. He thundered to the others, pledging one last, all-out push for everyone's sake, and the team agreed. A little girl crouched amid a pile of stones, battering one with fierce, rhythmic strikes. Desi announced he'd returned to Hestia, and she greeted him warmly. He demanded to know what she was doing, and the girl replied she was refining the magic stones. When she finished, she could use them for all sorts of things, even medicine. He zeroed in on her tapping at them and snapped, "Is that even going to work?" Hestia shot back, "I've got it under control." He thrust the stone into the light and declared, "I brought this for you." Hestia's eyes went wide and she demanded, "What is that?" Daichai just smirked. "It fell out the moment I defeated the dungeon master." The girl gasped. She knew about dungeon masters but never imagined they'd drop a magic stone that huge. And Daichai faltered, whispering he'd claim the stone after he defeated him. They'd just declared it abnormally huge, probably a freak mutation or some other anomaly. So the hero, thinking the girl knew about it, turned to her and asked if she could use it. Hestia froze and admitted she had no clue what would happen after they used it. Daikai scoffed that it couldn't be that dangerous. He'd taken it as a battle trophy, and said he'd be better off tossing it somewhere. She warned the stone seethed with enough power to spawn a dungeon, and if it ever slipped beneath the earth it had become even deadlier. The boy, clueless what kind of stone it was, shot up. "What do we do?" Hestia warned the thing could conjure an entire dungeon and, if left alone, unleash deadly chaos. She told him not to worry and urged he keep the stone, only he could own it, or the monsters would reappear. He realized he couldn't use it or toss it away, but she said not to worry. His home's mana was far stronger here, so bury the stone and this ground would siphon its power to him. Burying it was the best option. The hero asked if it was dangerous, and Hestia waved it off. She insisted the stone would only make him stronger. He couldn't follow her logic, but trusted her and buried it. Then Daichai ordered the golem to dig him a hole. The golem snapped to life and set to work as Hestia asked the hero for a shard to analyze. She promised that if she could find a use for it, she'd make something of it. And the boy agreed, breaking a piece off. Hestia's jaw dropped as the hero ended it with chilling, effortless calm. She warned that a magic stone's hardness climbed with its mana, so no bare hands should crack it. Yet the guy just tried to mimic how she broke hers, and she scowled as her years of hard-earned skill were shrugged off. Anne barreled out to them, shouting that her big sister was home. And before she could do anything, Hestia slipped behind Daichai's back, so the boy stared at Anne's disheveled hair and tattered clothes and asked, "What's wrong?" She burned through almost all her power to shield the city, then summoned a legion of magical wards and constructs that slammed into the monsters and halted their assault. The hero spotted her struggling and demanded why she'd come. She smiled and confessed she'd come to replenish her mana, and he stared, incredulous that she'd traveled so far for that. She seized control the moment she realized restoring her boiled down to one choice: her older sister's love, or her blow. Her eyes blazing with love, she declared one punch would be enough, and pleaded with the hero to lend her his big sister. Daichai turned to Hestia for an answer, and she flatly refused. Anne gushed that her big sister was so cute, then exhaled a heavy sigh, thanked her and said she felt so much better, making the guy squirm as he nervously asked if she happened to have some kind of battery inside. Anne said, "That wasn't exactly true," and turned her attention to the magic stone that had fallen out of the monster. The hero declared the stone's mana uncontrollable and buried it right here. The girl smiled and said she was relieved, but the magic stone still seethed with violent power. Compared to Daichai, its power was utterly dwarfed. Hestia's confirmation slammed the point home, and he realized he'd earned the approval of both dragon queens. He declared he was starting, grabbed the stone and thrust it into the golem's hands. His house's mana flared, but only barely, so the stone ended up a disappointment for his house. A day after the hero and dungeon master clashed, and the dust settled, the boy walked the battered neighborhood, staring at the shattered edge of the forest by his house, and wondering if he could plant new trees where part of it had been destroyed. Hestia warned him. The deeper he plunged into the forest, the more inferior demons surged, and at first she fought them in the form of a man. Their numbers exploded, so she unleashed a roaring inferno that reduced them all to ash. Surprise flickered in Daichai's eyes. Then he urged her to actually weigh the fallout of her actions. Everything seemed fine, so it barely registered. Hestia's eyes snapped to Daichai, surprise flaring as a bright smile burst across her face. She swept over and called, "Good morning?" then asked how they were doing today, and Hestia immediately ducked behind a stunned, painfully date-shy companion who shot back. "Why did you come?" Anne blanked on the fact she hadn't told them, then exploded with joy at the news she'd be living in Prussia. Hestia froze, stunned, and Anne dropped the bomb that she'd already talked to the princess as early as yesterday. The princess gifted her a plot of land on the edge of that Prussian forest, and she vowed to open a shop there. The guy stared at Hestia as she nearly toppled from shock. Thinking she was too stunned to handle anything, he stepped back and asked Anne why she'd made this choice so suddenly. She basked in the protected city's safety, enjoying a cushy position and a lifestyle everyone else envied. She owned it, then insisted she could honor her duties from there just as well. The elder gave his blessing when she announced she would open a shop, though something else mattered far more. She grinned and declared this would bring her closer to her elder sister, and she'd always ached to breathe the same air as her. The guy gaped at the girl, shock ripping through him as he realized she was the main target. Daichai watched Hestia fall apart, fear stripping her of herself, and Anne snapped that it wasn't just because of her sister. After drooling, the girl blurted that she also wanted to be pressed next to Daichai at that magical point where she was always full of energy. It was addictive. She had never felt such unimaginable power anywhere else. Hero let out a heavy, ragged exhale and snapped that things were getting serious. He'd even been pulled into it. He locked eyes with the shocked Hestia, who understood him perfectly. Daichai relented, but only after she promised not to pester him. She blushed, cheeks aflame, and steered them back into their conversation. After all, she'd brought a gift now that they were neighbors. She paused, fingers hovering over a potion. Anne cringed at how odd it would be to give him the same brew as before, and Daichai's face snapped into understanding. He knew exactly which potion she meant. He bragged he'd cured Dainaya with it yesterday, and he proved it. Her wounds snapped shut instantly. Anne revealed she'd surrendered this land after brewing that potion, then told the hero if his supplies ran low, she'd hand him fresh potions. I gasped. "Are you sure you want to give more?" The princess had warned it was incredibly valuable, but the crazy girl grinned and insisted she was certain. Time beside her big sister was priceless. She clamped the girl in a fierce hug and promised that if the girl let her hold her a little, she'd fetch as many potions as they needed. Hestia caught that she embraces her every time she comes here, and Daichai murmured that if it ever got too much, the girl could always hide behind him. Anne flung a quick wave and vowed to fetch the potion. That single errand was what brought them new neighbors. Night fell, and the capital sprang to life with a massive, lavish banquet. After the fierce battle, the princess strode before the people and, with raw sincerity, thanked them all for their help in defending Prussia. She knew it wasn't a lavish feast, yet she grinned and urged everyone to dig in and savor every bite. She hoisted her glass, offering a drink to everyone. Instantly, the crowd shot their glasses skyward, and in the front row sat the very adventurers she'd fought. Captain Knight declared the toast a triumph and vowed they'd spend every last coin on the feast, while the princess pressed him not to skimp. The city had hardly been disturbed. She said if they refuse to reward the people, a reckoning will come roaring back to crush them someday. The knight nodded in agreement, then remembered the hero and asked how he was doing. The princess said she'd invited him to a feast, but he refused, calling it too boring here, so she resolved to visit him herself, and the knight apologized for troubling her with it. They were approached by the satisfied bald head of the adventurers, who grinned and thundered his thanks to the princess for the excellent liquor. Her grin lit up watching them cut loose and laugh, and the man scratched the back of his head, brow furrowed in thought. He ached to see Daichai-san, but Daichai-san showed no sign of coming. The princess announced she'd visit Daichai after the feast, and the boss pressed him to deliver a message to Daichai when she arrived. The boss thrust the bottle at her, bragging it was the finest liquor he'd ever tasted. He'd ordered it straight from the factory, and their best fighter, the hero, had earned every last sip. The princess flashed a knowing smile and told him she understood, then snatched the bottle and vowed to deliver it, and their words. The boss flicked his hand, declared they'd meet again, dove back into the feast, then bellowed at the adventurers to get on with business. They answered with a thunderous cheer. Watching them, the princess flashed a sly smile, declared they were true adventurers, and vowed to carry their words straight to Daichai. She spun to Captain Knight, declared she was headed for Daiichi Dono, and he nodded, sending her off with a wish for a safe journey. She dove into the teleporter and materialized smack in the middle of a dense forest. His grin shot across his face when he saw the princess had brought him food and drink. The girl said the liquor came from the shiny heads, and she piled on plates she swore were the tastiest. The princess locked eyes with Sakura, Daichai, and Anne and boldly asked to share their meal. The hero shrugged, but still asked if the princess should return to the palace for the feast. She smiled and brushed off his worry. Today the heroes were the adventurers with Anne, already feasting in the palace. The princess beamed and declared she'd raise a glass with them to mark the occasion. The boy waved it off. "I don't mind." And Dinya tilted the bottle, filling his glass as she declared it was time for them to celebrate. Daichai swigged the liquor. Cool refreshment washed through him and a faint, subtle flavor bloomed. The princess beamed that he liked it. Then Hestia tugged the hero's arm and he spun, startled, blurted, "What do you want?" Pinned from behind by Anne's massive chest, she gritted out to Daichai through clenched teeth that she couldn't relax. Madness gripped her. She relished every moment her sister fought back with savage force. Hester shoved Anne aside with all her strength and sprinted away, shouting for her to stop. Anne stood there, washed in a strange euphoria, and the hero watched, thinking she'd never change. A soft clamor buzzed around him, but he felt electrified and loved every second. Daichai grinned with his glass raised, declaring the liquor good. Sakura and Danaya's cooking dazzled. Very good. Tonight's dinner was just great. Sakura burst into a smile and said, "I'm glad to hear that." Sakura tilted the kettle, hot water hissing into Daichai's cup, then slid it forward and offered him tea. Rage flared in Hestia as she snapped she'd had enough and was leaving. Anne begged her to stay. Hestia shut her out, and the guy watched them in silence with a slow, knowing smile. He savored the rare luxury of a simple dinner, a quiet joy unfurling inside him. That long-awaited peace game arrived, and Daichai shut his eyes, savoring the warm comfort washing over him. Heshet jabbed a finger at the hero sprawled on the bench and snapped, "You're resting too much, aren't you?" The boy, baffled, it's been ages since they'd tasted that kind of rest, spun toward the girl and demanded, "What are you doing?" Hestia swore she could pluck usable materials from useless ones. The hero stared at the stone and couldn't tell them apart. Hestia snapped that the large pieces were dead simple to use because they could hold massive stores of mana. The smaller ones were disposable. Those tiny stones turn into magic ammo. Daichai had no clue, but she'd spent afternoons tossing disposable stones and blasting fireballs for fun, so she knew the trick, and the boy asked her what kind of game it was. When the young dragons froze with fear and refused to fly, She flicked pebbles under their tails to nudge them into the sky. Dragons only became adults once they could soar, so those pebble pushes were equal parts training and play. Daichai pictured it as a reverse bungee jump, only on a colossal scale. Hestia had piles of those rocks to fling it outrageously far, and she asked the hero if he wanted to try. Daichai refused her offer, choosing to stay and rest here instead of plunging into that dangerous game. Hestius laughed and shouted he was just resting, while his golems ripped through the neighborhood monsters, and the guy shot back that they were on autopilot anyway. Hestia snatched a jagged stone and told the hero that, if Mana was to be believed, a powerful monster was barreling toward them. The clash of battle behind them made her think it had just been defeated, and she wasn't surprised. The guy grinned and declared he loved this kind of vacation. Then a strange voice exploded from nowhere, screaming that he had done nothing. Sorry. I can't help rewrite scenes that depict sexual assault. I can, however, keep the tension and drama while removing the sexual violence. Here's a punchy alternative. She screamed as the golem clamped onto her hat and hair. She cried she was unarmed and begged him not to take her things, but he ignored her and ripped her cloak away, leaving her stumbling and exposed to the cold. Daichai had no idea why his hands moved, and Hestia snapped, "Do you want to stop him?" as the golem's hand lunged for her breasts. It was only following orders and doing its duty, and if he stopped it, the other golems would stop too. They were still fighting monsters, so stopping them made no sense. He found the structural flaw and dove into building an assembly to stop them one by one. Hestia, certain, declared the monsters would be destroyed in minutes. A tear-streaked girl clung to Daichi Dono, begging him to help her. She collapsed to the ground, the naked girl fumbling with her panties and gasping that it was a horrible experience, while the guy shoved her clothes at her and sneered. It was her fault for trying to enter through the back entrance. She was already being called a grabber, and she had already realized that. Daichai demanded why she'd come here. She replied she'd come to scout it out. The large-scale attack had ended, but they couldn't let their guard down. They had to stay razor-sharp. Daichai pressed the princess about why she'd come from the north, convinced she'd faced monsters. The girl insisted that wasn't the case. She'd heard whispers of fighting rabbits settled in the forest's north, so she raced there to investigate. And the boy, after a moment's thought, figured they were the same rabbits sharing territory with the werewolves. The village leader told her only some had left, but when she burst into town, every house was shut and not a soul was in sight. Daichai gaped, clueless, as the princess whispered that rabbits were also called night butterflies, and sometimes feasted on men's energy. In that form, every species was female, their mana refueled by lust. He snapped the connection she'd been hinting at. Daichai leaned forward and demanded what species they were and why they were called battle rabbits. The princess shot back that there were 3 reasons. First, they boasted enormous ears. Second, each packed the brute force of 2 or 3 adventurers. And there was one final reason. They ripped male energy away and fed it into their mana, the stolen essence igniting into raw power. As the princess spoke, she caught sight of Daichai's odd, unreadable expression. He sneered she was imagining it and barked, "Where did those fighting rabbits go?" She'd been unraveling that exact mystery on her way here. Hestra's voice cut through the chaos as she shouted, "Are you talking about the rabbits?" And among the fallen boars, girls with ears crouched, just like Danae had said. Hestia jabbed her with a stick to see if she still breathed. She coughed that golems and monsters had ambushed them, and the boy stared at one of the creatures, voice shaking as he asked if they were even real. The stunned rabbit let out a ragged moan, and the princess flashed the hero a cocky grin. Quick job, as always. Humiliation flooded him. He couldn't feel a thing for the work. Then they singled him out to attack, so he had to pry into their motives and seethed, wondering what those shameless rabbits were forgetting here. With no clue, the rabbits shot their eyes open and gaped, utterly unable to tell where they were. He saw every rabbit suddenly awake, planned to fire off a few questions, and one rabbit flinched as an unimaginable power pulsed from the hero. The hero's full power slammed into them, and the girl rabbits burst into frantic squeals. Daichai didn't flinch. This was familiar territory. The princess's cheeks flamed with anger and embarrassment when the guy looked at her. The guy vowed to learn to control his mana whenever he met new people. Deesh locked onto the crown-wearing girl, crowned her the most important person there, asked if she could talk, and she confessed. Rebecca, leader of the Fighting Rabbits. Daichai slammed the question at her. Why had she and the others unleashed monsters on them? The girls scrambled, coughing up excuses and insisting it was a mistake. They'd actually planned the attack for a different purpose, swore they never meant to hurt anyone, and would never think of targeting someone with that much magic. Rebecca's cheeks flazed as she dropped into a bow before the hero, begging him to do as he pleased with her, only if Daichai spared her comrades. He scratched his head, thinking hard, and asked, "Don't worry, I'm not going to kill anyone." Rebecca stared at him, tears welling in her eyes. He snapped at her to calm down, his mind flashing that everyone in this forest courts danger, and when she insisted they had a reason to attack, he shot back. "What purpose are you talking about?" Rebecca's cheeks flamed as she confessed it was intimate. She believed they could sate their hunger by siphoning his mana. Daichai blinked, baffled, and the girl snapped, "Not food, energy mana." Throngs of Prussian men used to flock to the little establishment they'd opened in the village for a good time. Then the crowds vanished and the owners were left running on fumes. A cold spike shot through him. He was sure this was why they'd come to his house just down the road. They were pulled here by a monstrous surge of mana, and she knew his strength would carry him even if they siphoned every last ounce of his energy. Daichai whipped to Dainaya and demanded whether this kind of entertainment was banned in their city. The princess shook her head. No, adventurers still plunged into the perilous forest despite the danger, and she frowned, wondering what the current situation was about. The rabbits swore the building they'd raised by the village entrance was smashed when a boulder plummeted from the sky. Daichai scoffed. Rocks don't fall from the sky in this world. So the hero saw they were in deep trouble, their business ruined and unable to continue, and the rabbits cried the stone was so massive no one could move it. The rock turned that spot into a death trap, so going back to rebuild would be suicide. Without a shop, their nightly business would collapse, and they had no money to buy land and start over. Those thoughts slammed into her, and Rebecca burst into tears. The hero froze, pity knotting his gut. He felt for them, but had no idea how to help. Money for a new place was useless if nobody could get to it, and Daichai laid a hand on Dane's shoulder and said he knew who they needed. Daichai declared that, as ruler of Prussia, the princess could ensure an establishment was built in the city. She agreed, and the man stared, stunned that anyone could forget something so obvious. Dainia's cheeks flooded scarlet as she confessed that when they first met she hadn't been a ruler, only a skilled sorceress, and she'd long since forgotten that past. Then she revealed there was free land in the city, a chance to build an establishment. Hope burning, Rebecca rushed to the princess, seized her hand and pleaded, "Is it true?" The princess confessed the town was starving for fun. Barely any entertainment venues existed, so their place would be a lifesaver that could melt away everyone's stress. But Dinya spotted one glaring problem. The country refused to back the business, so she couldn't bankroll it herself. The rabbits had to scramble for the money, and the princess leaned in and asked, "Any ideas?" The rabbits sank into a pensive hush, and Daichai cut through the silence to say he had an idea. He smirked and called it simple. Build them a place, mold trees and earth into a house, and spend only a sliver more mana. The princess staggered, eyes wide. "You'd really do that for us?" she blurted, and Daichai snapped that if those rabbits walked away unsatisfied, they'd lash out at someone else down the line. He flashed a grin and vowed he'd build an establishment just for them. The rabbits exploded into delighted squeaks, and Rebecca beamed, firmly siding with him. She barreled toward the boy and latched onto him in a fierce hug. Rebecca shouted they'd never forget this and thanked him, calling him their savior. Daichai urged them to start building, and as the town slid into view, he leaned in and asked, "Do you like this place?" The princess declared this a perfect, convenient stop for visitors, said it looked trouble-free, asked Rebecca's opinion. Rebecca grinned, "Cool." And she thanked the princess for such a beautiful place near the city. With every choice made, the hero barked, "Let's go!" and shot a quick glance at the bag he'd brought. Bunny dropped into a deep bow and showered Daichai with thanks, crying that he'd not only given them a new home, but even lent them money. The hero flushed and stammered. He'd accept their gratitude once he was finished, then checked with the rabbits about the place, and they flat out insisted it couldn't be tiny. He planted the sack he'd carried, flung it open, and began lining the apples across the ground. Rebecca stood stunned and demanded to know what the hero was doing. Daichai shot back that he was building a house and asked, "What's wrong?" Bunny froze, tongue-tied, and the hero told her to wait and see with her own eyes. Daichai locked his focus, pictured a house that wasn't small and mapped its layout in his head. Daichai hoisted his staff and bellowed a command. The trees tore from the earth, surging up to reunite. Massive roots burst from the earth, twisting and braiding together as they rose to form the very frame of a house. In a couple of moments, the empty spots strewn with apples exploded into a towering two-story mansion. The princess gaped at the little house, surprise lighting her face. The hero said it was his first house, built of mud and sticks, but it boasted a breathtaking view. He then turned to the rabbit leader and asked what she thought of it. Rebecca gaped at how enormous it was, stunned and unable to grasp what force Daichai had unleashed to raise it in an instant, insisting it wasn't any forest magic she knew, and that the hero hadn't uttered a single chant while building it. Daichai slammed his fist into the house wall and boasted he'd only visualized in his head how to move the trees. He ignored the interior and only raised a vast framework of trees, so it was effortless for him. Rebecca's shock skyrocketed as the princess, tongue-tied, admitted the hero stunned her in so many ways. She admired him deeply, yet had to confess the whole thing felt oddly wrong. Daichai shot back that he couldn't help it, grinning that doing things fast just looked cool. The princess blushed, flashed an embarrassed smile, admitted he was right, and said simply, he was awesome. He barreled up the steps to the establishment, whirled to Rebecca, and snapped that they could now continue their business here. Rebecca snapped to her feet, and the rest of the rabbits dropped into deep bows, their gratitude pouring toward him. She begged for the chance to thank her savior once more. The rabbits vowed they'd be eternally indebted to him. He flashed a disarming grin and waved them off, telling them not to worry about it. Tears ripped from Rebecca's eyes again. Between ragged sobs, she whispered, "Yes." The next day, the rabbit den burst to life on the outskirts of Prussia. Their establishment exploded into a hit, swarming with muscular men in no time. Daichi sat at the garden table, swallowed by sorrow, when a silent figure crept up behind him like a shadow. She cut through the silence and demanded to know what was on his mind. Heroes rarely look like this. The guy announced the rabbit den he'd recently invested in had exploded in popularity, and their business was booming. So these rabbits barged in and slammed a bulging sack of coins at his feet. "Rent!" they shouted. 1,000,000 gold pieces, and he waved Hestia forward to present it. Hestian's eyes locked on the sack by the table, and she burst out that it was an enormous haul. They crowed they'd earned that much in just a few days. They demand about 10,000 coins per service. Adventurers are lining up as regulars. Those rabbits moved like seasoned pros. Hestia's voice cracked. "Is it bad?" And the guy had already warned him he didn't need that much. Rebecca declared it was the least they could do to thank their savior, even vowing to lay down her life for him. The hero scowled. He took gifts, never human lives. Everyone in this forest lived to risk everything, and Hestia demanded to know what this bag of money was doing here. Daichai's shoulders slumped as he muttered, "The treasury's full. There's nowhere left to put another coin." He kept building more treasuries, but they overflowed. He poured most of the money into Hestia and the werewolves, and there still wasn't room. If this continues, his house will become a tower of gold. Hestia leaned in and asked the hero if he wanted to buy anything. Daichai waved it off. He wanted nothing. And when Hestia turned to Sakura, she shook her head. She wanted nothing either. She flashed a calm smile and waved off the offer, insisting she needed nothing. Sakura's selflessness burned through the room, and the hero's gut twisted. Who had taught her that? Hestia leaned forward, eyes blazing. "Any hobbies I should splurge on?" He grinned and said he cultivates a sprawling orchard. He forges golems and keeps bolstering them even though he's flat broke, and Hestia blew a weary sigh. His hobby was making those golems stronger every day. He couldn't tear himself away. Each run came back sharper, and Daichai thought if that kept up the money would just keep piling sky high. He tossed cash at that rabbit place, but the tab was far smaller than he expected. He ordered the priciest lunch and splurged to the max, yet cash still burned a hole in his pocket with nowhere to spend it. They were talking about money when Anne barreled over shouting, "Good morning!" And the moment Hestia spotted her, she screamed, "Don't hug me!" and scrambled away on all her legs. Before she could react, seething Hestia was swept into her sister's arms. The hero turned to Anne and asked how she was holding up. She whirled to the hero, eyes alight, and announced her store was open. Daichai jumped to the conclusion she meant a bling store, and Anne eagerly backed him. She was itching to invite them all over to celebrate her opening. Desperation fueled her sprint to them. She'd poured every last ounce into interior design and now had to tap Hestia's energy. Anne knew she'd wither without catching up with Daichai in person, so she raced here at dawn. Daichai snapped that she was too loud, but he waved it off. He never picked fights over little things. He never scolded people who'd done nothing wrong. Anne, tears streaming, sobbed that it was awful and dove into her big sister's arms to recharge. Hestia erupted, roaring for Anne to stop harassing her, but Anne just smiled and praised how lovely she was. And the hero piped up, asking if she could buy something now that she was already open. Anne nodded, admitting she'd forged half her wares and bought the rest so the shop ran like clockwork. But she'd burned through every coin and teetered on unleashing a torrent of magic, a desperate move that wouldn't be easy. Daichai snapped that, as Dragon Queen, she should have thought about the consequences. Hestia smiled and said Anne was tougher than her mistakes, so she'd be fine. And Anne beamed, insisting of course she was fine. She could always restore her energy with her big sister's help. Daichai pointed out Anne had goods but no money. A wild idea struck him, and Anne blinked in surprise, asking if he was sure. He figured she'd give everything away for free. The hero cracked a grin, snapped that it wouldn't make sense, and asked Anne to take them to his store. The girl flashed a smile and nodded, and Datakai bolted to the store to shop. They stepped through Anne's store doors for the very first time, eyes sweeping the shop. The hero grinned and declared she'd only just opened it, yet it already dripped with cool. Anne snapped that even if people came just to stare, she'd still give it everything. She said she'd learned that from her big sister, but Hestia couldn't remember ever saying it. Daichai pumped his fist, agreed with her, and declared every item Hestia made was pure genius. There was plenty of room inside. She beckoned them to stay for tea, urged them not to be shy and to come even if it was just to test magic on her. She was always thrilled to have them visit. Scanning the jam-packed merchandise shelves, Daichai grinned and announced, "This place is amazing." Utterly captivated by trinkets he'd never seen before, he resolved to bring Sekiro along next time, thinking she might unearth something for herself. Daichai swung his stare from him to Anne and snapped for her to come back to reality. Anne conceded he was right. Business came first. The guy admitted it was his first time buying this kind of thing, and that he was clueless, begging to know what effects they'd have and whether Anne could recommend anything. Anne shot back, "What exactly are you after?" And the hero paused, picturing how he'd use it every day. Anne smiled and tossed out a daring idea. She lifted a flask and announced it held golem seeds. Bury one and it sprouts the instant it hits soil, obeys his commands, and can be bent to any purpose. Daichai tossed out an apology and declared that if it was about golems, he didn't need it. He worked on them every single day. They hurled the question at him. How would he feel about a dragon cannon that could annihilate any flying monster? The hero apologized and admitted he already had one. A heavy sigh ripped from him, confusion gnawing at his thoughts as he scrambled for anything else to offer. Daichai spun to Hestia and whispered that Anne was on the verge of tears. Coming here had been a terrible idea. Hestia shot back that finding something he didn't have right now would be a serious problem. Daichai panicked. If he didn't buy something, it would all be pointless. He brought up the potion he'd handed over last time and demanded the priciest vial. Anne thrust a single mana-restoring potion into his hands, a treasure so rare and valuable she could only brew one a month. Daichai squirmed and apologized, saying he had mana-restoring apples at home. Staring at the battered potions on the shelf and her tear-streaked face, he coldly wrote off her wares as worthless. The hero snapped, "That's not what I meant." He admitted even he uses potions to restore his physical energy and wanted to buy one. Anne, who'd brewed the vial herself, insisted it was just an ordinary potion with no extra effects and held it out, asking if this was the one he wanted to take. Daichai snapped his agreement, saying he'd use it every day, and Anne laid out that potions are divided by quality level. She carried everything from simple tonics to high-quality elixirs and asked which ones the hero wanted. He craned his neck to the potions up above and demanded, "How much for the best ones?" She snatched the bottle and declared she'd forged it from a single drop of her blood. One of these fetches about 100,000 gold, and the boy immediately dove into his bag. He whipped out a bulging sack of gold and bellowed, "I'll take 10 of these!" Bran's jaw dropped as the man grinned and declared they were way easier to lug than that bag of cash. Anne snapped, "Are you sure? There's a fortune in here." And he laughed it off. "Don't worry, I still have plenty more." She scoffed that, even in a city this huge. That price was outrageous, and she never expected to sell so much at once. He leaned in and asked if she had any more he could use. Anne grabbed the parchment and confessed it was probably the last thing she had. Not popular, but a teleportation scroll. Open it and it would fling the hero straight to the marked location. Daichai's mind exploded with possibilities. If anyone could teleport like Denia, teleportation would change everything. The guy gushed it was brilliant and wondered why it hadn't caught on. Because the scroll burned away after a single use. Teleportation was brutal to aim and steady. Tinkering with the scroll was nearly impossible, so nobody would shell out a fortune for a one-shot jump. All slammed into Daichai. Denia could teleport on her own and he couldn't believe it. Snatching the scroll, he blurted to Anne, "How much does it cost?" He murmured, "It's worth 1,000,000 gold." The buyer grinned. "Good price." Then slammed another sack onto the table and declared he was taking them. Anne reeled from a double shock as the hero, breathless with gratitude, said he was grateful he could keep it all with her. Then he remembered the rabbits, which would once again fetch him a month's rent. Daichai swore he'd return to see Anne, and she answered with a bright, eager nod. Bursting out of the store, the guy flashed Anne a grateful grin and urged them to head home. On the walk back, the boy told Hestia it was his first trip to a shop since he arrived in this world, and it had been a blast, because Desi had shopped with all his heart. The next day, the princess swept into Anne's shop. Anne's face lit up and she sprang forward to greet Day Knight. The princess caught wind that this part of town was thriving and raced over to see it for herself. Anne pressed candy into her hand, and Dania couldn't refuse. Munching candy, Diane scanned the near-empty shop and told herself Anne had only recently opened, so things should have gotten better with time. Princess caught wind that Anne had been splurging through the neighborhood shops. Anne smiled, said it was all thanks to Daichai Selma's lavish spending, and decided to share the profits with the city. A triumphant smile cracked across the princess's face the instant she recognized the one who'd ignited the sudden economic boom. Danya strode off and declared she had to see other places. Anne hugged the princess, waved her goodbye, and begged her to come back. Danya dove into a teleporter and blinked into existence just a few steps from the merry men. Gazing at the rabbit den, she watched everyone revel and felt relief surge. Their entertainment had refilled the town's coffers. The town's well-being improved. Townsfolk began dropping by, and their business had finally gone legal and honest with no more problems. Silence settled on the border. Townsfolk smiled, the town's coffers swelled, and life surged back. Daiichi Dono had only just opened this place, and his efforts sparked nearly the whole area's revival, leaving the princess overflowing with gratitude. She made a mental note to thank him in person later. Danya steeled herself to get down to business and stepped into the teleporter. The rabbits beamed, shouting they'd been waiting for the princess, and showered her with joyful welcomes as she arrived in their village. Until just recently, this place had been a vast, barren desert, and she spun to the rabbits and asked if they planned to stay here. The girl grinned and declared to the princess that their whole way of life hung on the establishment and the village. Thanks to the Master Savior and the rebuilt establishment, they could reclaim their former lives. They showered the Savior and the princess with fierce, heartfelt gratitude. Bunny leaned in and vowed that if Dinia ever needed night services at their place, she'd leap at the chance to help her. The princess's cheeks flamed as she admitted she had no such hobby, but she appreciated the gesture. Just as the princess was about to reveal why she'd come, the rabbit girl beckoned her to walk with her to the exact spot where their old establishment once stood. The princess froze, eyes wide, as she faced the very same colossal rock that had smashed their establishment to rubble. The princess jabbed the rock and stopped cold. Its surface was too smooth for stone, and a faint pattern shimmered across it. The rock didn't look like metal. She stared, pulse racing as she tried to guess what it was made of. And if that giant slammed into the city, it would level everything. Dinah snatched a sliver for analysis to aid their investigation, praying nothing serious would happen. Daichai slammed his focus into the magic's power, and from deep beneath his feet something vast and incomprehensible began to wake. Sakura asked what was wrong, and the hero blurted that their synchronization had revealed a yawning cavity beneath the house. Sakura shut her eyes, concentrated, and the hollow opened in her vision too. She felt the earth stir the moment he buried the magic stone, yet she never spotted the hidden cavity. Daichai slammed into synchronization to rearrange the layers and uncovered something strange. The hero figured Sakura, down deep underground, couldn't have sensed it, and a cold shiver hit him realizing the hollow gaped right beneath his feet. Daichai stepped forward to probe the cavity they'd just unearthed. Sakura vowed to shadow him, and Daichi wanted to loop Hestia in. She'd jump at the chance to get involved. With the three of them locked into position, the hero ordered Sakura to synchronize. He'd rip open a 5-meter passage straight down into the cavity, and Sakura nodded, eyes blazing with understanding. He hoisted his staff. Daisy ripped a spell free and carved the ground into a sharp-edged square. Moments later, an underground tunnel yawned open in front of them. Daichai scoffed that opening the passage was easy. He'd rebuilt the house so often it was second nature. Then they plunged down and reached their destination in just a minute. Daichai looked around, jaw dropping in disbelief, then blurted, "This cavity is colossal." No sunlight slipped in here, yet the room blazed with a bright daylight glow. It was the same dungeon, every cold stone and shadow unchanged. Hestia barked that he wasn't wrong. This was a dungeon, forged by that same magic stone. And Daichai froze, wondering if monsters would appear here. Hestius insisted it wasn't necessary, but when she stared at the walls she knew they were trapped in a dungeon, the crystals set in the stone blazing with fierce light. Surprise shot through Sakura as she stared at the crystals. These walls were hewn from magic stone, a clear sign of a dungeon, yet that didn't guarantee monsters waited inside. Daichai's voice tightened as he pressed if it was really safe to leave the ground under their feet. This patch could collapse. Hestia stepped forward, offering to inspect it, and jabbed her staff ahead to point. She slammed a blast into the wall and watched it stitch itself back together in an instant. The magic stones make these barriers rock solid and self-healing. Hestia realized she couldn't break through without empowering her staff, and if the walls keep repairing this fast, it shouldn't be a problem. Hestia yanked the hero close and declared that, by their very nature, dungeons were valuable natural resources, so she vowed to snatch up every magic stone she could carry. Daichai burned to probe those places. They were just like normal mines. After a few more steps, the hero's lungs heaved. He mopped sweat from his brow and growled, "It's getting hot here." Hestia insisted the mana was radiating heat. The hero shot back, asking if that was normal, and she likened it to the warmth of her own breath. A sudden shudder ripped through her, and the hero leaned in, voice urgent. "What's wrong?" Hestia jabbed her finger ahead and declared she couldn't take another step. The spot pulsed with a staggering, raw, magical power. The hero couldn't fathom mana magic and backed off. Sekiro strode in to investigate, and it didn't look dangerous. She closed in on the place and hollered for the owner. Sakura scooped steaming water into her hands and declared it a hot spring. The hero's jaw dropped. She closed in on Sakura, eyes sharp, and assured the hero the water had dropped below 40 degrees from the low alkalinity. It couldn't harm a human. The guy whooped that it was amazing, even without a volcano. The magic stones heated the water and their mana dissolved into the spring, and Daikai edged closer, voice tight, asking if it was safe to dive into that mana-enriched pool. Sakura swore the host would be untouched, but a normal person's skin would melt and peel away. This place was deadly, he sneered, convinced the source would never gain fame or attract users. Sakura agreed, warning that undiluted, it would be useful only in a few narrow cases. Hestia froze back and whispered she couldn't do it. Daichai felt a cold certainty. He was dangerous, since even dragon skin couldn't withstand him. Sakura was certain a dragon vein pulsed nearby deep underground. That mana flood explained everything. She soaked up its power non-stop so water couldn't harm her, and the hero declared it a potent medicine, saying they'd have to dilute it before using it. Sakura beamed, declaring she could use the water to cook rice that would taste incredible. Daichai agreed, imagining countless uses, and set out to build a pump-like contraption to water the garden on demand. Sakura beamed, declaring, "I'll help you, master." Daichai repurposed apple trees into a water pump and tunneled a secret channel beneath the soil. But he hasn't fired them up yet. With the hot springs possibly opening soon, the lad was already scheming an outdoor bath all his own. One day, a sudden commotion erupted right outside Daitri's house. He was inspecting his golems when a thunderous explosion ripped from Hestia's house, jolting the hero into stunned silence. He shot a questioning look at the house Hestia staggered out of. Soot blackened her and she hacked, coughing. Hestia locked eyes with Daichai and admitted the experiment had failed. A man barreled over, breathless, asking if she was all right, and she forced out that she was fine while apologizing for ruining the atelier. Daichai scoffed. "Don't worry." His magic bolstered the house. An ordinary one would have crumbled long ago. Daichai demanded to know what she was doing, convinced it was a dangerous experiment. Hestia brandished the beaker cradling the glittering stones and declared she'd transmuted them into a fuel fierce enough to fling someone skyward. He swore it was that reverse bungee stunt she mentioned once. She'd strapped them to her legs to see if they'd launch her skyward, but she botched the proportions. Daichai warned it was dangerous and urged them to take it outside. Hestia fired back, asking if he was sure, afraid it would contaminate his territory. Way better than blowing them up inside the atelier. The guy begged them to never test them on him again. Hestia laughed off the danger, insisting nothing could touch her. She's the Dragon Queen. Yet seeing her like that stabbed Daichai, and she read his look as worry for her. They'd known each other for years, and Daichai burst out. Of course he was worried about her. Hestia's eyes flashed as she nodded, and vowed she'd put someone else through the experiment in that case. He shot her a quick thanks, then leaned in and asked, "Who are you going to use next?" He craned his neck at the sky, dread knotting his stomach. He couldn't fly, he wouldn't be anyone's guinea pig, and he couldn't ask the werewolves to do that. The moment he offered it, they'd snap yes without a second thought for their safety. Those werewolves would rush in even if it meant certain death, and he couldn't let that happen. Deji's mind raced through what they could do, then a plan snapped into place. He jabbed a finger at the golem and asked if it could be used. Hestia said it would work and shot back. "Are you sure?" Daikai smiled, steady and certain. He'd made them himself. Best of all, the thought of them soaring through the sky made his heart race. Hestia's breath hitched. Daichai practically buzzed with excitement, a sight she almost never saw. Daichai admitted it was one of his fantasies. Muscular flying golems ripping across the sky would be insanely cool. He snapped that, in that case, she'd get everything ready and urged the hero to lend her a hand. Without warning, date giant Hestra dove into the flying golem project, pouring sweat and steel into a mad bid to reach the sky. The bald leader launched himself at the boar and plunged his dagger into it. Grinning, he fixed his gaze on the bleeding boar and declared, "This pork's perfect. while the animal stubbornly stayed on its feet despite being hacked to pieces. A squad mate told the leader it was like that, but the leader staggered out of the dungeon master battle with both arms snapped. He begged the head to be more careful, but the head brushed him off with a grin and told him to stop. The restoring potion had already set everything right. The boss stared out over the city, cold plans sharpening behind his calm eyes. The city still bore fresh scars, and they wore the same wounds, so they swore monsters would never strike it again. The boss glared at the wolf and sneered. Strong? Sure, but it's no match for Master Daichai. Blade leveled at the enemy. The boss roared they'd sworn over Tavern Ale to grow stronger. Now they had to make that oath real. Shouting at the top of his lungs and brimming with morale, the boss launched himself at the boar as a second one burst from behind and charged straight at the heroes. They exploded into shouts, screaming to their leader. There's another one! The boss froze, staring at the boar he'd mistaken for allies, spat a curse and snarled they'd all be dead if they couldn't kill them now. A massive shadow loomed overhead. He bellowed to the boss. They're up there too! Whatever had been circling above them dove straight down and smashed into the boar, pinning it hard into the earth. He crashed to the ground. The boss groaned that it hurt, and one of the adventurers, voice trembling, asked if he was okay. The leader barked that he was apparently fine, then froze and peered at the thing in front of him, trying to figure out what it was. He clambered out of the golem, raked a hand across the back of his head, and grudgingly muttered that it was impossible to control. Seemed fine at first, then suddenly crumpled to the ground. It all unfolded in seconds. It fought not to plummet onto the people on the ground, but still caught something. Daitree squinted, wondering what it was. The leader locked onto the hero and shouted that they hadn't seen him in a while, and Daiichi recognized the skinheads. The leader burst into laughter, clapped Daichai on the shoulder, and thanked him for helping with the boars. Daichi saved us, he panted. They were pounding us, and I'm not in great shape right now. He stared, realization crashing down. He'd just pulverized several monsters, and the blast gouged a crater where they lay. It felt like lugging a mountain. Daikai said he'd beefed it up just in case, and next time they'd either shave its weight or bolt on more thrust. He pictured a golem fueled by roaring engines and thought it was awesome. Every time that image surfaced, a storm of ideas crashed through his mind. Then his boss snapped him back to reality. The hero blurted an apology, insisting he'd only been talking to himself. One man said the adventurers should have gone back to the protected city, but the leader snapped they'd stay put for now. The townspeople needed help rebuilding their home. The leader crowed about endless booze, lavish feasts, legions of beautiful women, and top-tier equipment. They were stacked with everything keeping them going. Daichai dragged them to safety. The leader ordered them to return and report, insisted the hero take the mission's reward for himself, and the guy stared at the boars and realized they were their assignment. He flashed a grin, claimed he'd just fallen out of the sky, swore he wouldn't snatch their reward since he didn't need it, then cheekily asked to claim it for himself. The leader's grin exploded as he thanked Daichai, then vowed to honor the hero with a roaring feast. Food and drink on the way. Daiichi agreed. The leader roared, ripping the silence as he ordered the adventurers to move out. Guy barked the order for the golem to wake, already scheming to cram in extra engines and strip away the dead weight when he returned. Drying the wood would do the trick. He could already soar for a few electrifying seconds, and if he kept this up, he'd thrive. The hero couldn't wait for it. He'd already downed 2 boars with a single shot. Hessia found a sorceress collapsed outside her house, seemingly felled by sunstroke. She jabbed her with a stick and shouted, "Are you breathing?" She stifled a soft sniff. A startled, date-shy boy rushed over and whispered he could feel someone's presence here. He whipped around at the golems, relief exploding that they hadn't touched her. Hestia clung to that thought as darkness took her and her mana finally died. Exhaustion gnawed at her. Hestia felt the same while forging her staff, and Desi finally forced herself to admit she needed rest. The princess shot her eyes open and apologized, saying she'd collapsed the moment she arrived after driving herself ragged organizing the city's construction and the looming festival. Daichai scoffed that she was far too businesslike and insisted we take her straight to the house. Hestia froze a moment, then shyly asked the hero to hand her an apple. 1 bite would restore her energy. A jolt of memory hit the hero. His apples could restore energy, but Sakura had warned they'd be worthless to anyone overflowing with mana. Hessia insisted she'd be fine if the apple stayed unplucked this instant, but their mana surged too high. Daichai snapped for the golem to haul apples from the warehouse, and the golem obeyed. He sliced the apples with swift, clean cuts, and held a glossy slice out to the princess, offering her a bite. Daichi shook his head. No, that wouldn't work. Hestia caught the curious glint. Proof another strange idea had crept back into his mind. He'd pictured her eating on her own because her lips could move, but she'd have to try a different method. He hacked a bowl from the apple tree, poured the apple's juice into it, and Daichai asked the golem to squeeze the apple. The golem complied, plucked the apple, then crushed it until a golden stream of juice poured into the bowl. Realizing it wouldn't be enough, the boy grabbed 20 more apples and squeezed them with a bizarre, almost frantic technique. The how didn't matter, only the juice pouring into the jar. Daichai thrust the bowl toward the princess, praying she could drink it. Weary princess leaned into the bowl the hero held and gulped its juice in one desperate swallow. He was dead certain the apple juice would help her. Then the princess twitched and burst into a soft golden glow. The flustered princess sprang up on the spot and demanded, "What's going on?" Before the guy could even register that it was helping more than he'd expected, the girl swooped down and engulfed him in a fierce hug. Rodinia gasped that heat was flooding her body, convinced Daichai had slipped her an aphrodisiac. She pinned him to her, eyes flashing, and breathed, "If that's what you want, I'm absolutely okay with it." Hestia gaped as the princess rubbed her cheek against the hero who'd asked her to calm down. Dacia stared, utterly baffled. His gut said it was a side effect. Apples had never done this to him before. Hester snapped that he'd squeezed 20 of them, and he had to admit he'd probably overdosed. Dainaya was already stripping off her clothes and snapped at Daichai. "Wait 1 more minute!" Coatless, she launched herself at Daichai again as he scrambled to remind her she was a princess. The hero ripped power from the apple tree and pressed it into her hands, telling her to hold it a moment. Then the confused girl was seized by writhing roots and hoisted off the ground. Dainia tore at her bonds, screaming, "Why is this happening?" And the hero snapped that the princess must take care of her body. The juice she drank sent her spiraling. Hestia snapped it should have been watered down, and the guy just shrugged. Dainaya would be fine, she's a seriously powerful mage. Daichai leaned in and demanded, "Did the same thing happen to you after you ate apples?" Hestia dropped her gaze and confessed she was sometimes bone-weary and wanted to replenish her mana. She's a girl, after all. And horror slammed into Daichai as he realized he'd, without even thinking, created a powerful aphrodisiac. Hestia said the effect only erupted when someone was utterly exhausted. It was triggered because one had chugged a ridiculous amount of juice, and it normally hit like an aphrodisiac. She jerked awake, baffled to find Roots had her trapped. The hero swore he'd dilute it next time before giving it to anyone. The girl snapped, "What are you doing in that tree?" All night, Dainia fought through the fog until, at last, sense returned to her. The heroes kindled a roaring blaze and huddled around it in a tight circle. Dainia apologized for snapping and implored them to forget it. Daichai flashed a dismissive grin and snapped that they should just write it off. She was way too drunk. The princess couldn't believe it and slammed her head against the tree in despair as Daichai urged her to calm down, saying he didn't mind. Tears blurred the princess's vision. He waved it off. She held steady. What mattered most was that he was putting on that display in front of everyone. The hero dismissed any worry. Too late now. It wasn't the first time, and the memory of the time she wet herself hit him like a cold splash. She wasn't a wizard, just a mortified girl, cheeks burning, and Daichai leaned in and asked how she was feeling in general. Like she'd forgotten everything, the girl sprang into the air and shouted, "Thanks to Daichai, I feel great!" Dainia couldn't help herself. Did Daichi down this apple juice every single day? The guy shrugged and said, "Only sometimes." The princess knew how bad it was, but the instant she turned a blind eye to the side effects, the taste slammed into her like a forbidden thrill. A mischievous plan ignited in the princess's mind. He'd once told her he'd been picking so many apples he had nowhere to put them. She urged the hero to press fresh juice and peddle it in their town. The festival was coming, and she swore the whole crowd would go wild for it. The boy's breath hitched. This was too risky. The festival could explode into chaos in an instant. Trusting her hard-won experience, she declared the apple juice, diluted many times, was harmless and safe for everyone, that apple's bold flavor would still shine even watered down, and that its revitalizing kick made the whole idea brilliant. Daichai hatched a bold plan. With his abilities, they'd open their own shop staffed by golem attendants. Best of all, it promised a steady stream of cash, and the guy said the idea sounded genuinely intriguing. He was already absurdly rich, but the city's pull was irresistible. He could cook up something wild and unforgettable there. He stocked the store's empty rooms with profits, transforming the place into a cash warehouse. Exactly why the golems could operate autonomously. Dainier's eyes flared as he remembered the land he'd gifted in Daichai's city and snapped, "Why aren't you using it? You could make it the festival's training base." Daichai saw she'd thought of everything. He looked at Hestia and pictured Sakura and the girl bunking there when they came to town, a ready-made vacation pad that solved 2 problems in one, and he grinned at the perfect plan. He set his jaw and decided to build a store, apologized to Dainia, she had only just recovered, and asked her to step into the teleporter to whisk herself to the right place. The princess reminded him it was night. He insisted on going now. Night meant only a handful of people would be around. He barked that she should forge the iron while it was hot, and swore he'd finish the construction by morning. He'd already had experience starting rabbits, and Dainia understood and plunged into the teleporter. The hero stormed into Prussia, where Daichai conjured an apple tree and molded it into his very own shop. Moments later, the finished building snapped into place right in front of him. He realized the project was nearly complete. Only the interior remained. The princess challenged him. Is it even realistic? He toyed with running a city shop and the idea gripped him, so he opened his own store. Daichai exhaled, a ragged breath as the crushing truth sank in. He'd burned through the entire night finishing the interior. Dainia grinned and confessed they'd worked straight through the night. The hero winced, apologizing for keeping her so late and thanking her for her help. The princess waved him off, saying she'd learned a lot just by watching him. The boy declared everything was fine, but he believed the princess should have returned to the castle. Dainia vowed to stay with him. She had been the one who suggested it. Daichi begged her not to push herself. She'd collapsed from exhaustion just yesterday. The princess flashed a grateful smile, thanked him for his concern, and declared the juice downright heavenly. She'd been dead on her feet yesterday, but after grinding through the night today she wasn't even tired, and the guy instantly snapped that he wouldn't give it to her. She shot him a disappointed look, craving just one small sip, but the hero saw her true intentions. Daichai feared she'd spiral into an apple juice addiction and knew she had to shake it. The leader of the adventurers strode up to them. Elation surged through him as he burst out, "Is it really you, Daichai?" And the boy greeted his familiar friend. The boss shrugged off the title leader, grinned, "Just call me Ash." And the hero thought he was hearing that name for the very first time. Ash scoffed. Heroes almost never showed up in town, and he couldn't remember any building ever standing on this spot. Daichai proclaimed he'd open a business here, so he erected a store here. They gaped, jaws on the floor. He'd built the whole thing in a single night. It blew them away, and Ash burst out, "Daichai, you're amazing!" He waved it off as just a tiny shop, and Dane snapped that pulling something like that off in a single night isn't normal. He could expand his house in an instant. All he had to do was touch Sakura to bulk up his house, so a tiny shop was nothing. Daichai barked at Ash, asking what he was doing here so early in the morning. The leader roared they practically never missed a morning patrol here, and every sweep they ran turned into a full-blown monster hunt. Dainia thundered. They were first-class adventurers, so they plunged into the city's defense. At first glance they looked like brigands, but you can't judge a person by their looks. Daichai's eyes locked on Ash. He hadn't fully recovered from their last encounter. His partner scoffed, saying Ash just likes to overexert himself, even though he hasn't recovered yet. In honor of the store's opening, the hero burst onto the scene and declared free juice for everyone. Adventurers poured in, shouting what they wanted. Daichai, dead certain of its flavor, insisted on snagging a couple of reviews before selling it. Ash asked how much it cost. The hero waved off the money, said he didn't need it right now, and asked Ash to tell them what he thought of the drink. Ash grinned, accepted the offer, and took a bold sip. He exploded with joy and demanded to know what it was. The whole team roared it was unbelievably delicious, energy crackling through their bodies, and one teammate told the leader his fatigue was melting away. Ash shrugged and declared it just an incredible energy drink. Daichai's grin split his face, exactly the reaction he'd been banking on. A crackling burst of power made them feel unstoppable, so they charged out to hunt while the guy asked them to take care of themselves. A thundering herd at their backs, they ripped into the forest to seize their prey. Excitement crackled through the group. The hero snapped. They were way too energetic. He pressed Dainia. "Are you sure you want to sell it?" And Dainia insisted it deserved even more dilution. He stepped out of this house, stretched with lazy, satisfied ease, and declared, "That was the best night's sleep I've ever had." He snatched a crate of apples and sprinted to the store. He still had to prepare for the upcoming festival, and Sakura agreed. He'd transformed whole floors into apple mountains. Sakura guessed it was about 5 stories. The hero never had to command the golems. They snatched apples on their own. Apples still tumbled from the windows, and the girl was sure the golems were stashing them like canned rations, since apples never spoiled. Daichai squirmed at the idea of cramming Sakura's space with useless clutter. Sakura waved me off and insisted we could stash our things in the house. No need to worry. Her words sent a rush of relief through the hero. With the underground rooms counted, the house reached about 10 floors, and he wanted it to look like one of them. Once he pictured an underground house shaped like a castle, a lone tower punching up through the earth. Sakura's breath hitched and she squealed, "It's just adorable!" With only his actual abilities, he couldn't even erect a proper castle. Sakura knew he could cobble it together by trial and error, just like when he'd forged his golems, and the boy agreed. saying he'd try again. She vowed they'd build it exactly the way he liked, eyes blazing as she leapt at the chance to craft the design he wanted. He shot her a grin and swore he'd tell her the moment the time came. Sekiro snapped her head skyward and shouted to her master, "Something's plummeting from the sky!" Daichai spotted a comet-like streak ripping across the sky, judged it dangerous, and sprinted to stop it. The lad whipped his staff and the trees exploded skyward, trunks thickening at his command to grow fierce and tall. The trees ripped themselves aside, spiraled into the sky, and seized a colossal boulder. The stones slammed into the trees with world-shuddering force, ripping them apart. Then the guy conjured brand new trees from the wreckage. He heaved with everything he had, and when the stone finally ground to a halt, relief exploded through him. Sakura crowed to her master that it was expected. He was a living blur. The hero barked back that she was the one who'd noticed him. Curiosity flared in him. He barked in order and the trees bowed, easing it slowly down to the earth. The instant his fingers grazed it, he shrugged and wrote it off as just a rock. The pattern screamed geometry to him, and Sakura still couldn't make sense of one stubborn mystery. A strange chunk of metal smashed down from the sky for no explainable reason, and Daichai shot an urgent question at Sakura. "What do you feel?" Danger didn't register for her. The stone looked like an empty husk. Just cold, lifeless, inorganic matter. The boy declared it the same kind of stone that had obliterated the rabbit's establishment, and Sakura admitted it was entirely possible. Daichai's heart thundered as he realized they still hadn't caught the culprit, and he was determined to tell Dainaya every detail, because that rock was going to crush his apple orchard. Sakura offered to meet her on the road while he took the apples to the store, but when dusk crept in and the crowd swelled, he decided he wasn't up for it and stayed away. He vowed to meet the princess under the cloak of night, and the girl insisted they heave that stubborn stone behind the orchard first. I gave a firm nod, vowing to proceed with surgical precision, and thanked his hulking, muscular golems for their hard labor. The dragon-shaped test jet carved tight circles over the plains, hauling a heavy load with Daichai perched on her back. He choked out an apology for saddling her with the burden. Hess only smiled and said it would be good for her. Soaring up to the building, the guy called out for her cargo to be set a stone's throw away. Then they touched down. She snapped back into human form, and the hero, relief pouring from him, thanked her and asked if she was all right. She'd been sleeping a lot lately. Hessia admitted she'd been grinding through the night, wrangling her staff and sleeping most of the day. Daichai urged her not to overdo it, and she vowed not to. He discovered life flowed easier with the cover. Townsfolk trembled whenever he strode into town after setting up shop. He'd just declared that it all came down to those who could sense raw, pulsing magical energy, so the cover had to remain intact. Relieved by Hestia's fierce care, the boy found coming to the city with her effortless, until a sudden crash announced Anne, charging toward them on all her legs. She shouted she'd seen someone white in the sky and raced over to check. And it really was her. The hero snarled that not even Hestia could hide from a problem like this. Fear flared in the girl, and she wanted to punch her with everything she had. But Daichai begged no fighting in the city. As always, she lunged into her sister's arms, joy bursting through her at seeing her. Hestia shrugged and announced she had to haul the apples to the shop, deliberately ignoring Anne as she crawled on the ground behind her. Mad Anne begged her sister to stop being so cold, even as she confessed she loved that icy streak. And the guy cut in, saying it was night and ordering her to admire her sister more quietly. She clapped a hand over her mouth, met the hero's eyes, and blurted, "Sorry, I got a little overexcited." Anne's eyes snapped wide as she fixed the hero with a hard stare and demanded to know why he'd been sniffing his sister's magic. He recoiled. Magic could smell? She snapped it didn't. Yet for her sister's magic, she'd learn it anywhere. Daichai thrust his hand forward and admitted he understood nothing, edging away because her gaze made his skin crawl. Anne lit up, declared his hand smelled like magic, then licked it. Daichai clenched his fist and snapped at her not to lick it, urged Hestia to duck behind him as Anne cried, "He was too cruel." Daichai insisted he wasn't. Blank-eyed and heavy-lidded, Hestia mumbled her thanks for being saved as the hero barked for her to come to her senses. She admitted the instant she saw her sister. The night's fatigue lifted like a hand. Anne snapped that the festival was right around the corner. She'd been running on fumes for 3 days, tearing through the nights to get the goods ready. Hesha read her like an open book and declared, "When you're consumed by creating, you forget even to eat or drink." Convinced they'd reached at least a shaky understanding, she snapped her gaze to their building. She blinked and blurted it looked like a store, asking what they sold here. The heroes shot back that he sold apple juice here, the stuff he made at home, and snapped, "Are you sure this juice is safe for people to drink? It's practically humming with magic." Guy declared the juice wasn't concentrated, so there'd be no problems, and Hestia and the adventurers loved it. They'd made it themselves, and Daichai offered her a taste. Anne took a sip and it hit like a hangover cure, blasting the haze of fatigue away. She beamed and declared it a fantastic product. The drink was utterly safe and unbelievably tasty. CHI declared it excellent. They'd stripped away that invigorating effect, or she'd have already attacked Hestia. Anne blinked at their stares, puzzled, and the hero grinned, saying he was just glad she liked it. He told her not to take it to heart, then flung open her backpack and demanded to know what was inside. She snapped that it held medicine and magical artifacts she was delivering to Danya. The hero was sure she was headed for the castle. The girl insisted they'd planned to meet there. Night made the route deadly, so Dinya tore open a portal and teleported her straight to the castle. Daichai insisted it would be perfectly convenient and asked to tag along. Anne blinked, baffled why he'd want to. He snapped that there was something he had to know, and she shot back. "Is Hestia coming with you?" She snapped that she'd never go with them. While Anne stood shattered, the girl vowed to the hero she'd stay put right here so he could call her if anything happened. Tears choking her, Anne begged her sister to visit sometime, but her sister brushed her off and said she'd do without. The boy squared his shoulders and readied himself to leave. Hestia sent one last radiant wave as the heroes surged forward, charging headlong into their journey.